Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're here for our first game of the second day of Week 9, I believe. Things are just starting to get ridiculous as we head towards the end of this season. But first game, Vici versus Snake. This is going to be huge because Vici looked unstoppable yesterday.
Yeah, Vici definitely starting to heat up at the right point of the season, coming through and absolutely smacking Gamty around with a very mid-game centric composition, hinging around a lot of CC. You have to say that Nara in the top lane did fantastic things.
Yeah, and it was first picked in both of their matches. Carrie's just more than happy to grab that at any opportunity, and I'd like to see Snake probably take that one away from him this time, because even after the nerfs, this is of course 5.4, so that Mega not going to be available for quite as long. But still, Carrie was unstoppable.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be a pattern with Nar coming in that teams figure out that you can play around how he gets exhausted now and takes a little bit longer to get in. And they figured that out very quickly. Then it just looks like top laners now starting to get back on top of that and timing their transforms very well. Not to mention we're seeing them play mini Nar in teamfights a little bit better nowadays. So I think it's definitely a worthwhile ban. They don't really take it up in the top lane from Flandre and just get rid of it, because when you have a hyper carry like Crystal, someone that wants to take all these super aggressive AD carries, you just don't want to see those big tanks.
Yeah, and we've also seen the likes of Hatong playing that Lissandra there in the mid lane and having that much hard CC in combination with a Gnar or even a Jarvan there as well with the Cataclysm. Things just get ridiculous.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I guess this is a really important matchup for both lineups. Vici currently tied for fourth.
Yeah.
So coming through, if they're able to grab any points, especially another 2-0, that will move them into the outright fourth position. And Snake, whilst looking fantastic all season, they're currently third. They lost their second spot to OMG, who have really started to turn it up again. Of course, EDG is a mile ahead of everyone at the moment. They're playing out of their mind. So Snake really need to solidify themselves with a 2-0 here as the third best team in the LPL.
Yeah, that's true. And if they lose 0-2 here as well, I mean, that's going to be half the gap closed here between Snaker in third and this fourth place position Vici Gaming. So they really have to step up because it's looking dangerous here towards the end of the season. And they thought that they were pretty comfortable there in the third spot, but it may not necessarily be the case. And if we have a look over Snake's history here as well, they lost the series to M3 when M3 were looking fantastic a few weeks ago, and then tied 5 series in a row.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit crazy with the ties that are coming through in the LPL. I definitely agree with you that now is kind of do or die. They need the 2-0, if only for the momentum build. We thought the top 3 were completely safe, but all those ties, as you said, the 5 coming through, have just mean that the gap is slowly and slowly closing. And with how long the LPL season is and the amount of games that teams play, not to mention the series, it is easy to lose focus. It's very easy to forget how much these points matter. And when you have a point disappearing for the draws, you can understand how teams close these gaps so quickly.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that it's different seeding going into playoffs here as well. So they have to be thinking that they need to be further towards the top of those standings in order to solidify a good run towards the finals of the playoffs. Playoffs are all that matter here, and we're getting down to the business end of the season.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And even further, if you follow that train of thought, you're going to run into these teams in playoffs.
Yeah.
If you're third and fourth, the mental edge you get if you're able to take big wins, especially in emphatic ways, is just going to really play on these players' minds. And you see, they're all looking very relaxed, but this game could mean more.
Yeah, and Crystal, we don't often see him smiling. That's a smiley Crystal on the bench right now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a little bit slouched as well, just chilling there.
Calm and collected, going up against Vasily and Mato, who had an absolute godlike experience. You can see Vasily, there is murder in his eyes right now. He is looking to have the same experience as he did in the last matchup, and that was insane. First playing, I believe it was Lucian into Graves and dominating the lane, and then playing Graves into Lucian and also dominating the lane, of course, after a lane swap, but man, Vasily has been going off towards this end of the season.
Yeah, and that's what's really impressed me about the Vici lineup. We heard a lot about the problems that were coming through with Marta, especially in that bottom lane, and all of a sudden, Vasily has turned it back on. He was playing a lot of mid-game focused, and we thought he was a hyper carry coming to the season. A lot of Tristana in North America. We were wondering how he was going to turn it around.
As well.
Yeah, now he's just completely blown away 2 games, going 8-2-9 or something ridiculous in both games.
Yeah.
On the Lucian, on the Graves, these lane bullies, these mid games, burst champions, and it's really fun to watch him play at the moment, playing with a lot of the confidence that we've seen from him. And when Vasili's confidence, he is such a good, aggressive AD carry.
Yeah, and that's what we saw coming out of him going into North America as well. When he was playing for LMQ, he was always this hyper-aggressive AD carry player. No one knew how to hit skill shots on him because he'd always be going forward with his dashes and displacements. He'd be sort of just quick drawing into the enemy team. And so Death Sentence were going so wide out behind him because he's so aggro.
Yeah, exactly right. And when they were running kind of that three-threat lineup, because you have to say Nah was a threat in those two games versus Gamti, it allows him the freedom to be able to do that. But we are into Champion Select, and already we see that the Kalista has been banned away from Crystal and is followed up by a Cho'Gath ban.
Yeah, and I love seeing the Cho'Gath ban here, of course. Exploded onto the Rift, and Hatong having some pretty fantastic performances. Of course, Assassin as well. Ninja is a fantastic mid-lane Cho'Gath. Mid-lane Cho'Gath just seeming to be the flavor of the month at the moment. Xerath going to be taken away from Barker. No surprises there at all, although Snake did actually drop a game with Barker on that Xerath. And there it is, the Nah ban coming through, aimed at carry, and completely understandable. And we'll see whether the Lissandra is going to hit the bench and whether it's going to be Snake that's going to be forced to ban that one, as Kog'Maw also taken away. So no Lulu ban.
Yeah, no Lulu ban. Actually opting to take the Kog'Maw out of the Juggernaut comp. So it would be interesting to see if they decide to run something else. I'm surprised, actually very surprised, that they haven't hit Nunu at all. I think Nunu is a very strong champion at the moment, and we see Nidalee being taken away from Dandy, who has played it to great effect.
Yeah, and that could almost force out the first pick. Rek'Sai here, you have to think, as carry is hovering over it, is going to give a few options here to Snake if they want to take away the likes of Lissandra. They also have the opportunity to give Ella that Janna as well, which he's so incredibly strong on, and they are looking like they're going to go there, but it is going to be the Maokai in the top lane for Flandre, one of his comfort picks.
Yeah, giving a super tank over to Flandre, who can use teleport brilliantly.
Oh, yeah.
I always like to point out champions that Flandre uses teleport well on, and Maokai definitely one of those, being able to get the early home guards, affect other parts of the map, and really is the initiator for his team. Would not be surprised if we see Marta's Thresh come through here. Of course.
Yeah, he's had some brilliant games on that Thresh.
Definitely has. Not a bad matchup as well against the Janna. Does a lot in the lane swap, whereas Janna a little bit more passive in the roams around. And actually Hatong taking away the Victor in the first round, really disrespecting Barker here. Victor has a lot of counter picks, looking towards the Ahri that is still up as well, that just deals so well with it.
This Barker has sort of shown that he can play Lulu, Victor, and Xerath on this patch at the moment. And, of course, no Kog'Maw in order to make that Juggernaut comp work, so Lulu not quite as effective there in the mid lane, and Hatong just going to pick away the Victor. So just taking away Barker's champion pool, but they haven't touched Beast at all, and he gets the Nunu.
Yeah, so he gets the Nunu. I think that is such an important pickup here. Deals very well with Victor, who of course doesn't have any gap closers. Finds it to see if it is the Sivir, because once moment, and we've seen Beast go off with counter jungling, might be able to shut the Rek'Sai down, and then in team fights has the ability to be able to zone a lot of the Vici lineup.
Yeah, Vasili does have some maneuverability if he picks out this Lucian though, and carry aiming to burn down the tree in the top lane.
I love the Lucian pickup right here. Gets rid of the slow with the dash, has the ability to weave with his passive, so doesn't really need attack speed. Really agree with the AD carry pickup here that Vasili has gone for. And in the top lane, carry going for that rumble. It's a lot of magic damage coming out of mid and top. AoE, which means that on the side of Snake, they will have to itemize towards it. And if Vasili has another game where he goes off in the mid game, might not have the time to be able to pick up that armor.
Yeah, it's true. And Snake now going to be hovering the Ezreal here in the mid lane. Did not work out when Gamti tried this against Vici Gaming yesterday. I mean, Xiaohu was playing that over and over again, and yeah, he's a brilliant Ezreal player, but not necessarily working out against the likes of Vici, who are so good at controlling the game early.
Yeah, certainly are, and that is what they're going with. Mason Nunu pick up a little bit questionable, because the Blood Boil doesn't really help out Ezreal, doesn't really help out attacks in between the Qs and the Rs that are coming through, and that has all these attack speed modifiers coming through, but this isn't going to be the case. So I really want to see how Snake's lineup comes together. They have okay siege, especially if they go with the blue Ezreal, but not much else.
Yeah, well, it's true. As we see the lineups coming through, ladies and gentlemen, carry on that rumble into the mount as well. Beast on his comfort pick. The Beast can be the control jungler that we know him as, and Barker trying out the Ezreal here in the mid lane was a little bit out of options there as far as those picks are concerned. We'll see how this one works out against Hatong on the Victor, who's just been really strong recently. And Vasily, he's got the counter matchup into the Corki.
Yeah, certainly does. Vasily will be looking to get aggressive in that lane as well, because he's the one with the Thresh, of course. Allah has picked up Janna. Good defensive support, but not really going to be able to do much against the combo coming through. So looking for...
And Vici's drafting phase has been fantastic across the board. They've looked very, very stabilization of where their power spikes are throughout the game. And they have been going for these mid-game fighting team comps, and once again, that's exactly what they've got.
Yeah, and not only do they have a great mid-game team comp with the Rumble, with the Victor, I think they have a really good late-game team comp as well. Of course, Lucian only gets better as the game goes on. Once he picks up all that crit, very hard. The only thing that worries me is the fact that Rumble immobile, Victor immobile, and they are against a Nunu. So if Beast can get to work early and try and deal with these solo laners, I think that he can get them ahead.
Yeah, and do you think that Beast is going to aim for some counter jungling in this game as well? Of course, Nunu known for that.
Yeah, I definitely think at the start of the game, he will look for the counter jungle, deep wards, and then afterwards really try and impact these team fights with the absolute zero, with the snowball.
Yeah, well, of course, Vasily is going to be relying a little bit on that attack speed as well. Maybe not so much with the Light Slinger passive, but we'll see whether it is going to affect him. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici Gaming taking on Snake for our first game of the second day of the LPL for this week. Beast, it's going to be able to...
We actually see the lane swap potentially coming through here. No deep wards.
Yep.
Is just such a strong
scene as far as whether that top of the champion.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's not much come through from... We see double jungling going on. A little bit of harass coming through from Ella early, trying to steal that one away with a tornado.
And Ella just being annoying, trying to get some gold there with the Frost Queen's flame.
Well, you have to remember...
Does some damage here to the... Really able to push out this... This is going to have quite as much lane control.
Yeah, certainly won't. Of course, the tier not going to shove it out. Of course, a lot has to do with the fact that Victor...
And Carry and Dandy now on the red back.
And they're going to be able to do a complete clear here in very quick time, actually. And see if they go towards the bot level 2, heading into the bottom lane. Ella has joined him, so it will be Corki soaking all these solo experience. And I love when teams do this with Corki. Scales so well with levels compared to other AD carries. Able to really get in there and impact the game just through those levels, get those rockets up there and poke people down. So definitely someone that benefits from having a solo lane of experience.
Out of turret.
They're sending Beast. Not necessarily agreeing with this, a lot of members, but FLICKR will be able to get back in experience range, pick up some important last hits for himself.
Advantage here in the mid lane is very much helping out Snake. You saw him cheating towards that bottom side, actually drawing away the Vici jungler and top duo. Of course, Carry now towards that top side of the map, trying to deal with the push coming through from Crystal, not letting him have a free time.
Yeah, and I want to see when just to be able to solidify that a little bit earlier than normal, and has got the amount of gold to be able to do it. Building a nice CS advantage, actually, as Bucker, but hasn't elected to go back yet.
Yeah, just probably wants to shove out this wave relentlessly as well, but is it going to be a mistake potentially if he doesn't finish that early? Because, of course, the power trough coming through for Ezreal is quite difficult.
Yeah, and that's why I like when Ezreals do go back very early. It does cede a little bit of the lane control that they have with the ability a minute ago. Would have meant that he has that much more stacks and the ability to continue to queue the wave. And we see in the top lane, Crystal actually zoning a lot of potions, so will be hard to...
Yeah, Tong actually doing a lot of poke damage here to Barker as the Arcane Shift is used just for a bit of harassment there as well, as Crystal continues his assault here on the top side. Scrap Shield not going to be quite enough. Precisely what you meant, getting being used up here in the top side of the map, just because that Phosphorus Bomb's so reliant on levels.
Yeah, certainly is, and we see Barker actually going...
On his way, does land on the top side. Raptor buff is going... Death Sentence not going to find the mark, as Vici now starting to take control of...
Good awareness from him to be able to Crystal in this top lane.
All of these last hits as well, but of course Vasily staying very, very close as far as this opposite side of the map AD carry matchup is going.
From Barker, he hasn't been able to push this lane out at all and is now getting pressured with a level 6. That's a lot of burst damage. Unfreeze this wave. Big mana coming out of Barker.
All the aggression that Hatong's putting generally does.
Yeah, look, it's going to help him in the lane, of course it is. The problem is he was up by about 9. Has those mana biscuits, so gone.
Has that death ray upgraded here as well. Picked up the augment unparalleled, especially attacks if he really wants to be able to
auto attacks to consistently much suited Vici. If you look at the CS discrepancy between top laners, it's 36 to 10 currently.
It's ridiculous.
Actually keeping FLICKR down to the glory really become the popular is massive, and that's just going to be the carry so much more of that tank that they need him to be.
I mean, without being able to get too much farm, of course, is often used in these lane swap situations here as well, but we'll see with vision, you can see that pink water's away, and getting an early dragon against a Nunu, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially when you've accumulated leads in the top lane, and we see a lot of poke damage also coming down in mid, so that's a first dragon going over, and you have to say every lane has an advantage for Vici.
Of course, the Ezreal power slump has come into this brush for quite some time.
Yeah, it certainly has set up the camp. Ooh, we see the laser just missing there, but Hatong now has the confidence to be going aggressive in this matchup, and you have to really compliment him on how he's trying to control Barker. We mentioned that Barker was focus banned a lot, and Beast trying to roam around, but has fallen behind in CS, hasn't done much counter jungling, and really hasn't been that effective to this point in the game.
Yeah, he's been sort of just wandering around. Does have the Sightstone, of course, already completed. Chilling Smite is the option that he's gone for here as well. 5.4 hasn't been quite as kind to the old Chilling Smite as previous patches. We have been seeing a lot more Trailblazers as the True Shot Barrage does find Hatong for a little bit of harassment. And Ella is hanging out here as well. Eye the Storm onto Barker, but that was after all of the harassment to come through here from Hatong and take down the pink ward, but that's about it.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now looks like Barker might even be forced out of lane. You see him Arcane Shift, he's going back, so that's a lot of damage that will go down on this turret. We'll be able to free push that in the top lane. Crystal does manage to get the turret. He's level 9 to the level 7 of carry, so still being super aggressive, but Ella's been caught.
But summon a spell just for being caught out of position.
Double summon a spells for being caught out of
course.
position. That's horrible for Ella. You see how weak he and FLICKR are in this lane. Neither are level 6 yet versus level 6 on both Marta and Vasily. Vasily now just ticking over to level 7. They're smashing this lane. They're holding down FLICKR so much. 38 CS is the difference to the top laners.
Yeah, just insane. Carry, of course, isn't having the best time up here. 61 to 111 as far as that direct lane opponent is concerned, but you'd expect that a Rumble would fall even further behind than a Malphite.
Yeah, but if you compare lane to lane, 64 to 114, okay, that doesn't look bad, but 108 to 22
is
the direct lane opponent. Not even getting any gold onto anyone in this bottom lane. They're completely zoned away, not getting experience. It's level 5 to level 8.
Oh, and Hatong actually gone for the second Hex Core augment here as well, so made sure that he has the extra movement speed from the Q.
Yeah, and I really like this against AD mid lane, actually. Being able to trade effectively with that Q1 auto attack just means that when the Sheen comes through, not really going to be doing that much, as we see. Crystal trying to get aggressive, and this is what you feel they have to do. They've got this Corki into the mid game. Nearly going to be able to pick up that Trinity Force relatively soon. 1,600 gold. I actually think he can go back and pick it up now, and really need him to catapult his team into a lead, because if they don't hit the double Trinity Force power spike soon on the Ezreal as well as the Corki, they're in a lot of trouble to fall beyond reach.
Well, this is the thing, and this outer turret in the bottom lane probably going to go down. Vici looking for a steal on the blue buff and stealing away buffs from a Nunu here, as well as Marta comes through. Oh, True Shot Barrage almost was enough, but Hatong managing to have enough burst damage with that Q in order to get him out of there. As Vasily going to head back into this lane and pick up this outer turret, the first one of the game. 1,500 or 1,500 gold is going to be the lead for Vici Gaming so far, and this is looking like it might be heading the same direction as yesterday. Vici with just so much control, so much knowledge of where their power lies in their comp and how to execute.
Yeah, certainly are, and I just think at this point they're better at every point in the game. They've got the double AP for all of the early control, and they've got some fantastic late scaling as well. FLICKR has been put that far behind. He's just never going to be the tank that they need him to be, and
he's got one creep kill in the last 4 minutes of the game, I believe.
Right now, Snake need to do something desperate. Like, they need to team up with this Corki. They're giving him the red buff. Need to start trying to siege. Maybe swap it into Vasily's lane and try and kill Vasily because it is a BF sword versus a Trinity Force. So maybe get that. But Ella doesn't have level 6. Marta does. Like, there's just so many advantages across the map currently for Vici, and they don't look like they're going to make a mistake. They're just continuing to move around, farm up, and keeping FLICKR down.
Yeah, and Barker did have the assistance of Crystal there in the mid lane. Crystal looking to try and make some plays around here because he didn't want to chill out in that lane too far up. Of course, Dandy waiting in the wings, as you can see. And Harpoon not going to land the first time as Carry gets bursted down by Crystal. But Dandy coming in at exactly the right time. Crystal has to be careful. Flashes over the wall, but Dandy flashes after him. Is going to find first blood, and Vici, they pull the trigger.
Yeah, and he stopped the Valkyrie mid-flight. Wasn't able to go anywhere. Dandy with a great gank coming through. Carry with a good, I guess, bait. And that just means that they're falling further behind. We said it really rested on Corki. He tried to go aggressive, wasn't able to get anything off. And I don't know how Snake win this game. It's only 15 minutes in, but Vici just look on point.
They look incredibly strong. I don't know what has happened during the week, but Vici Gaming definitely looking like one of the top teams here in the LPL. And we saw similar performances come through from EDG and Vici. You have to think that the game yesterday that Vici showed us exactly what they were capable of, and it was very similar to what EDG did.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've taken down another outer turret, grown their lead to 3,500 gold at only 15 minutes in. We used to say 5,000 gold was bad last season when Dragon gave money. This is getting close to that before 20 minutes, and they've got the Dragon advantage, which you would have to think they're going to take the next one.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily even the fact that Snake have been making mistakes or anything has really happened on this map. One kill has gone down, but it's Vici Gaming's strategical play that is really on point and has been throughout the last few days.
I really think that Snake kept the lane swap going for way too long. FLICKR is at the point where he will be completely useless until about the 28-minute mark. He's not going to have any completed items, just so behind. And when you're a Maokai, if you can't tank, you can't CC people up. He hasn't got the levels, he hasn't got the items. If they had swapped him into the 1v1, at least he would have got that solo experience. Instead, completely zoned off the wave, couldn't do anything, and now he's forced to freeze as a Maokai and not even join his team.
And this is the mid game as well. This is where you want to have that Maokai as that tanky frontline in your team fights around the Dragons, and that is only going to make things better for Vici, who already have this brilliant team fighting comp around this mid stage of the game.
Yeah, and that's what they were hoping for. They were hoping for the Maokai, for the Nunu, to be able to get onto these immovable carries. So they had to drop the equalizer on the front line and not the double AD. Instead, now if FLICKR tries to take anyone, they turn around and kill him straight up.
Yeah. And do you think that Crystal has an opportunity to pick up the Berserker's Greaves in this particular matchup? Of course, Sorcerer Shoes are fantastic, but when you've got that Blood Boil, do you want to be sort of augmenting yourself in the auto-attack direction?
I think because it's such a squishy lineup, with the exception of Dandy, Sorc Boots are fine in this case. Also gives some magic damage into a lineup that's really going to lack magic damage. Otherwise, they just stack armor, and all of a sudden your double AD carries are quite useless. I think it really is the mid laner, FLICKR, that needs to get going in his build, and he's fallen behind now nearly 20 CS and started to struggle. So maybe rely on him a little bit more, but until about the 22-minute mark, when he's got that transform, got the Trinity Force, he's going to still be in this mid-game slump, and that's a problem with this Snake lineup. I just don't know what their win condition is now they've fallen this far behind.
Well, Vici Gaming that are trying to make a move here on this bottom side. Dandy not going to quite find the Prey Seeker over onto Crystal, who's doing his best just to clear out these waves.
And I love the over-warding this time around. We normally criticize Vici for warding parts of the maps that don't matter, but when you are this far ahead, 5,000 gold nearly at 18 minutes, you can afford to ward everything. Everyone should be lighting up the map for everything, because at any point, you are looking to fight. You catch a member out on Snake, you're looking for a pick, and you can see the whole of the top side of the jungle completely lit up. All of the bottom side of the jungle lit up. The only ward I don't agree with is in the banana brush behind Drake, because at the end of the day, they're not going to be there, and Beast is being caught.
Yeah, forced to flash away immediately here as well, as Marta comes over with a death sentence onto the Raptors.
And look how aggressive Vici are willing to play. They have no cares in the world. They've lit up the whole top side of the map. All of Snake's jungle has been warded, and Beast now will just be completely strangled out. He's a Nunu that isn't counter jungling. He's just worried about trying to secure his own Raptors.
Yeah, and the red buff's there, but he's going to be going back to base, wants to pick up potentially some more items here. I'm not entirely sure what he's going to be able to get. Actually, he's waiting for something. Null Magic Mantle is going to be completed, but that's sort of a nothing buy here as Beast definitely struggling, and this is not the type of performance that we're used to seeing from Beast on this Nunu.
Yeah, looking to get the Aegis, and across the board, Snake just not forcing the way we're used to. We're used to seeing this fantastic mid-game team fighting that explodes with kills and looks for fights, but they've just recognized at this point in the game, no matter how well they team fight, they're not going to win. So really are stalling this one out, and really surprised that we're seeing a Snake game. Wow, Beast being equalized away from his own red buff.
Yeah, and that's going to be the third buff now stolen away here by Vici. Dandy just had complete run of this jungle.
And look, now taking away the Krugs, not stopping there, continuing to starve out this Nunu. Blind Ray is up there, and in the bottom lane, they're looking to try and get busy, but Hetong, he's level 12. He's got that upgraded trinket and augmented. And coming through with the Morellonomicon, so has a lot of CDR in that build as well. So, as I said, this is not the Snake lineup we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing the team that loves to fight, wants to get in your face in the mid game, but it's 20 minutes and they're not looking to start anything. They're in full stall mode.
Yeah, and our LPL teams just seem to be able to deal with these mid lane Ezreal pickups, knowing exactly where the power lies, knowing exactly how to defeat it. And Vici demonstrated that that is not something that they're worried about at all yesterday, and it's a little bit of a worry that Snake decided that they wanted to go for it as well.
Yeah, and we've questioned Barker's champion pool over. We've questioned, I guess, Beast's champion pool. And you see, with how they've been hit in this pick ban phase, not really looking comfortable. Maybe something that was a little bit more gank heavy, like the Jarvan, would have been useful. Instead, went on the counter jungling Nunu and now just fallen very far behind.
Maybe the one saving grace is the fact that Crystal is very far ahead as far as that experience is concerned, equal with Hetong now. And when you've got a team that is so far ahead in terms of map controllers, Ella's going to get caught. The box goes down as well. It's the Monsoon into a beautiful flash. He's still burning down, though. The Chilling Smite, and Martyr actually picks up the kill with the last tick of the Ignite. Carry is now just... Oh, my goodness. The culling from Vasily. And not entirely sure what Crystal was doing back there, but Martyr going to get caught potentially by Flandre. Equalizer up yet again as Barker takes half of his health just incidentally from that ability. And True Shot Barrage to come down, just finds a bit of damage under Dandy.
And this is a case of who's catching who. Even though they've got the double Trinity Force Spike with a BF as well as a Manamune coming through, they're not able to do anything. Hetong doing so much burst damage, completely erasing Crystal in that fight. Vasily able to catch up and pick up the kill, and now they're pressuring tier 2s before Snake have even looked to do anything on this map.
Yeah, turret shot actually being hit by Hetong, but Barker taking a whole lot of damage. They just don't really seem to care.
Yeah, they definitely don't, and Flandre might have to teleport into this fight. I think that with how low the health bars are, if they start up Dragon, this may be the one opportunity Snake have, but you see how much control's on the bottom side of the map. They don't even feel like they have to rush this one. Beast and Ellen might be able to clean out some wards, but not much else going to come through unless they try and force a Dragon fight.
Yeah, they're looking to. Vasily, of course, back in base. Dandy and Marta are hanging out here. Of course, Dandy back to full health.
They need to do this right now, otherwise they can't do it. They started up. This is still a big risk with how strong they are. Teleport coming through. They will get it, but will the fight come afterwards?
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to be Vici going over the wall. Dandy's there, doesn't secure the Dragon. Difficult to take it away from a Nunu, but worth the shot because, of course, didn't need to use that flash to get out. Had a Dark Passage there in order to make his way out.
Not to mention he's got a Warden's Mail Ninja Tab by a giant belt, so he's not going to die in the attempt. Probably could have even walked through the lineup with Ezreal going back, and they'll sweep out the wards. Snake, grab a Dragon against the flow. That's terrific, but they're against the Infinity Edge Static Shift Zerka Greaves Vasily at the moment. He is so strong, and you just fear this mid-game lineup isn't getting anywhere.
Yeah, and the fact that Vasily's got through that sort of phase with the awkward, pure Infinity Edge part of his build completed, doesn't have a whole lot of crit to augment it, but now that he has the Static Shiv, and we saw how good Vasily is at getting an old crit yesterday, I would definitely not want to take him on 1v1 at this stage if I was anyone on this map.
Yeah, and once again, the aggressive use of the Rek'Sai ult has maybe caught Ella out in the jungle.
Yeah, it's just caught the Krugs out at this stage as Dandy's going to focus on that. And actually leaving the little one up here as well. They are definitely starving Beast out here. And I mean, Crystal has died a couple of times, stayed up in CS though. He's got a lot of farm. Barker has pulled it back as well, only 10 CS behind. And Only 3-0 as far as these kills are concerned. I mean, 5,000 gold is the lead, was 6,000 before. They have picked up a dragon. Snake not exactly falling further and further behind as this game goes on, but you have to think that it's largely to do with Vici just biding their time, waiting for the next opportunity.
Yeah, it certainly is. Vici are just moving around the map and taking whatever they want. You look at the tunnels and where they are placed strategically, aggressively in the top side of the jungle. You can see that Dandy definitely wants to focus some attention there, and time and time again, they're forced to try and clean out this mid wave, with Rumble just collecting even more CS in the top lane. He's now 65 CS ahead of FLICKR, who's really still struggling to grab anything. Lowest CS in the game by a long way, and wave clear isn't terrific on Snake. They've got the Corki, they've got the True Shot Barrage from Ezreal, but they're just going to try and rotate around the map, take whatever they can, and force fights around this Dragon and eventually Baron objective.
Yeah, no, it's just the fact that they don't have any control over their jungle as well on the side of Snake. These jungle camps, they mean a lot as far as that gold is concerned as this game progresses. And losing so many and easily being able to take that inner turret is Vici. Just looks like Snake sort of caught unaware of what to do, which is not what we're used to from Snake.
Yeah, we're definitely not. And we look at the gold advantage. 500 for the AD carries, but it really is that top lane. About 1,600 gold, the advantage. Junglers also with a huge advantage. 2,500 gold, the advantage for Dandy on this Rek'Sai, and we've seen how powerful Rek'Sai is this patch. Just don't agree with giving it over. I think that you either have to take the Nidalee or the Rek'Sai, because they seem to be the really strong jungles at the moment.
Yeah, Nidalee was banned away as that last ban. Snake took a long time to work out which one was more important. You have to think whether it is that Rek'Sai, whether it is that Nidalee. And after seeing Spirit on the kitty lady, I have a feeling that giving away the Nidalee could have been equally as bad.
Yeah, it certainly is, but that's the thing. It's equally as bad. So you take one of them yourself. You either ban both or you don't ban any at this point in time, because they are head and shoulders above all the other junglers, and we see once again, Dandy trying to get in that top side of the jungle, trying to sweep away all the wards, get some deep vision with his Sightstone, even picked up another pink ward, and really is dictating the pace of this game.
Yeah, and I want to actually have a percentage count of how many of these Void Rushes Dandy's used in his own jungle and how many he's used in Snake's jungle, because it seems to me like 100% of the time, Dandy is just rushing back into Snake's jungle to try and clear that out.
Yeah, he certainly is, and they've started up the Baron with all the vision denial that's come through. They'll be able to pick this up for free. Beast is back in base. He's nowhere to be seen, and that's a 26-minute free Baron going over to the Vici lineup, and they've looked untouchable this game. Snake can't get anywhere near this team, and
oh my goodness, the flash death sentence from Marta here as well throws out a Dark Passage for Hetong, who gets slowed down there just a little bit, but Snake, they see the fact that there is a Baron now on Vici, and you have to think that breaking the base is an achievable goal here at 27 minutes.
Well, I love Hetong's build. He's gone the Lich Bane, means that he can Death Laser with his shield up and just walk up and auto-attack the turret for all the free damage.
Yeah, ridiculous.
At this point in the game, it looks like Snake are going to choose to never teamfight Vici, so he's gone a very turret-pushing, focused build, and will be able to just clear out waves, get poked down onto the turret at will, and with these Baroned up minions, they will fall so quickly.
Yeah, you can see already Dandy pushing out this mid-wave. Barker feels like he may have caught him out here. Dandy going to flash out of the way. As, of course, that tunnel was on cooldown.
But Vici still pick up another turret, and you see how big this wave is. Vasily just using the culling to try and zone off, and no one really going to be able to take out that minion. Actually walking out of the base to do so. They've caught FLICKR.
Yeah, Death Sentence to come through here as well. Immediately flashes out of the way as the Vengeful Maelstrom comes through to stop some of the follow-up damage. Vasily's playing right up the front of this team as Hetong gets bursted down, but equaled in kind by Vasily onto Barker, and Beast was there for a second. Crystal got eliminated, and those health bars were there for about half a second.
Yeah, and that was just Hetong going so aggressive. Vasily being able to follow up. That will almost be the game for Vici Gaming coming through. And make no mistake, although this game was 28 minutes long, it was over at about the 14th minute.
Yeah, just ridiculous. The fact that FLICKR got nowhere, the fact that Vici were everywhere they needed to be, denying most of the blue buffs that have spawned for Snake. And Snake, this entire game looked like they had no opportunity to get in.
Yeah, they had absolutely nothing. And you see, they haven't been able to finish the game. And true Vici fashion of what we're seeing, they take away the blue buff. They're denying another dragon. Even though they're also low, look like they need to get to base. Just giving Snake the minimum, leaving absolutely nothing available. And you really have to hand it to how Vici have played out this game. If you don't go super early against a team like this that is just willing to strangle you out, there is no way you come back.
Yeah, and does Snake need to look at adjusting their playstyle for the next matchup to make sure that they can accommodate for this early game rush of power that Vici have managed to pick up? Because this is what their playstyle has been, and it seems like no one has an answer for it.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I really, once again, go back to the lane swap, how long they stuck in it, the tactic behind letting FLICKR, who does so much for this team. I know that we've hyped Crystal, but to me, it really is FLICKR that allows him to do the things that he does, and without the Morgana in the top lane, without being able to farm out these waves, has looked relatively ineffective on the Maokai. And although 0-0-0 is the scoreline, so you can't say that he's been the worst performer on his team, they really didn't set him up for any kind of success.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage just for a desperation clear of these minions here, as well as Phosphorus Bomb going to clear out that wave. But you can see this bottom lane being taken care of, or attempting to be taken care of by FLICKR. But with that Righteous Glory, it's pretty tough for a Maokai to get rid of these super creeps.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Vici now have the luxury of just being able to continually push 2 waves. Voidstar finished up on this mid lane Victor, who although fell behind early, is now 306 CS at 31 minutes. So farming up an absolute storm, and they're just going to continue to strangle them out of objectives. Actually send Dandy, who could 1v1 FLICKR at the moment, into a lane to farm and split push because he's got that Rek'Sai ultimate available, of course. And we see Vasily playing without a care in the world.
Yeah, there was a dark passage there, but Vasily, he didn't want to look at it. Of course, that's going to take him away from auto attack range on the enemy team, and that is not something that he's into. As 1 versus 3, showing no fear at all. As there's the True Shot Barrage. He's going to get rid of the minion wave, but seems like Hatong's even happy to tank this one up. And Ella just getting exploded here. Beast with a decent ultimate there in the back line, but Carry, he's going to pick up Ella, and the culling to come through now as well from Vasily. Gets hit by the Ice Blast, so going to be doing a little bit to try and slow down the attack speed, but every single auto attack coming through from Vasily is so much damage.
And I just want to point out how perfectly Vici have played this game. 7-0. They gave up 1 dragon and 1 turret in a lane swap. They are and I'm not even going to call them mistakes. That is the absolute minimum you could probably get away with in a game of League of Legends. I honestly can't believe how well this team has played to be 14,000 gold ahead at 32 minutes into the game. And now FLICKR going to be soloed out here. Vasily's a monster.
Yeah, he is definitely a monster. Look at the crits coming through here as well. Has the red buff. FLICKR trying to walk away, and Vasily not deciding to go overly aggressive by diving that turret. He's going to easily be able to send that message, though, that the tree does not belong in a lane with Lucian. Yeah,
it certainly does not. No armor coming through yet, apart from the boots. And this is what we said would happen. Double AD. Vasily, who's been playing so well. If you run 2 AP champions and no one's able to itemize for that armor, you just see how much damage he's able to get done. And the opposite is true as well, with Carry and Hatong being very real threats in this game. All damage coming out from the Rumble as well as the Victor. If you don't pick up the magic resistance, they're going to completely shred you. So really no option for Snake.
Yeah, and Dandy now, because Carry doesn't have that teleport available, Void Rush is there for this Rek'Sai, and Dandy continually pushing in this bottom wave. There are double lanes of super creeps heading into the Snake base. And this is sort of the perfect split push to come out as well. I mean, even when the teleport's down, and theoretically Snake has a teleport advantage.
So we see Crystal doing his best to try and clear out these waves. Marta looking to get aggressive. Maybe a bit of frustration coming through from Vici. They want to close this one out. Baron is respawning in 20 seconds. That looks like it'll be the logical objective, as so many super creeps actually going to take out the second turret on the base. Nexus now exposed. Baron going to be picked up in 10 seconds. You would think that if this game was, I guess, very difficult for Snake to win before, probably now impossible.
Yeah, nigh unwinnable here for Snake, but crazier things have happened. And it's 34 minutes into this game. I mean, okay, I'm not even going to try and infer. But
I was actually going to say, I don't think crazier things have happened. There have been some insane comebacks in League of Legends, but 0 kills at 35 minutes to come back and win a game would be a miracle.
yes, an incredible miracle, some could say. As Baron is going to be taken down here as well for the second time by Vici Gaming. Relentless Pursuit going to get Vasily over that wall. And they are going to be able to just stroll into the base, maybe take down the bottom lane inhibitor if they feel like it.
And look at, if you just compare the items, Vasily, 5 finished items. It's not a cheap build. In the mid lane, nearly 6 items coming through for this Victor. Top laners aren't even comparable at this point. If you look at the gold, 8,300 to 11,000.
Oh, Death Sentence onto Crystal here as well. Forced to use that flash to get out. Beast with the absolute 0, but Carrie's just going to Zonya's that one up. And Snake, they haven't died just yet as her Tong just bursts down Crystal. He doesn't have a Zonya, so he's going to fall down. That's a couple of kills now. No, actually just one here for Snake as Barker forced back into the fountain. Beast going to get flashed on, but the Nexus is exposed and Vasily just able to take it out with the Light Slinger. And Vici Gaming, what an outstanding performance.
Yeah, nearly perfect Atlas. Only 1 death coming through. They gave up a dragon and a turret, but 18,000 gold, 35 minutes. That was an absolute stomping if I've ever seen one. Vici played it pretty well.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily like it was a stomping, because a stomp, you seem to see teams sort of taking advantages too far, doing relentless diving, doing crazy things like that. This was Vici not letting Snake play the game.
Yeah, they completely shut them out.
Didn't have an option.
Yep.
Just absolutely ridiculous. And Snake, we'll see whether they're going to take that one lying down or whether they're going to come back in the second series. These are, of course, best of 2. Let's see whether they can take it to Vici in the next one.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Spawn, and Vici Gaming just absolutely decimated Snake. There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah, they certainly did, Atlas. They came through with a very convincing win, I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that also applies, but...
And they got it done through a lot of the pick and bans phase. A very strange pick ban coming through from Snake and Vici. They hit 2 bans towards Crystal, and we've criticized maybe other members of the Snake lineup for having very shallow champion pools. Maybe it's time we have a look at Crystals, because looks great on Kog'Maw, looked great on Callista, but didn't look fantastic on the Corki and didn't get much done.
Well, I mean, can you really put it down to the Corki, though? When, I mean, he was up in farm. The lane swap situation worked out for this Corki, but when he came out of this lane swap situation, like, yeah, I'm ready to perform, the rest of the team had been just destroyed.
But that's my point. If he was on Draven, if he was on Kog'Maw, you felt like he would have done more with the lead that he got, whereas on this Corki, didn't get anything done at all, and Flandre once again goes back to a first pick Maokai after getting smashed. He was 24 CS to 100 at one point nearly.
Yeah, and again, Vici just went with exactly the same bans. It's going to be Rumble switched out for Nidalee here, and that is actually decent. You were talking to us about the fact that if you're not going to ban either Nidalee or Rek'Sai, if you're not going to ban both of them, don't ban any of them, and that is exactly what Snake's done. But theoretically, they could give Hatong Nidalee in the mid lane and pick up Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah, that's a theory. I don't think it's a very good one, though. I think they just played the Victor so well. There's no reason to not go back to it. And as we see, that's going to be picked up. It's a pick away from Barker once again. Leaves Barker with no champion pool. What does he play?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and we'll see what he's going to decide to go with here, of course. Doesn't need to wait too long to pick up that mid lane if they want to, because, of course, they know that Victor, he ain't going to be going anywhere else. And Barker is free to grab that one if he wants to. Beast not going to go back towards the Nunu again. And Barker looking to pick away the Corki once more. Crystal looking to go back on that champion.
Yeah, so Crystal back on Corki. Wasn't convinced game 1. Let's see if he can make me a believer game 2. And the Jarvan being picked up is interesting. Kind
no
of
Rek'Sai.
like a bagged Rek'Sai on this patch as Jarvan lost a lot of his inner ability to be tanky through his E, of course, on this patch, and has that gap closed that's very devastating early game. But you think with the damage that can come through from Dandy, if he ever gets counter-gamed, he's in a very bad position.
Yeah, and I just find it absolutely dumbfounding that he's going to pick Jarvan instead of the Rek'Sai. It takes away that entire thing of, you know, if you're going to, you know, ban none of them or one. You know, I just feel a bit silly now. As Vasily, he's going to go straight back to the Lucian. Marta straight back on the Thresh here yet again. Dandy, the only one to switch it up, and that seems to me that it's going to be an upgrade here. He had the opportunity to go to the Rek'Sai if he wanted to, but we've seen Dandy's Nidalee, and it is terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. He got the pick that he wanted there, and he went with the Nidalee, so obviously valuing that one a little bit more, and you can't blame him. Of course, there will be a second change because Rumble's been banned away, and in the bottom lane, Corki, Nami, not a great lane.
No, not a whole lot of synergy there, of course, because generally Nami fantastic at boosting up these hyper carries. And we'll see what Barker's going to go with, whether he's going to go back to the Ezreal here as Ella on the Leona. I like that decision a whole lot more.
Yeah, certainly do. And maybe the Zed is something they needed. They lacked any form of being able to match a split push. There was no one that could really absorb side lane farm because Flandre had got way too far behind. And that's what looks like that's what they're going for. Barker going to be taking that Zed into the middle lane.
It's the first time we've seen it.
It is, and got a lot of high damage against Hatong's mid laner there as well. So we'll have to see if he can chunk him out early, get in there to be nice and aggressive, because if there's any time Victor struggles, it's early in the game, and Zed can put out a lot of pain.
Speaking of being able to put out a lot of pain, Carry, the last pick Lissandra could be coming through here as well, and that is so much burst damage coming through in that combo with just the solo laners involved.
Yeah, it certainly is. Also allows a lockdown target for Zed. Not convinced they're a very squishy lineup if that is what they go for. Instead, swapping to a top lane Fizz. And this is a matchup I like. Fizz very good against Zed.
Yep.
Matches the split push extremely well because he's able to dodge out of that death mark with the Playful Trickster. Doesn't rely on it for any damage now because of the way he's built as an AD bruiser top lane.
Yep.
And has a completely free lane against Maokai. There is no way Maokai ever shoves a Fizz out of lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to be out of the champion select, but this is exactly right. You, in fact, were explaining this to me not 2 days ago, talking about the fact that Fizz fantastic. They're in the top lane for dealing with the likes of these super tanks like Maokai.
Yeah, exactly right. He just has so much inherent damage through his ult now.
Yep.
And if you ult someone and then wait for the knockup, activate the W and auto-attack them, you just put out way too much damage to be dealt with. And I feel that in a 1v1, we'll be able to comfortably deal with Zed as well. Of course, won't have that Zhonya's Hourglass to be able to, I guess, get rid of the death mark if he does mistime the playful trickster. But typically doesn't have to activate it and should win in an auto-attack trade. So it really is about who throws out their abilities first. Does it go for the death mark or does a playful trickster come through? And, of course, itemizing through that Frozen Heart, great cooldown reduction that comes through. A lot of armor and attack speed slow. I just feel on 3 items, Fizz is going to be a real nightmare for them to deal with.
Yeah, and of course, just so slippery in these fights as well. Has lost none of that aspect to his kit. And does have some CC to play around with. Does have the playful trickster for the slow. Of course, the continual slow when that fish is down as well, the Chum the Waters. My goodness, it's going to be very, very scary. And we've seen that carry is more than happy to play these carry top laners. Not to go with a pun here or anything like that, but more than happy to pick them up in the top lane.
Yeah, certainly is. And we saw that he played a pretty good Rumble last game, was denied fairly heavily, and then came back in a massive way. And now going with another, I guess, very strong top laner currently. More of a solo queue pick, you have to think, but we've seen it played to great effect by Zatai, and now being picked up by carry. I'm really excited to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, and I think it was a very similar lane matchup, if not exactly the same lane matchup that Zatai had, where, or was it a Scion that came through? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see what carry is going to be able to do with this one.
Potentially a Hecarim.
Ah, well, completely different then. There's totally no idea.
Potentially.
Apparently.
Don't quote me on that.
No, I'm not going to. Definitely don't quote me either. I seem to have no idea what's going on. Is Hatong going to be locked in there for the mid lane? Hatong going to be locked in for the mid lane? I think I'm going to go home.
Xerath? Victor, oh my gosh.
I've thrown you off as well. This is, of course, going to be exactly the same champion select. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, Victor there in the mid lane, and Vasily going to be locking away the Lucian. And Barker, this is definitely what's going to be happening. I'm not entirely sure why we actually went out of the champion select prior. It was Beast, actually, who left that one. So he is going to come back through, but does have that Jarvan, of course. So nothing going to change up here as far as this champ select goes. And you can see Vasily on your screen, very serious. And we were talking about the murder in his eyes before, and it's definitely still there.
The one thing you will say is that the bottom lane coming out of Snake is very strong. In a 2v2 matchup. Leona, Corki, especially once level 6 is hit, I guess you can say that Mata can flay away that Zenith Blade coming in very early, but after level 6, you just throw the Solar Flare at the Thresh and he's a sitting duck. Gets blown up. So you have to say that is a very strong lane, and I want to see how Crystal and Ella play that lane. Of course, Crystal having a little bit of an off game last time around, and a 4v4 teamfight situation seems to fit Snake. If they can manage to manufacture a 4v4 teamfight, you would think that it is in their advantage with the split push just going on, because we have seen how good they are at fighting these small skirmishes, at eking out small leads through teamfights, and that's what I commended Vici for last game. They really didn't let that happen.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and is Snake now equipped enough in this game in order to weather the storm that is the early stages? Of course, Jarvan may have been picked up for exactly that reason, to exert some more pressure here in the mid-game, as we did, of course, go through the lineups, and Ella now on this Leona for exactly that, a little bit more early game power.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you said. It really is up to the Jarvan, up to the Leona to get them through the early levels, try and make something happen, and you feel they need to get a 2v2 lane.
Well, let's see if they do as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 2 between Vici and Snake. And Snake looking to come back into this one because they almost weren't there the first game around. And Vici just looking incredibly strong. And again, with a whole lot of power picks. 3 champions that they decimated on in the last game. And now Carry picking up the Fisherman in the top lane.
Yeah, and they've shown Carry in the top lane. I don't think Mata was spotted out, although now everyone will be spotted out. So they know where the whole lineup is. And Beast might have been a little bit caught here by Dandy. No, able to back away. So it will just be some deep wards coming through from Vici.
And as far as a lane swap is concerned, is it going to be Vici looking for it, or is it going to be Snake looking to try and change up the way these lanes work out? Of course, Ella and Crystal already here on the bottom side.
Well, you see, it's a funny one because you really want to swap the Maokai away from the Fizz and try and deny that matchup, but you want the Leona as well as the Corki to be able to go 2v2 in your lane. So really is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation here for Snake. So is up to them. Do they believe that they can weather the storm in the bottom lane, or whether they need to get, in the top lane, or do they need to get Flandre away from that matchup? I think they would be confident in Flandre being able to do it, and it looks like they're maybe setting up a little bit of a gank here on the bottom lane of Vici.
Oh, Mata actually spots Ella out there as well as Beast hanging around at the same time. Nice forethought just to make sure that he walked a little bit further around that ridge instead of straight into it. And of course, Vici are going to survive this one. Dandy going to be taking away these Krugs on his lonesome.
And I like what Dandy did there. If you're wondering why he stayed in human form a little bit longer, of course, being snared, they weren't able to walk up to him. Gets a couple more free auto attacks in there and then can go for his double round of pounces. So Dandy keeping as high health as possible in that jungle. You see already on the red buff.
Yeah, doesn't have the smite available. He's going to have to use a potion at some point, you have to think, as he's going down very, very low, launching himself at this buff. Actually does get the stun, but
it's reset. He stunned it actually. Okay, so that mechanic is a strange one, and it's going to really cost Dandy there pretty big. If you stun something in soft leech range, it soft leeches in the stun 5 times and then automatically resets, and that was on the very edge of it, so not able to get through that one with maximum health. Has been able to clean it up now, but is extremely low. Might not be able to do the blue buff, you feel, with how low he currently is, but is going to go for it.
My goodness, Vasily just poking Crystal down in this lane. You can see over and over again, not letting Crystal get anything for free. Very Uzi-esque coming through from Vasily, making sure that he's punishing his lane opponent over and over. There's a Zenith Blade to come through. Does land the Shield of Daybreak, but a little bit late after that Relentless Pursuit to come down. And Mata now just positioning himself well in front of this creep wave. 17 CS to 10 now, and Crystal can barely do anything. The poke is insane.
Yeah, and it's all Vasily. This isn't Mata at all. Mata just making sure he's in a position to peel, and off the back of that, Crystal just getting completely destroyed by Vasily in this lane. And the important thing is, it's not the poke going down onto Ella, who would be able to heal up with all those extra potions supports get. This is the AD carry who has none in his dead.
That's a death sentence, and that could actually be the death here. Forcing the flash out as well as Vasily's going to follow through. First blood to come down. Beautiful dark passage. And Vici Gaming looks so good.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane as well, this is a member that we thought might have the biggest struggle was Vasily making the transition across, but he's silencing all doubters in the last couple of weeks, playing out of his mind.
Yeah, this Lucian to come through, I just don't understand how he's continuing to get it over and over again because he's looked so strong.
Yeah, he certainly has. And in the top lane, you can see Flandre falling a little bit behind again. 15 to 25 carry. Definitely has the winning matchup this time around and will continue to bully as levels come through. Doesn't get weaker at all.
Yeah, the Urchin Strike to come down here as well into Flandre. Does trade quite nicely here with carry, but does have the flask available. And we'll just chug that one in order to get a bit of that health back. Dandy has eventually managed to pick up that red buff, but it's been a slower jungle phase for the kitty.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's been able to clear out, I guess, a lot of the single target camps. So he went Krugs to red to blue to Gromp, so it probably is the least amount of minions that you can pick up. So he's not as far behind as he seems because, of course, Wraiths were done on the side of Beast, as we might have some more action in the bottom lane. You'd have to think with a pickaxe versus a longsword, this lane's just going to turn into a complete slugfest whenever Vasily decides he wants to go aggressive again.
Yeah, actually, Zenith Blade's going to land here as well. Dark Passage is available for Vasily, but nice trade to come down for Snake as Crystal. Half of his health down, but Vasily does lose a whole lot more. Mata actually looking for a death sentence here as well. Doesn't find it onto Crystal, thinking that he juked down instead of up. Nice forethought from Crystal, just to mix it up, make sure he's moving different directions each time.
And that play was really on Ella. Hit the Zenith Blade midway through that Phosphorus Bomb being launched, so was able to ensure all the extra damage went through from the proc, and got to hand it to the support player, although in the bottom lane, Crystal caught.
Yeah, there's the exhaust to come down here as well. Ella uses the Zenith Blade to get himself to safety, but again, Crystal dying to Vasily in this 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, and I'm going to call out the Corki pick right now. Crystal does not look comfortable whatsoever, and that we're going to go into a 2v2 lane because of how bad the lane swap is. Just play Draven.
Yeah.
We've seen how comfortable he is on it. he looks all kinds of out of sorts on this Corki, and now he's going to fall behind nearly double the CS. And Vasily just building lead after lead, and at this point, it's not even going to get to the level 6 where the Leona Corki can turn it around. Lane probably over with the 2 kills.
Yeah, and FLICKR is able to get some farm in this top lane, but 52 to 35 going on there as well. Both of these lanes working out so well for Vici, and I'm getting some deja vu coming through from this situation because Vici, again, looking untouchable.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, this is going to be a split pushing Fizz. So really, you look at the matchup and you say, okay, mid lane going extremely well, 51 to 40, Xerath starting to struggle. But Xerath isn't going to have to deal with the Zed. It's all about the Fizz, and the Fizz is ahead. We'll be able to go back, start up that Trinity Force, and Trinity Force versus Blade of the Ruined King, Fizz versus Zed. Fizz is going to win 99% of the time, has so much more damage.
Yeah, and can dodge away out of the sort of ability that Barker is going to rely on in that split push 1v1.
Yeah, so you got to really, so far, the pick ban phase once again went in Vici's favor, and they've played this laning phase once again flawlessly. You really can't fault anything they've done. Maybe mid lane, 10 CS, that's a little bit of a big deal, especially the fact that Barker on an uncomfortable champion, but that's grasping at straws because across the map they have so many advantages, and now that level's starting to come up into the death ray, evolution coming through, that's going to be completely fine in the mid lane as well, you feel.
Oh yeah, and Hatong, I mean, he's down, what, 10 CS or something like that, but he's not going to be worried about that at all, especially considering the fact that these other lanes are just going so well. Dandy's been able to just farm the jungle over and over again, has been picking up the Rift Scuttlers as well, making sure that he has control over there, and Dandy now looking at Barker here, potentially for a gank, but a little bit difficult to lock down a Zed unless he's going to go overly aggressive onto Hatong.
Yeah, well, there's a Shadow, so maybe he will come out double. Shuriken did hit, so that's a lot of damage. So you can see Barker capable of putting out the pain, but the poke coming through from Hatong just as dangerous.
Yeah, doesn't want to get poked down, but has done well to avoid it thus far in the lane, continued to stay ahead. Does have the Bilgewater Cutlass here as well, so that Deathmark is going to do a whole lot of damage with the extra burst to come through from that item. And interestingly enough, Hatong actually moved back to Ignite instead of the Ghost from the previous game.
Yeah, so doesn't have the Ghost. Feels that he can, I guess, fight Barker 1v1 if Barker does go aggressive. At this point in the game, you have to give it to the Zed, but all Victor really wants to do is continue to farm up. We saw how well he dealt with the ADs in the last game, and that's what you feel his complete goal is this time around. Exactly the same thing, mirror how he played the last game.
And one thing I want to say about Crystal is the fact that he has managed to sort of stay within touching distance of this farm, despite the fact that he just went incredibly low there on the bottom side of the map. Actually takes another piercing light.
Took a whole culling to his face then. Completely chunked out of the lane. And you can say he's within touching distance, but experience in the favor of Vici. 2 kills in the favor of Vici. They've matched back, so they're not trying to win it through the CS. All they're doing is continuing to force him out of lane.
Yeah, that is going to be the Shield of Daybreak coming down here as well. Dandy's going to take away the Dragon as the teleport's going to be cancelled here from FLICKR. That was just Dandy chilling out on his own. That death sentence was ridiculously close, almost catching the tail of the Earth there onto Crystal, but out of vision here is Marta. Does have the mobility boots, can just walk up and flay if he wants to, and zoning Crystal away from this minion wave.
Yeah, that's all he's doing. Crystal not even being able to throw out. Ooh.
Yeah, there's actually the Xander play coming through. Shield of Daybreak going to stun up Marta just a little bit. And
top lane, FLICKR in trouble. Earth came out in the top.
Yeah, Carry actually looking for the kill here onto FLICKR, but the Vengeful Maelstrom doing some work. Carry very low as FLICKR is actually getting a whole lot of health back. Playful Trickster's going to be there, and there's the Flash Twisted Advance. The tower dive to come through. The solo kill for the tree, but Dandy probably not going to let him take this one. Nice slow to come through from the sapling. There's the Arcane Smash as well. Is Dandy going to be able to get the passive? There's the Twisted Advance. Gets the proc of his passive. But it's a valiant effort, but he does fall down.
Yeah, Barker actually rotating up here. Realizes there's no kill available, so we'll head back to the mid lane. But in the end, very nice play coming out of FLICKR. Able to get the solo kill, which wasn't probably expected.
Yeah, Marta actually going to find Beast here, though. Death Sentence there. The box is down as well as Vasily. He's going to get Cataclysm. Ella stuns him up as well, takes the Dark Passage, and Beast survives. The Ignite not going to be enough to take down Vasily, but I was not expecting Beast to get out of that one.
Yeah, Flash and Heal also used for Vasily, so buying him some time, Crystal some time in the bottom lane to be able to, I guess, get some farm back in his favor. Gets a free shop out as well, picks up that Sheen, so lane going a little bit better there. Across the board, though, they're just building so many advantages, Avicii Gaming. You feel that Snake, they're definitely looking more on point this time around, trying to take favorable trades when they can, but is it going to be enough? FLICKR isn't as far behind as he was last game. Will be a relevant tank threat at least. Has gone for that Shroud, so be able to shrug off a lot of the magical damage coming through. But all of a sudden, in the top lane, this Nidalee looking for a gank, and still 30 CS nearly ahead for carry.
Yeah, Dandy, he's sort of not needed anywhere else on the map. He's free to camp this lane if he wants to for as long as he likes. As long as he's there to pick up his buffs over and over whenever he needs to, then he's going to be absolutely fine. As he's just going to head back here. FLICKR playing safe enough to keep himself out of harm's way, just using that Arcane Smash to clear out these minions. And yeah, Dandy, I mean, he's picked up a kill, of course, but not entirely necessary in this game.
No, it certainly isn't. Just looking to roam around, maybe look for some counter ganks. Recognizing exactly where Beast needs to be on the map. They need to try and get this Maokai ahead, so he is that tanky threat. And in the bottom lane, Crystal and Ella, they're starting to fight back. Signs of life out of the bottom lane of Snake.
Yeah, so able to clear out these minions here, of course, which is definitely important. Only 10 CS is still the gap. Is Ella going to be able to take down that cannon creep for Crystal here as well as... Ooh, Gatling gun going to be used. Phosphorus bomb just dashed out of the way of there by Vasily. All too easy for Illusion to avoid that damage. As Piercing Light is now getting dodged by Crystal.
Man, you got to feel that's a turning point in the lane. He's not walking into skill shots anymore, which has kept him surprisingly healthier.
Weird, right?
It's crazy. And in the mid lane, we see that Zed has been able to pick up his Blade of the Ruined King. Looks like Victor going for a quick Zhonya's Hourglass, not going for that second evolution. Instead, sitting on that Death Ray and now just looking to push out waves. And this is where Victor neutralizes a lot of waves. You feel he falls behind early, but now that he's got that Death Ray, we'll be able to do well. And in the top lane, FLICKR looking for another solo kill. Carry needs to be careful.
Oh, that was a bit of a twisted advance onto a minion. A little bit unfortunate. Beast is going to find Carry, though. Gets the knock up with the flag and drag. The slow coming through from the W. Barker is going to be here as Carry. He's trying to hold onto that playful Trickster, but doesn't find it. Deathmark to come down. And that is easily going to be enough. A beautiful dive set up here by Snake, but it could be answered here in the bottom lane as the tower falls down.
Yeah, so they get a kill and they get maybe the top turret, but they're going to lose mid and bottom in response. So very good reaction coming through from Dandy to be able to match that dive. Has also maybe got himself a red buff from trouble. So across the board, much better out of Snake, but Vici still seem to have the answers.
Yeah, I mean, Snake at least managed to pick up an advantage for themselves. Barker made it back to that mid lane as well. Hatong, of course, not a whole lot of vision there on that top side. Didn't want to wait around for too long. And Barker now going to be able to clear out these minion waves. Oh, that E, not quite enough range to finish off that last caster minion. And Beast, he's actually going to answer the steal of the red buff.
Yeah, so able to pick up a red buff in response. Actually counter jungles that away, so won't have the timer, but able to pick that one up. And in the top lane, this aggressive pickup in the Fizz isn't working out as of yet.
Yeah, not quite, as Satong going to take a lot of damage from those shurikens as well as the rest of Vici Gaming. They're moving around. They want to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. All too easy it is for Vasily, as now it's 2 turrets to 1. But this gold lead, much less for Vici than it was in the last game, but still an uphill battle for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's 2,000 gold at 15 minutes, so it's definitely less. Next Dragon up in about 30 seconds. I think that really is the point that Snake will prove whether they can win this game. Are they able to pick it up, send Bucker potentially into that top lane to split push against Carry and then try and take out the fight? Or will Vici just spread them very thin over the map with this split pushing fish and be able to, I guess, take a next Dragon and continue to dominate the objectives across the map?
Yeah, Dragon up in 5 seconds. You've got Vici Gaming. Dandy heading out of the base towards that bottom side. Carry almost has his teleport up off cooldown. Is going to be able to take down the last outer turret on the map here for Vici. A lot of extra gold now being picked up in those global objectives. And Crystal, this is important. He has the Trinity Force now.
Yeah, but it's going to be matched by Carry, who is going back, so able to pick up the last outer turret. And all of a sudden, we're saying gold lead not that far. 3,000 gold at 15 minutes, still very good for Vici.
Oh, yeah, and the map control as well. And a team that has Marta, that has Dandy, these vision control gods from Korea, easily able to exert their dominance, but admittedly, not right now. They've got a lot of vision around this dragon. They have started that one up here as well as Dandy. He's got a lot of damage for that. Here's the teleport from FLICKR Snake. They don't want to take this one down. Actually, Marta managing to get carry out here, though, but Beast just gets immediately exploded. Marta gonna follow at the same time as Vasily. There's the death mark to come down. Dandy so incredibly low as the death mark procs, and Crystal, he's looking for a kill. He doesn't have flash, but FLICKR, he's there. He had the Righteous Glory. There's the Zenith Blade. Ella picks up the kill, but exchanges it for his life.
He's coming in from
behind.
behind.
Yeah, there goes Carry. Is it the twist? Oh my goodness. Beautiful play. And Dandy picks up a kill and Carry gets one as well.
So that was 4 for 1. All of a sudden, Vici Gaming just outplaying
for two, I think. I think Marta fell down as well.
Maybe 2, yeah. So Marta fell down at the very start, but Vici Gaming just outplaying the team fight aspect of that, and we thought that was maybe where Snake had the advantage. Able to get a team fight, and they just come out a little bit further behind and see if they start it up again, because a couple of members haven't gone back from Vici, and Dragon's still available.
Yeah, FLICKR not going to have the teleport this time, though. Does have boots, too, as Beast. He's going to find Marta here, taking a fair bit of damage. The Warrior Enchant has been completed. Nice dodge out of the death sentence there, as the Spear not going to find Marta.
More importantly, stalls time for Dandy to get off that Dragon. Now maybe FLICKR within range to be able to contest this one. Looks like they still want to go in.
Yeah, Righteous Glory is available. Beast unable to get the steal, immediately flashes out here as well. Ella gets chummed, and he's just going to go down. Barker, nice use of that shadow to get himself out of trouble as the rockets to come down from Crystal now that he's in the fight. Marta takes a whole lot as FLICKR picks up that kill, but the rest of Vici looking to try and answer, but they're very low. Crystal at full health. FLICKR might have been cornered here, but it is a decent actually, no, it's a 2 for 1 still. Somehow in Vici Gaming's favor, even after the fact that they all went so low.
Yeah, Vici Gaming still able to pick up the 2 for 1, able to pick up the next Dragon as well. So 2 Dragons is their lead, as all the kills going over onto Dandy. Probably not the member you want to get fed on this Nidalee. We've seen how potent he can be. Looking to pick up the mid lane turret in response, and probably will get it. So getting something for their efforts. But Vici starting to eke out every advantage.
They really are. Barker, of course, didn't manage to go back after that last skirmish. Picked up a couple of assists there as well, so he might be able to grab that Brutalizer, maybe some boots here as well when he heads back to base. But he's fallen behind in the farm once again. Hatong was behind early, was feeling the pressure of this lane, but somehow manages to find farm when we're not paying attention, and now is ahead.
Yeah, certainly does look to be that way. And once again, it really is the Zed going to be against the Fizz, and Fizz not having any problems at this point. Now picked up a Shroud for himself, so has a lot of CDR. With the maxed out Playful Trickster already, he was maxing that equally with the W. Will be able to avoid a lot of the damage that comes through, and as I said, once that Frozen Heart comes through, don't really know if Zed can go 1v1 against him.
Well, especially not now that he's got 25% cooldown reduction from items alone here as well, and you were mentioning the fact that he has a whole lot of it. Barker actually going to be found by the Death Sentence. My goodness, that spear was so incredibly close, as there's the Chum the Waters onto the Zed, but the shield from the tower going to help alleviate some of that damage, and Vici, they are going to back away. 5 men strong there on the bottom side. FLICKR in the top. Split pushing away on this tree, but doesn't do a whole lot of structure damage.
Yeah, certainly doesn't. Of course, very high base AD coming through from Maokai, and you see the Chum the Waters already halfway off cooldown already. It's only level 2, of course, with level 12 for carry, and all that CDR starting to pay off. He can use that spell very liberally.
Oh, yeah, and almost has the Frozen Heart completed as well. Only needs the Warden's Mail portion, and that's going to double the cooldown reduction from that item. That's 35% from items alone. He doesn't need a blue buff. Standy may have found Beast here as well. Wants to try and find that spear, but not sure whether he entirely will, because the blue buff might be in the way. Oh, Hatong actually going to use the Zhonya's. Dodges out of the way of the Solar Flare, but he's still in so much trouble. Gravity Field locking up 2 members as Dandy might be able to pick up that kill as FLICKR comes in, picks up Hatong. Ella's going to fall down. The heal from Crystal may not save his life, even under this turret, as Carry just tanks that one through. Playful Trickster gets himself out. Barker split pushing in the bottom side saying, hey, why did you engage, guys? But there was no opportunity to disengage from that. Vici just with a beautiful pick-off.
Well, they thought they had Hatong completely caught out. They used a couple of ultimates to lock him down, but a very clutch Zhonya's meant that he was able to dodge out of a lot of damage, get the first rotation of spells down, and from there, it really was all about how much damage Vasily and Carry were able to put out. Not to mention this 4-0 and 6 Nidalee, who's now got the Seraph's transformation. Dandy completely rolling in this game, and the whole lineup on Vici's side just looks incredibly strong.
Yeah, and Dandy just had free reign over his jungle, was able just to farm up for as long as he liked, and as soon as he came out of there, it was just looking brilliant. So really frightening things coming through for Snake so far. Of course, the gold lead now at about 4,000, a little bit over as they're setting up a little bit of a gank brush situation for Crystal. We'll see whether he falls for the trap. He is cheating towards the top side. So Vici, oh my goodness. Death sentence. You're dead, Crystal. Sorry, buddy.
Just a lot of damage coming through, and they're behind the Snake lineup in the bottom lane.
Oh, there's the Earth onto Beast here at the same time. They can't catch a break, and the members of Snake as Carry is on a rampage now, tanking up this turret to no end. Deathmark to come down. The flash out of the way. Double kill, though, as Carry tanks the turret forever and does not care. A lot of damage to come through as the Seraph Shield is going to save Dandy's life. Ella's going to fall down. What have Vici Gaming been eating? I want some of this.
And this is exactly the problem with the Zed versus Fizz matchup, especially with all the cooldown reduction coming through. Max Playful Trickster, max cooldown reduction coming through from Fizz. And there's just no way, as a Zed, you can ever ult him. He's not going to take the damage.
And Carry's now going to build a Blade of the Ruined King. So he's just going to kill everyone.
Yeah, it's such a fun build coming through. The Blade of the Ruined King active with that Chum the Waters just does ridiculous amounts of damage. Not to mention the fact that it increases the attack speed, which synergizes so well with the W. Fizz is a very fun champion at the moment and does some pretty amazing things.
Yeah, I like how, you know, the change comes through, deals with the fact that his burst damage was stupid, but now makes him into this really brilliant top lane fighter.
It's just impossible to peel.
Yeah, he's playing fantastically as well.
Certainly is 6-2 and 6, 12 out of 14 kill participation. Flandre, he's 100% kill participation. You have to say, much better game out of the top laner for Snake, but really not getting any support from his AD carry, not much support coming from this mid lane. It is all about really him and maybe Ella that are having better games this time around, but otherwise it just looks pretty bad for Snake.
Yeah, and I guess Barker wasn't as far behind in the mid lane, but we're clutching at straws when we're talking about the things that have gone right for Snake this game. It's not as bad as last game, is probably the best thing that we can say at this point, as Vici, again, just with so much control.
Yeah, able to get another Dragon. That's number 3, so all the movement speed coming through. They're sending Carry into the bottom lane, and you can see straight away, Zed wants absolutely nothing to do with it. Ducking away to the Krogs, maybe pick those up for some extra gold, but he can't split push against Fizz at this point in time, and maybe won't ever be able to.
Yeah, I don't see how it's going to be an opportunity here with the Frozen Heart Trinity Force going to soon be a Bilgewater Cutlass into that Blade of the Ruined King. And we'll see whether he goes for the Zatai option, which was the, I believe, was it the Ravenous Hydra that he picked up on the Fizz? Interesting build path choice.
Well, it's fine because he does a lot of mixed damage, so you can't really itemize defensively against it. You're only ever going to get onto the squishy targets, so yeah, they don't build much armor anyway. And you have to think with Fizz's kit, you just don't have to deal with bruises at the moment. The amplified damage comes through regardless of whether you have penetration. Really do like the build, and it just means that he has so much lifesteal, hard to deal with.
Yeah, and they are now 5 men strong here on the bottom side of the map is Vici Gaming looking for a way in. This inner turret's still very, very healthy. Barker going to get death sentence. There's a nice solar flare coming through from Ella as Crystal picks up Dandy. A second kill to come down as somehow Barker's still alive. There's the Chaos Storm under Crystal, but there's the damage down now for Hatong. Can Crystal actually get anything off here? No! Carry's in the fight. He's almost dead, but he's not going to go down just yet. Flandre finds himself the only man alive as Hatong, Vasily, and Carry, the 3 damage dealers, still alive for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, so they're able to go 4 for 2, and you thought with the layering of CC and the amount of damage that Barker got off in that fight, it might be the one Snake we're looking for, but in the end, Carry came through, completely wrecked house, Great supporting cast in Hetong, who on 3-1-11 has quietly accumulated a 30 CS advantage after being down in the early game. And across the board, Vici looked like a well-oiled machine. We were questioning earlier in the season, were they ever going to arrive? Dandy and Mata, such renowned worldwide players, of course. Mata having that MVP performance in World Champions, and they look like they're finally gelling as a team, Atlas. This is a world-class performance coming out of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, completely ridiculous control over this entire map. They're playing exactly like a well-oiled machine. It seems like there's nothing that they can't do at this stage. And Dandy, he's just looked better and better as well on any champion that he's played. Admittedly, he's picked up the Nidalee and the Rek'Sai in this series, which is something that I wasn't thinking would happen, but there are so many bans that you need to throw out against this team.
Yeah, there certainly are, and you really have to question who you focus and what you get rid of, and it looks like they're starting up the Baron right on cue as last game. Carry does ridiculous damage to it. Vasily, of course, pumping out all that damage with the IE static shift. They're able to pick it up, and there's not really anything Snake can do.
Yeah, Gravity Field's going to be used. Solar Flare onto Hetong, only gets the slow here as Beast is in amongst the fight. Chum the Waters onto Barker, though, and he's going to go down instantly. Mata taking so much damage. Flandre didn't quite have a teleport target that he wanted to as Crystal forced to use that Valkyrie very defensively. Hetong still alive. The flash over the wall carry insta-kills Crystal. That's an ace. Only Mata dead. And this could even be the game at 27 minutes.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way. Massive wave in the top lane. Will be able to at least grab an inhibitor. And that was 3 people trying to deal with carry. Surrender vote comes through.
No surprises there as Snake tapped them at 5 draws in a row after that loss to M3. Now dropping a whole series here to Vici Gaming. But that's not necessarily about Snake not looking great. This is about Vici looking unstoppable.
I'm going to say a little of column A, a little of column B. Snake did not look fantastic that series, especially in the bottom lane. Really have to question how they played this whole series against Vasily and Mata. Double Corki pickups didn't seem to work, and at the end of the day, Atlas, that means that now Vici Gaming within 3 points of Snake. One series.
One series victory is all they need, assuming that Snake aren't going to pick up any other points. Of course, they do play one more time this weekend, but if it's the Snake that showed up here today, it may not necessarily be sort of a guaranteed point to come through here for these guys.
Yeah, and the problem is there seems to be a recipe to beat Snake. Get rid of the Xerath, get rid of 2 of the AD carries, and you throw 2 champion pools into question, and that's just not what a top LPL team should be about. You shouldn't be able to throw 3 bans at a team and take away 2 champion pools.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we've got a replay. Let's just see how well Vici controlled this game.
Yeah, so this is the team fight that you thought Snake might be able to turn something around. If we roll it through, they get a fantastic Solar Flare onto a couple of members, and all the damage comes through from Zed. But just look at Carry. He is completely untouched on the back line, able to take care of 2 carries here, and then get onto Crystal as well. And from there, you're trying to peel this Fizz, who we said already is just so hard to peel because of the cooldown reduction on the Playful Trickster. Really shrugs off a lot of the CC coming through, is inherently tanky with that build, and from there, it was just all about everyone else following up.
Yeah, just ridiculous coordination coming through from Vici. It looks like they've finally gelled as a team, and that is terrifying for the other members of the LPL here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going through to our second series of the day. OMG are going to be taking on King right after this.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriotimka. Joining with me today will be Jake Spawn Tiberi, and what a last match you just experienced.
Yeah, that was quite something coming through there from the Vici Gaming lineup. They look so good at the moment, playing like one of the top LPL teams. Now moving into fourth by themselves with that 2-0 and within 3 points of the top three.
Yeah, so, kind of quietly, slowly build up the points. Now, maybe breaking through late as we move towards playoffs, but playoffs are very important for these two teams as well. OMG kind of secured their spot already at this point. Maybe just want to creep a few points close to secure second, but King currently in 8th position really need points today.
Yeah, they certainly do. They have Starhorn Royal Club breathing on their heels, not to mention the rest of the rat race that's happening below them. Teams are moving around a lot between that 6th and about 10th position, so a lot of pressure on King to at least sneak 1 point away from an OMG lineup that has looked so good lately.
Yeah, and it's difficult opposition. Like you mentioned, OMG, the second place team, still currently in the LPL standings. Absolutely outstanding across the rift. Just every lane feels like a star matchup whenever you watch it. King have definitely been very hot and cold as a team. They've had really strong moments when they play together, and sometimes it just all falls apart. And honestly, they need to pick themselves up and keep that 8th spot, because they lose a couple points or get 0 points in the next few matches, and Royal Club's going to be right past them.
Yeah, exactly right. And you just think that Royal Club is this team. They've only just got their full lineup together. Been scrimming a lot, but of course, competitive games much more different. And you're waiting for them to really burst through with what we know they can do. We've seen these guys at World Championships. So really a lot of pressure on King. They need to start sneaking points, you feel. They need to quietly accumulate a lead without, I guess, stirring Royal Club too much and then creeping into playoffs, because that's what this is all about now. It's down to the business end of the season. That's the best thing about such a long season. OMG trying to find form and stay relevant and, I guess, push to challenge the likes of EDG, who have just looked so dominant. But King, a lot on the line.
Yeah, heaps on the line, and it's not even just a matter of playing yourself in a form, preparing for playoffs, which maybe feels like what Vici's doing from their last series, and maybe Snake's struggling to do now on this patch. King just straight up need points, and they need 2-0s. That's the big thing about the format. There's still a lot of points up for grabs if you can take those best of twos and win out. But King have just been classically not very good at winning series like that. They split all the time.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's the problem coming through with King at the moment. We saw that they're splitting with teams like WE. They just, I guess, WE's look much more improved, I guess, if you look at it that way. But these are the teams that you need to beat. If they're below you, you need to outright 2-0 them at this point in the season. There's been a lot of splitting going on. The likes of Gumty just don't let teams beat them. They've got 10 ties in there. And really, across the board, it is all about picking up that extra point. It disappears somewhere, pastry time. We don't know exactly where it goes, but it is starting to matter.
Yeah, and that's the crucial thing about the best of two format in general, is that every single point, when you don't get it, just like you said, disappears, and it's no longer the EDG. Just talk to them about it. They've had a lot of wins, and that's why they're so far ahead of everyone else in the standings. But for King, it's been a struggle to stay in 8th, to be honest. I think they've dropped in and out of it in the last few weeks, and right now here, I mean, OMG are tough opposition, but they've got no other choice. They have to try and find the 2-0.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, I guess it all comes down to we don't know what kind of King's going to turn up. Is it going to be the LSPL fantastic tactical team that draws people around, almost Korean-esque with a full Chinese lineup and I guess moves people around the map? Or is it going to be this King that we see get little advantages at the start of the game and then run around mid-game with absolutely no purpose and just lose across the map? We really have seen the extreme ends of King this season, I feel, and if they can swing towards that controlled, measured play style that they do so well, you feel that that's where their advantage is.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like a lot of that from King comes from early game still. It's just that when they're on top of their game, their execution's much better moving through the mid and late game. The issue, though, OMG a very hard side to get an early lead against.
Yeah, exactly right. And you have to take a look towards the bottom lane. Uzi, especially on these mid-game carry now, is back to world-class Uzi form, making everyone work for absolutely everything in laning phase. If you're going to watch a laning phase, edit Uzi's. He's just so good at it.
Yeah, and Cloud as well, being kind of another addition to the bottom lane. Kind of still, a bit on and off. When he looks bad, he looks really bad, but he's amazing when he looks good. And Cloud, his champion pool, probably the first thing to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised to see another Thresh ban come out here as well. But Uzi and Cloud together just look like one of the world's most mechanically proficient bottom lanes, if nothing else.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned the mechanics that can come through from the bottom lane on the side of OMG. They just look great. But let's take a look at King's lineup. Sky in the top lane. He plays the tanks. and plays them well.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked good. Kind of dropped away from a lot of the majors. We've seen Losanto drop significantly out of the LPL drafts in the last few weeks. This one especially here. Moving to MLXG, he's actually been very impressive to me. One of the best performing players in their last week or two. And that's a lot of Rengar. That's almost all he's been playing.
Yeah, it has to be a ban. You feel that it is heads and shoulders his best champion. See Assassin coming through those 2 Cho'Gath games. Expect that to be banned as well. Not to mention that Ari looking very impressive. That Cassidy won't be on this patch, of course, 5.4.
Yeah, and Assassin definitely looks very strong on that Cho'Gath. It hasn't seen too much play. Couple of bans are moving here and then. Whoosh, definitely been one of the star players in the early stages. Was a very good Sivir player, I felt like, but dropped off a little on Liam. Like every other Chinese supporter feels like really good at Thresh.
Yeah, exactly right. He feels great on Thresh and then kind of okay on everything else, I think it's fair to say. And that's something that we generally sweep across a lot of the LPL supports currently. Thresh is getting more and more important. He's just such a dynamic champion. If you catch someone out, you feel he can win games for you, and not really saying that much about the rest of the supports now on offer. But we've seen some crazy supports. We've even seen Sona start to sneak back
Cloud,
in.
doing some stuff, playing Sona of all champions there to a win nonetheless there as well. Very fun stuff there, of course, coming in. I think for me, support players in China, you can almost divide them into Thresh or Janna players.
Yeah, I really like that. They're either the Thresh players and they play a very proactive Thresh. I'm not going to say they don't peel at all, but when they do, it's very minimal and they like to get in there, use the box as the initiating tool. Lots of plays. Or you see the Janna players that really are able to sit back like the Zeros and control what their AD carry is doing and become the very peel. I'm going to look after the AD. Everyone else can go do their own thing.
Yeah, and I guess it's not a massive coincidence that the lower down we get, the more Thresh we seem to see, just because maybe you don't trust your AD carry as much, or they're not as, good at hard carrying a game. Again, not to say that any of these players are one-dimensional, but there's definitely a trend between playing engage or playing disengage, and traditionally Chinese players have been all about disengage in the bottom, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly right, and we really are seeing a lot more success with the engage supports coming through. They have generally a much better laning phase, and I think that a lot of the LPL currently does hinge on that laning phase. These teams want to get an early advantage, even if it's just one lane that they can eke an advantage out. They really do use that to snowball the rest of the map.
Yeah, we're moving to OMG now as well, going. Kind of, maybe had a bit of a dip there in the season, but looked fantastic so far. Doesn't get rumble, looks great on Narc. Just a great player all around.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Loveling coming through, had that Nunu game. Couple of Jarvan games in there as well as the Lee Sin. He's just such a solid performer.
Yeah, but that Nunu game definitely standing out yesterday, like you mentioned. Cool, by the way. That's 5 unique champions there in that pool. Twisted Fate didn't look so good, but everything else has looked stellar.
Yeah, and he kind of picked that Twisted Fate in an awkward time, so that's probably why. Plays it very well. Uzi, of course, playing purely Lucian and Kalista at the moment, and you would say they are 2 champions that teams are going to look at it either picking away, and in the case of Kalista, just get rid of it.
Yeah, his Kalista is out of this world, and his Lucian's world class as well. Cloud, of course, we talked about it, has actually mixed it up, can play John, although it doesn't look as good to me right now as his Thresh. We did mention that Sona game. Actually looks surprisingly good on Sona, I have to say.
He certainly did, and it was weird. We were kind of talking about supports, and you're like, when do you know a support has arrived? And the answer kind of was when they win a game on Sona, because such a hard champion to execute well, but those flash crescendos, if you hit them on point, are game-changing. There is no other ult that can do an instant, I guess, wombo like that. Sets up a lot of combos.
Yeah, and you can tell that Uzi, had a strong start to the season and certainly kind of just solo carried games by himself from the bottom. I didn't even need to, but would just look so dominant. Kind of, the season dips in. Sang comes back for a couple games. Uzi sort of adjusts his play style. OMG realized that the way they're playing is maybe a little too difficult to pull off because so many people need the farm. Cloud comes in, just seem much more aggressive, much more mid-game dominant, like you mentioned. And Cloud, great and engaging, which I think is what they love, but so aggressive along with Uzi in those lanes.
Yeah, exactly right. And the thing I want to point out about Uzi and Cloud is that they're getting an advantage and then roaming around the map and trying to impact everywhere else. The Uzi we were seeing at the start of the season, getting a little bit ahead, staying in his lane, split pushing, pulling out the Vayne far too often for comfort, and really trying to dominate solo. Whereas now, they're kind of letting going do his own thing. He groups when he needs to very well. Still going, of course, very smart top laning, you feel. Understands where he needs to be on the map. And then using Uzi and Cool to kind of smack people around.
Yeah, I mean, Cool, especially when he goes off, just goes absolutely nuts. We mentioned his Twisted Fate game yesterday. Not that impressive looking, but he's had impressive Twisted Fate games already. The man can just play almost anything. I mean, we constantly see at least 2 bans away from Cool, usually LeBlanc and Ari. that's almost required at this point. And then we keep talking about it, but we're going to start running out of bans against OMG.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the thing. If you take away 2 high assassins and then he picks something that I guess is more of a control style, you've kind of banned yourself out of what controls the control mid laners as well. So it really is troubling playing against Cool right now because he's got so many cards to fall back on. And Twisted Fate's one of them. We've seen it work. Unfortunately, didn't yesterday, but he is that experienced, that much of a veteran that he plays everything to a high standard.
Yeah, and I think maybe the one thing to look at is Cool hasn't played too much of the funky stuff that we've started seeing. Not a lot of Victor, hasn't played the Cho'Gath yet. Like, has stuck to more of his traditional champions, but still, the fact that he's able to play champions that aren't on everyone's radar at such a high level in this meta is just amazing.
Yeah, exactly right. And it just gives him another weapon in what is already an incredibly strong OMG lineup. So
why is Loveling... So we have just jumped into Translate, by the way. Not too sure if we'll be remaking, because right now, Loveling is sitting in the wrong spot.
yeah, he certainly isn't. Cool is also in the wrong spot, unless something very meta is happening phase 3 time that we're not aware of.
Well, we'll have to see. I think the draft seems to have started, but we'll see as we are going to pop in King on the blue side for this first game. OMG on the red. A Narban there for King. A Malka there for OMG. And as you can see, Cool is sitting in the jungle spot and Loveling sitting in the mid lane spot.
Yeah, certainly are. So we'll have to see whether that was just a little bit of a confusing mix-up or whether Cool will take that smite and wander around with maybe a jungle Karthus.
Well, we're still seeing cool bans here by King. LeBlanc does get taken away as OMG going to consider their next fan. They've clearly started. Their analysts are talking to them, so whatever they're doing, they've done it intentionally, you have to think.
They are sitting in the right spots.
That's
They're just
true.
in the wrong spots in the champion
Maybe
slate.
they're just sitting in the wrong spots there, which is very naughty. That will confuse us, of course, but still fine here as you see the Cho'Gath ban away from Assassin. Very smart stuff has been, along with Wayless, one of the best-looking AP mid Cho'Gath players.
Yeah, and the thing about that ban is that it's just way too much kill potential at level 6, and mid is a very volatile lane at the moment. So if you're able to get that first kill with Cho'Gath, you really do get out of control, and it becomes way too big in the late game to deal with, both physically and metaphorically.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Cho just so good at helping. I think when you transition, you're so good at protecting your AD carry as well. So there's a good mix to like. It makes sense why it's popular in China. Ari, the last ban there for King, away from Cool again. Makes sense again, unless we do have more shenanigans. And OMG going to look for one more ban here.
Yeah, of course, they're 2 must bans against the mid lane Loveling, just so good at those champions. But the thing I love about Cho'Gath at the moment is he's kind of the Viger of this patch. He has one of those abilities in his W that you just don't expect on a new kit. That AoE silence really messes with a lot of champions, how they go through their spell rotations, and it's very frustrating to play against.
Yeah, it does great damage, cast instantly. Yeah, it's kind of an old school ability like the old Vega Event Horizon, but it's been used to great effect here as OMG last ban the Heck Room here, and King can have to consider what they want. Lysandra is open most notably, but other than that, very open. I think the other thing as well, Thresh is open there, they hover, and they do take it away.
Kalista open here. See if Uzi takes that one away for himself. Rek'Sai going through for Cool in the Loveling in the jungle. And we'll see exactly what the response here is. We've seen a lot of Graves played into Kalista. That seems to be the answer. But Nidalee being locked in.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee, wait a second. I was about to say Nidalee, Rek'Sai, probably the 2 best junglers on this patch. Wouldn't be surprised to see them take one of them away. They have both of them now.
Yeah, exactly right. So, and this is the thing. I have a theory on top lane Rek'Sai that it's not as bad as people make out, but mid Nidalee has also been seeing a little bit of play. So see if that is the case.
Yeah, so Assassin quickly flash a Yasuo. That's actually not a bad counter against Nidalee. It's not as good as it used to be, but it's still quite good. I think Noon has already been locked in, so King, Lulu as well. Jeez, that smells one thing here. Juggermore, anyone?
Yeah, it seems to definitely be a possibility coming through. And Wuxian, of course, wouldn't be surprised if... I want to see the Juggermore played with the Kalista. Because Kalista, of course, does very well with on-hit, has a lot of damage that can come through and is a very good solo carry, and Wuxian plays it well. So I think even if the Kog'Maw is picked away here, they have another bow, like another ace there. I think that Juggermore, very good with Kog'Maw, don't get me wrong, the hardest scaling carry in the game, probably behind Twitch, because Twitch's AoE is just so good. But I think it is playable with other carries.
Yeah, I think so too, and I would have actually expected a Kalista pickup here by OMG, but they're mixing it up quite a bit here. Victor actually going to come in. I think that might be... You know, I'm not going to talk about it right now because we have a lot of champions in interesting spots, but Sivir there for Uzi. This is a very specific comp by OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a very confusing comp because so far they're extremely squishy, extremely short range against what is going to be a hyper carry AD in Jinx.
I mean, there's Jinx, like you mentioned, being picked up. It's not the Kog'Maw, not Kalista. All would have been fine here in this comp that King have put together. They're clearly looking for something here as their last bit. Lamb flashes a couple champions. I think he's mashing the random button right now. let's just give them 5 more seconds. That's about how long they've got. And I think we might have broken our analyst.
Surely it has to be a Morgana. How do you run a protect the AD carry comp without the black shield? It is not going to be. It's going to be an Ezreal. And Cloud locks in Sona. I have no idea who won Champion Select. Let's see.
Well, I mean, Cloud clearly comfortable at least on the Sona. Going to take it here again. Thresh picked away. Apparently, the correct pick is Sona.
Yeah, exactly right. Apparently it wins the lane with the, 210 base health or whatever Sona brings to the table currently. But you know what? Very interesting lineup coming through here. It's going to be a top Rek'Sai. So my suspicions are correct that it is a strong pick, and I really want to see what OMG can do with a very fun lineup.
Yeah, just to quickly note as well, Cool and Loveling were just in the wrong places in the lobby. So that'll be fun for us. But we do, of course, have Loveling in the jungle in Italy, and Cool will be taking Victor.
Yeah, and I definitely think Nidalee is a really strong jungler. But there we see Rek'Sai in the top lane going to pick that one up.
And I like the whole, I like picking those champions away on the red side, but I guess the problem is, where do they actually go? I think you guys discussed it in the last series that theoretically this could work, and OMG are going to try it here. There's Loveling, of course, up against the Nunu this time. Haven't seen this too much from MLXG, but Nunu this week especially seems to be very popular.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think he's only going to get stronger as we go through patches. We've seen the double AD run into the Victor. Don't think it is in the double AD's favor. Cool going to have a good time in that matchup.
I think I like the Ezreal pick, but you're right, it's a bit awkward just as far as matchups go. We look through, of course, Jinx versus Sivir, a really interesting matchup. That's actually not good for Uzi and Cloud. They're apparently just picking all bad matchups in the bottom lane because he's playing Sona into Thresh.
Yeah, exactly right. And this was the original counter matchup that we saw come through for a lot of Sivir games at the start of the season. Jinx, that hyper carry, does extremely well.
Well, we'll see how Jinx really does because we're going to get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're in the LPL here as King take on OMG, but we've entered Bizarro LPL today here. Cool and Loveling are in the wrong spot, so playing the right roles. Cloud's picking Sona. People are playing double AD in their Juggernaut comps. Spawn, not too sure what's going on, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, exactly right. And we saw an opportunity for the Juggernaut to come through, and then they ran 2 AD carries. So maybe just not trusting Lucian to get ahead. A second option for all these augmented, I guess, supports to focus.
I mean, just looking at King's lineup here, actually, they have a really fast push-centric double AD comp. So there's actually a lot going on here. It's obviously not to protect the hyper carry. It's a bit more of, let's get ahead and start snowballing and really pushing down turrets.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And I think that the fast push is what you call out here. Jinx, extremely long range, has the minigun as well to tear through turrets. And, of course, when you bring so many ranged, I guess, people into a team fight, into a composition with a Nunu who can buff any of them, it really is good news to be able to push down those structures.
Yeah, good stuff there as well. And I think, Ezreal Essence Flux helping out, Nunu Blood Boil, Lulu for disengage. You can definitely see what King's comp does here. Even Thresh actually is pretty good in any sort of siege situation. That's the big difference though for OMG here. They took away Nidalee Rek'Sai. We've started seeing both those junglers be so strong, but one of them's in the jungle, and like you mentioned, Rek'Sai in the top lane for Go Going.
Yeah, and has gone with a Doran's Blade, so an aggressive start coming out of Go Going. Want to see what the build is. If it is the Ravenous Hydra, just split push all day, be obnoxious, try and push down structures, Rek'Sai, or whether he goes for a more team fight-centric build.
Well, I know that you mentioned, top Rek'Sai theoretically makes a perfect amount of sense. What is it about the champion that you like in that lane?
Perfect thing about the champion is you put a tunnel at your turret, and you get as many free teleports back to your lane without actually having to use your teleport. It's just such a good, laning tool. Once level 6 hits, you use your first one, your first teleport at about level 4, doesn't affect the dragons, and we see actually a good counter jungle coming through from MLXG and Sky.
Yeah, really nice actually, taking away the red buff. They're teaming up and eating that away. Loveling's going to be forced out of his jungle starter Krugs, but obviously going to get denied his red buff. Go Going, by the way, jungling with the Doran's Blade currently on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, so Rek'Sai clears the jungle extremely healthy with a Poacher's Knife, so not Hunter's Machete, so not really worried about jungling there. Is Go Going. The one thing about that invade is it won't set Loveling too far behind because his duo is on the bottom side of the map. We'll just be able to rotate in there. And Patient time, we're seeing so many fast pushes at the moment in the LPL. Once again, neither team electing to freeze. They're really going for this push. They're stacking the top wave, so they'll have 2 waves hit at the same time and bringing up the Lulu and the Nunu. No, they're actually going back into the jungle, so maybe not fast pushing as much as Uzi and Cloud, who have chunked out that turret already.
Yeah, for anyone who remembers the old 3-man, 3-minute tower dives, it's sort of an extension of this, where everyone's just like, you know what, don't really like getting tower dive, I'm just going to leave the lane instead. But the fast push element of the comp still works.
Yeah, exactly right. And we see there is a ward at the red buff, so they will know the timing for that Will King. And they're flying through this jungle pretty quickly. First Dragon will go over to OMG, as well as probably first turret, because Wushin's only really started on that one, and it's nearly still at full health in the top lane. So you have to say OMG playing this fast push style a little bit better than King.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with all those swaps happening as well, although both Shiva and Jinx are tearing through their respective turrets, Dragon will go down here. I think one of the things in top lane, especially in the LPL, that's prized right now is the ability to follow your jungler. And Rek'Sai, a jungler herself, very good in this situation.
Yeah, and I like that that's brought up. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of this. I like it when they do it with the Mundo, because the cleavers and the Burning Agony just flies through the camps. You can do it so quickly. However, Rek'Sai, as you mentioned, with that bite, with all the AoE that comes through, really augments Nidalee's kit. And Nidalee, all of a sudden, has someone to heal that's not herself, that does a lot of AD damage.
Yeah, we've seen it with Diana as well. So teams, again, starting to adapt here, but Snake seem to have started a 4-man proxy fast push here, and you know, King are going to take it. They've got the Nunu in, Minigun Jinx coming through, even the range Lulu and the Threshold is tower pushing. Going to take them a little while longer. They're actually going to wait for another wave, but towers are going to fall very quickly here. Uzi's almost finished the bottom side, and top side should fall shortly after.
Yeah, certainly should. They wanted another cannon creep wave. Uzi, on the other hand, is waiting for the wave to equalize. He's actually stacked it up now, so it will push back into his turret, meaning if they swap into the top lane, Going should have an easier time farming that wave in the 1v2.
Yeah, that's something that's always impressed me about Uzi, despite how strong a laner he is. He's just got such good mechanics in any sort of lane swap.
Yeah, he certainly does, and understands exactly what his wave's going to do. So heads up play there. Loveling actually dragging the minion wave off the turret means that that turret's not going to go down. Early advantage by 1,000 gold and a dragon over to OMG, really winning this one out.
And it's all little things, but you know, the early dragon, the jungle follow for Rek'Sai. Don't know if OMG exactly planned all of this, but they've adapted very well if they didn't. And all the while in the mid lane, we're seeing some farm happen, but understandably very... now trouble actually coming through for Coolers Lamb. Going to line up the hook. Will just miss there as Victor popped his ghost to get away.
Yeah, and didn't want to trade flashes. Actually think that's a miscall by Lamb, because if he had a flash, Cool would have had to burn both summoners. And we've seen Victor time and time again with no summoners, an absolute sitting duck in the mid lane.
Yeah, kind of like Cassiopeia, just dies so swiftly as now MLXG going to invade in onto the Nidalee. Loveling trying to get him out of the jungle, but there's too many King members here on this side. Loveling going to try and get some CS away, but Nunu going to steal it. Looks like we might even see a dive. The Gromp potentially going to get looked at as well, but going. Kind of afraid to go back to that turret.
Yeah, it certainly is. Has a very good CC in that knock-up, so looks a little bit more confident, but they're sending 3 members down in response. He's trying to get into experience range, maybe bait the dive out. Zone is in range, but the teleport coming through.
Yeah, pretty aggressive here by going, but he gets flayed out of it into the Chompers. Forced to flash there as MLXG. Going to get knocked up, but Loveling is jumping on Woosh going. Will fall down near to Jinx for first blow, but MLXG gets speared in the back and goes down for the trade. Now Loveling going to chase in there as well. Lulu actually gets the tower somewhere. I think in the bottom lane, they managed to get it. Lamb will dodge the next spear, and it's 2 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, so Lulu went down as an execute, so wasn't actually auto-attack there, but tanked up a lot of turret aggro. And then the return kill came through for that jungle Nidalee. So what this is going to do is actually set Lulu very far behind. Is going to miss a huge wave, whereas got back there with the teleport extremely quickly, able to pick up all that farm. So you see straight away, Uzi shoving that wave in. We might even go for the zone here and try and keep Lulu away from that turret.
Yeah, Loveling actually aggressively pouncing, does take away the mini Krug there, and will walk out of the jungle with the help of Cloud. Uzi, like you mentioned, swap to the top side there as well, so going to start pushing in that turret, and Sky, level 3 to level 5, cannot stand in this lane.
Yeah, exactly right, and you see how relentless Uzi is, continuing to shove the wave, and then harass under turret, of course. Lulu, not fantastic at choosing between farm and CS. Using mana, actually, right now to try and pick them up. So he's in a little bit of trouble, you feel, Sky, here.
Yeah, Uzi actually level 6 now as well. Might even fancy a dive if Cloud rotates in with him. Just going to use the Boomerang Blade. Good harass coming there as well. And when Uzi's playing this aggressively under your turret, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly right. They rotate MLXG one more time into the top lane to try and get something there. Trying to also pick up the Scuttle Crab in the river to maybe get some more vision of a potential dive that will come through from Loveling, but he wants none of it, just farming his jungle.
Yeah, and really should be farming here as well, wants to get those items going. That's probably the weirdest thing about Jungle Nidalee is you actually do have fairly high item thresholds.
Yeah, exactly right, and you have to stack up that tier relatively early. We've seen kind of 2 trains of thoughts behind this. The North American one where you grab the roller and you're even further behind, but very strong late game, or the tier that comes through. And once again, Uzi equalizes the wave before taking down a turret, and now it will push back in his direction.
Yeah, really clever stuff, and you can see that translates to a nice CS lead here as well for Uzi, 68 to 54, and that would be abnormal, I think, in this matchup in a lot of cases, but they've dodged the lane this entire time.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, the ability to tower dive really set Jinx a little bit far behind because it went so wrong. Wasn't able to stick around and push that turret. So all of a sudden, it's 2 turrets to 0. 1 kill apiece, so they're doing okay in that regard, but really suited OMG this early game.
And I think the other thing I like about all the fast pushing that's happening from both sides now actually is that Victor, stellar wave crew, and Ezreal without his ulti, not very good at counter pushing.
Yeah, exactly right. And when you sit these two mid laners head to head and give Victor a free lane, he really comes into his own at level 6, able to grab the blue even, although it was being invaded. And another thing I want to touch on about top Rek'Sai and why I think it's so good is because he has very good gank potential. And we haven't seen it this game, although going aggressive now for some reason.
Yeah, use the tunnel, gets the knocker, but eats the chompers, gets hooked as well, and the minigun just going to shred him. Goodbye, go going.
Yeah, you have to think that was maybe a misclick coming through there, trying to go for some CS, but the thing about top lane is they get denied so hard of resources. You see it's 23 to 25. Junglers at this point probably even stronger. So their ability to roam around and gank, although we didn't see it, does become extremely important. You have to say that Rek'Sai has the advantage over Lulu in that regard, but going has had a couple of deaths this game, got turret dove. That second one was just a little bit of sloppy play coming through, but he'll be fine in the late game.
Yeah, and he's actually walking back towards the top side of the map as well, so probably lands just fine here. They're a level behind Sky now. He's actually hit level 6 on the Lulu with a bit of spare time, but that wave is so far back towards King's tier 2 turret.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's not going anywhere. If you take a quick look over there, I think it is actually very firmly in their favor. They've got about 5 or 6 caster creeps, although now being pushed out a little bit by Sky.
Yeah, and going, doing the right thing here, and actually just jungling. As Loveling will do the same on his Nidalee. Going to try and look for a second dragon here for LMG.
Yeah, ward in the back of the pit, so they might try and get a sneaky hook over here, but maybe not going to be able to steal it away.
Yeah, Liam going to try something potentially, but no jungler in sight. That does throw the hook to entertain a steal, but Loveling's on top of the smite.
Yeah, able to pick that one off, of course. Quite similar to Lee Sin, that takedown does a lot of damage to neutrals if they are low health. We see the handoff of the blue buff coming through. MLXG might have a couple of points in that consume, actually, because healing up very well. Actually maxing it equally to his snowball at the moment. Has 2 points in there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of different Nunu builds coming through as well. Beast and I think Clearlove love their max consume builds. Loveling and MLXG seem to favor sort of a balance. And there are some players that go max C and maybe even extra points for Blood Boil. So it's kind of like team comp dependent, but Nunu very flexible. That's one of his biggest advantages.
Yeah, I guess it depends what you want to accomplish with your Nunu. One of the better strategies we've seen with Nunus is actually get 3 points in the Blood Boil before level 5, walk into an AD's lane and just push the turret with the Blood Boil because it's so strong. And then because he has the snowball, it's impossible to dive on top of him because he kind of laughs at you and walks away. So we've seen... Yeah, I completely agree that there's no right way to play Nunu. It's completely dependent on what you are hoping to accomplish in the early game.
So a bit of balanced stats there coming through early on. Actually, the Juggernaut done quite quickly there for MLXG as well. So very tanky on this Nunu and probably a Sightstone coming through. And Nunu's massive base stats mean that he's a very effective early game tank.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Nunu with Juggernaut and Sightstone is impossible to kill nearly. He's just so annoying and he runs around really quickly and does a lot of work in these early team fights. You have to say with a Sivir, such a short range AD carry, if he's able to get any form of a flank and sit on top of the Sivir with that absolute zero, not going to go anywhere terrifically fast.
No, and maybe the scary thing to think is everyone's maybe prepping their Nunu for 5.5 when it changes over, because remember, Nunu probably going to get even stronger on that patch.
Yeah, exactly right. We've seen a couple of games on 5.5, and I actually think that Nunu is heads and shoulders the strongest jungler on the patch. He just does so many good things for your team, and with all the extra health coming through, with the ability to go into that Righteous Glory, even as a jungler, because it's bumped up. Ooh, bit of a gank in the top lane.
Yeah, good going will avoid the good lance there. Actually does eat it, but not too worried. Actually pretty tanky, going for, like you mentioned, a very aggressive build on the top.
Yeah, so able to go across there looking for the Ravenous Hydra. Potentially looking for some flat pen and maybe an assassination build, but I would not be surprised if it is the Ravenous Hydra. Just split pushes extremely well, uses that ultimate late game to get to every single engage needs to.
And I like that element of OMG's comp. If Go Going is off split pushing, he draws attention, he can get almost anywhere if he's got a good tunnel network set up, although we might have a gank here coming through. Lulu in a whole host of trouble is cool. He's going to move forward. Sky will flash, Wild Growth pop there as well, but too much damage coming in, and Cool claims the kill.
And there's no wards and Cool ghosts in, you have to assume there's more people going. Really have to question the use of the flash as well as a wild growth there. Just die. Like, you've been caught out. You've overextended in a pretty silly situation. Don't give them anything more away than what you have to. Of course, Flash is on such a long cooldown when you compare it to something like Ghost. And in a split push where Going now starting to level up and become even stronger, you need to have all your tools available to be able to survive any 1v1 pressure he's going to put out.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I actually love this element of OMG's comp. We've got the split push party, but there's plenty of good siege and poke and lots of good rotational play as well from the 4 members left on OMG. So.
Yeah, and that's why I really like, as we have Wushin rotating into the lane, Wush actually missing that because of a well-timed minion wave that Going had prepped earlier. But I like Victor and Italy together for that exact reason. Victor is surprisingly good at wave clear as well as poke because of how long that death ray is. And then Nidalee can just throw through all the spears. The gravity field, great zoning tool, hard to engage onto Victor because of the burst damage. Really rate it as a quasi-siege composition coming through.
Yeah, it's still weird that Cloud, is on Sonar instead of Janna. Maybe wants a bit more aggressive tool for his ultimate there. Janna, of course, pretty much only disengaged. Cloud does have, I guess, the flexibility there, but been looking good so far. Extra stats, not bad in a push as well, but Woosh is starting to split push in the top side.
Yeah, and they've really got that turret low and had to take it down eventually. They're only about 1,600 gold behind, so equalized turrets at this point. Kills are perfectly equal. Really only a discrepancy in the bottom lane where there's about 18 CS. But even then, Uzi's behind actually, so yeah, completely even across the map.
Yeah, the 2 kills there for Woosh, giving him a bit of extra gold here. Uzi had his Infinity Edge first, was using it to rotate around, now starting to push down just with Cloud actually in the empty lane. So looking to get that Sivir wave cleared down, but next Dragon going to come up in a minute 20. A very chaotic first 15 minutes.
Yeah, it certainly is. And at this point in the game, you would think that maybe Lulu a little bit more useful in a team fight than what Rek'Sai will be. So you might even give the next Dragon across to King. But we'll see, because I don't think either team wants to outright fight here. On the side of OMG, they want to split push, cause some pressure, poke around with their Nidalee, who just got caught.
Yeah, Loveling there does need a hook there now, but oh my god, cool. Just unleashes the death ray on the Chaos Storm, and that's a dead support.
Yeah, it certainly is. And is that a fully upgraded already? Just all the evolutions coming through.
Yep, Cool knows what he likes. He likes Glorious Evolution here as Cool. Level 11 with the blue buff as well, just ripping through poor Liam, who's pretty squishy on the Thresh at this point, despite the Ruby Crystal and the shield there in his inventory. And that might actually give OMG the next Dragon Going, even doing some counter jungling now.
Yeah, of course, Rek'Sai, jungler in his own right, flying through. And wow, that damage. Assassin just took a death ray and is at 3/4 health.
Yeah, Cool doing a lot of work right now. Blue buff going to go over to, I think Lovely might have got, or Cool might have gotten a refresh there. Nope, never mind. Rek'Sai actually has it. So nice work there from Going, continuing to deny resources.
Yeah, so able to pick that one off. Unfortunately, Loveling won't have that for any poke, but 10 seconds on the Dragon. Looks like they've secured this one. Teleport as well as Rek'Sai Ultimate, both available. So even though Going nowhere near his team, is everywhere at once.
Yeah, can just always get to the tunnel with his ulti, which he does have available. Uzi actually went back to shop, has a Zeal now for this fight as well, so took a little bit of a risk there, kind of going back. Loveling actually going to trade poke there, and is winning the poke war with Assassin with that Magus enchant already done. I mean, this is pretty much what OMG's comp does. King has some decent poke there as well, but for me, this game is all about who can apply more pressure to these turrets.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that that's where OMG's team really shines. So I'm interested to see why King elected into a similar composition, because OMG have everything they do, except a little bit better in the top lane, of course. Lulu really is going to be relegated to just clearing waves against this Rek'Sai, who will just get bigger and bigger as the game goes on. We see how good Rek'Sai is in team fights with no resources as a jungler. Throw in a top lane Rek'Sai who's been given the luxury of split pushing past maybe the 6-minute mark. It's going to be very scary.
Yeah, and OMG are bouncing back and forth between their mid lane and the Dragon. King are trying to pressure them off the Dragon by taking the turret, but OMG are just popping back in, and that Victor perfect hex core wave is just silly.
Yeah, it's very good at this point in the game, and you see King looking to challenge this one. Going extremely low. They might go in.
Dragon going in. MLXG will steal the wave, but Loveling wants a kill out of it. Crescendo coming there. A great flank from Cloud. And Cool gets the first kill onto Lulu. MLXG pops the ulti and gets very low, but now they're going to chase in the Chaos Storm. Still moving through. Flash double knock up there, but he does die in the process. Wooch, though, going to get zapped down by Victor as Cool gets a double kill. Assassin going to go in there, make it a triple for Victor, and all in all, a 4-for-1 for OMG.
And you have to compliment Cool on his positioning there. Didn't walk towards the gap where he would have taken so much upfront damage. Instead, fights over the ridge. And Cool's terrain control has always been fantastic, but just showing it to the absolute T in that team fight.
And I have to credit Cloud there as well for a very strong supporting performance. Flash, ulted, and flanked as a Sona. You can't do that sort of stuff as John. And you can see why Cloud favors, again, more aggressive style supports.
Yeah, exactly. And 0-0 and 6, having a very good performance is Cloud. We said he's been a little bit hit and miss. Looks like this is going to be one of the games where he's hitting very hard.
Yeah, just, maybe stop playing the Janna. Sona, obviously the answer here is he's looked great on it so far. Everyone else powering up as well. Rek'Sai now with Mercury Treads going has also back towards the top side, looking to continue to split push 95 to 76, so 20 CS ahead of Sky. Not surprising given how much free time he has in these lanes, and Rek'Sai is only going to get stronger, and so is Cool, who's now got a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, so Cool really powering up now, not even finishing that Morellonomicon. Of course, when you have that 1600 gold, it is so hard to not purchase the rod.
Yeah, and Cool, makes the selfish choice there, but lots of flat damage already on top of the upgraded Hex core that he's had for quite a while here. 5-0-1, the Victor. We've seen what damage he does to everyone, and it's a lot.
Yeah, exactly, and a lot of upfront burst and persistent damage that can come through from the Victor. Does everything relatively well except for survive ganks in the early game, and that wasn't a problem because of the lane swap. So really like the composition OMG have put together here. Going's gone full jungle mode. Looks like he's going to pick up an Aegis maybe even in the top lane. But across the board, King really need to regroup now. That last team fight was a complete nightmare for them. They've fallen a little bit further behind. MLXG is having a good performance. 1-2 and 2 on the Nunu has been quite frustrating to deal with, but Whoosh and Ezreal, they need to start getting their second items and getting going with this double AD comp.
Yeah, and it's really reflected in the gold lead here. OMG up 5,000 gold. They have 2 dragons to 1, so MLXG did take away the first one for King, which is always nice to have, but pretty good gold values between the teams, and OMG continuing to just run King around the map.
Yeah, they certainly are. Whoosh has picked up his 2-item spike now, has got that static shift coming through. Trinity Force to follow quite soon for Ezreal, and ooh, Spear just missing in the bottom lane. You see the pressure that Going's already putting out across the map.
Yeah, I mean, just putting tunnels everywhere, continuing to push around, keep that pushed in permanently. Cool's actually down in the bottom side now as Victor, so going to split push as the mid laner. And again, we're going to continually see this from OMG this game. You have to think one person's going to be in a side lane and the other 4 are going to be grouped together.
Yeah, exactly right. And one thing I want to mention this game is we've seen that maybe Uzi has taken the mid-game power spike role where he's not grabbing as much farm as he used to be. And Going was getting some of it. This time they've completely swapped it around. Going is a person that maybe is backing away from lanes and letting Cool take all that solo experience. And Uzi is doing terrifically 40, 50 CS nearly above his direct lane opponent. So OMG showing some flexibility maybe at this point in the season that, hey, we don't need Going to be that carry. He can play a backseat role and really utilize him more as a, I guess, annoyance across the map than anything else.
And that was the big question for OMG, even before the season started, is, how are you going to get gold? Because you have so many carries, and they showed at least early in the season they could realistically farm everyone up, but that's very snowball reliant. It was very difficult to pull off, had a high margin for error, because pretty much you messed up once and your strategy fell to pieces. OMG have certainly adapted a lot more, and this game in particular looked completely in control.
Yeah, so I'm impressed by what OMG is bringing to the table so far. They seem to understand exactly what their composition's win condition is. Pretty mid-game reliant, but will scale up quite nicely. And you see Cool continuing to put this split push pressure out, actually drawing 4 members down here. And in the mid lane, Rek'Sai now rotating over.
Yeah, and again, OMG just sticking his 4 and leaving someone else in a side lane. This time it's going to be Going. He's 2 levels up on Sky. Just shreds through him there with that Tiamat. And Sky maybe doesn't like that very much.
Yeah, as soon as you have that full rage bar, the bite just does so much damage coming through, not being mitigated from anything. And not even an arm guard being picked up as Assassin nearly takes the spear. You would have thought that would be the go button.
Oh man, there's the go button. Flash ulti there, Liam. This is going to get destroyed by the Chaos Storm as MLXG going to get jumped on as well. Cloud tanking turret very nicely as Cool. Chasing down someone, just missing the death over, finds the Q and gets him in the back with the Ghost running. Now Rek'Sai taking out the turret in the mid. Cool will join him to take it out himself. And Cloud so decisive with those ultimates.
That was a play out of Cloud. 3-man flash crescendo coming through. Secures his team a couple of kills, but more importantly, 2 Tier 2 turrets at this point in the game, only 23 minutes in, and they're in on the base now. Whoosh getting chunked out. OMG really clicking.
Yeah, and Going, tanking up a bit of tower aggro. Death Ray coming through for a bit of extra poke, and OMG probably going to have to back off now. Everyone else is back here as Lamb might look for a hook to engage, but Spear's going to fly back as they run away, and King just have to try and clear out some wards and push the waves out.
Yeah, exactly right. And at this point in the game, their double AD should be at its strongest. 23 minutes, that's when it really is clicking. Not really any super tanks coming through, but they haven't been able to get any fights on their conditions. OMG really forcing means an 8,000 gold advantage. Nearly 9, actually, and really not much else to say about it. A lot on the back of the support as well, you'd have to think.
Yeah, and I love that you highlight that OMG have looked strategically sound in the last few weeks. Again, had to pick themselves up, really sort of think about what do we want to be doing, how do we want to play. They've got plenty of superstar players, but for me, OMG's recent victories have been about strategically outplaying their opponents, and that was not true for OMG in the first 3-4 weeks of the LPL.
Well, that was a huge question. No one, on paper, this is the best team in the world. They are so mechanically skilled on paper. There is no one that will go head-to-head with these guys, 1v1 across the board. Even Cloud, as far as the support goes, is a fantastic mechanical support as going continuing this obnoxious split push with teleport up.
MLXG going to pop his ulti. Scuttercrab actually going to get hunted. Lamb taking way too much damage, and now they dive in. Cool going to chase him down with a Chaos Storm. Lovely nails him with a Spear. Going, has ported back down, gets a knock up there, and Ezreal going to go down. Sky getting chunked as well. Loveling so low on health, and Woosh actually flashes forward aggressively, but it's going to cost him his life. Loveling another Spear for the double. Sky going to make it 3 as the takedown moves in for the triple.
That's the ace coming through, and once again, OMG recognizing they have the split push advantage. No one can push going off now that he's got that Spirit Visage coming through, and overall, King tried to force. OMG made him pay.
Yeah, and King decided, you know what, probably not winning after that here. 13,000 gold behind, and they'll surrender the game in under 25 minutes. And Assassin looking a little somber there, thinking, I like Ezreal. What happened?
Yeah, and 0-1-1 just didn't have an impact on the game. Fell way too far behind. In fact, nearly 4,000 gold at the end of the game. He needs to maybe look at exactly what went on there, but across the board, outclassed is a word that I'm going to use for it. OMG looked a much better team.
Yeah, you can see Loveling, they're pretty happy with that Nidalee performance. I would be too. Makes me question why they gave it to Spirit in their series against World Elite yesterday, and Spirit crushed them with it in that first game. OMG, sometimes they do weird stuff and they lose games that it seems that they have no right losing. But when they win, man, do they look good recently.
And this is the thing that people need to start looking at. OMG aren't showing the same weaknesses that they were at the beginning of the season. Coming into the business end, they really are performing brilliantly. That's another thing. Going, completely different champ. Didn't look like he had any troubles.
No, and I think that's the really scary thing is that OMG clearly tinkered some things around, trying to figure out, what's our best composition as far as rosters go. We have a big roster. Who do we want to bring on? Is Sun the answer? Can Uzi play, a bit more Sun-esque? And he has been. OMG have been changing a lot of things, even if their rosters stay quite solid since the last few series of changes they've made. And that's the scary thing, because a team that's this flexible coming into playoffs is just terrifying to have to play against.
Exactly right, and they had multiple win conditions coming into that. Good team fight, composition, fantastic split push, a lot of CC, high damage. It was just across the board a very good performance.
Yeah, Uzi kind of chilling out at the end. I think he was browsing like Weibo or something. He was hanging out. Very easy game for him. We'll see if OMG can replicate their success. Second game between OMG and King is coming right up. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for our second game between King and Oh My God. And oh my God, was that a funky game there, Spawn. Top Rek'Sai, Cloud on Sonar, shenanigans everywhere, and a very clean win for OMG.
Yeah, you got to say a weird pick ban phase for both sides, but then a very, I guess, convincing performance out of OMG. They really did take it to them. And you guys playing at home, it's submit your favorite champion and going will play it day. I submitted Rek'Sai. He happened to pick it up.
There we go. Well, my favorite champion's Heimerdinger. Maybe that's what he'll play next year. We did pop into the draft here. OMG on the blue side, King over on the red. Maokai Thresh, the first two bans for OMG. Nah, LeBlanc there for King. So pretty standard bans to kick things off.
Yeah, standard bans. Let's see if we get some more crazy picks. Really looking forward to what these guys pull out. It was a Juggernaut without a Moore, and then an Ezreal mid lane somehow. And
yeah, missing the Moore and Morgana there for the Juggernaut, so didn't have that available. Instead had a second AD carry. Rumble there, actually an interesting ban there, kind of away from going, but I guess targeted at Sky as well. I expect Nidalee to get picked quite early or even banned here by King, but again, last time this happened, OMG picked two junglers in their first two picks, but they're on the blue side now.
And a ban directed straight at going there. Want to get rid of his Rek'Sai.
Don't want to see it again. I mean, it at least caused some problems here. And this is definitely what I expect for OMG, with one of the top junglers down to take the other one. And Loveling's literally looked great. He's going to have it again.
Well, this is the thing about red side. If you're going to ban one jungle on red side, you really need to make it two jungle bans right now, because Nidalee and Rek'Sai just head and shoulders above anything else on the current patch, and really have to disagree with what King is doing. Loveling looked completely fine on the Nidalee and has been picked up.
Yeah, I mean, so looked great. Going to have it again is, I guess, a flex pick in some ways, but I love this from King. Going to get the Cho'Gath that wasn't banned, and Kalista there for Woosh as well.
Yeah, so Kalista being picked away from Uzi was completely ignored last time around, but mid lane, Assassin gets the Cho'Gath, looking to put some pressure on Cool now, and want to see what the response is, because we haven't seen a definitive counter to Cho'Gath yet, and I think there are a couple of out there. Want to see what gets picked up.
Why is Ari open, by the way? I just noticed that dropped through the picks at this point. That might be okay against Cho'Gath. It's at least pretty hard for Assassin to kill him, although we've seen a lot of kills by Cho'Gath just from silence, flash, eat you.
Yeah, exactly right. As soon as you land that, you land one W, and then you're in kill range as soon as level 6 comes through. Just ridiculous damage coming through. We see a Kalista being picked up. We saw actually the Frozen Tomb deny the flash ultimate kill, so maybe that's a tactic to go with, but not convinced that is the counter coming through, and Uzi's still going to pick up that Sivir in the bottom lane.
Yeah, back to, more mid-game centric, very team-oriented picks here for Uzi. So not going to go for a hyper carry. Thinks he's, better at this point for his team comp, and going to take the Sivir here. We've got the Lissandra coming through for either top or mid. Both Cool and Go going very proficient Lissandra players. And OMG, one of the best double AP teams in the world. I love their Lissandra casting when they were playing early in the season. No casting really, of course, on this patch because he's not so good on 5.4, maybe 5.5. But King going to get their next few picks here, and it's going to be aggressive support for Lamb. No Thresh, but takes Leona, and MLXG going to go back to Rengar.
And they showed the pony for so long, Hecarim, who deals extremely well with Lissandra. So now maybe they're forced to put it in the mid lane, because that threat is looming if they do decide to send it into top. And across the board, this time around, King having a much better draft phase, you feel. A lot of comfort picks nearly across the board.
Yeah, and everything slots in quite nicely with each other as well. I wonder what OMG want to do with the rest of their bottom lane and the other half of the map. They've got plenty of options here. Looks like Cloud wants to go for Morgana, and Ezreal's the last pick there.
Yeah, so Ezreal being picked up. If they go with the Hecarim here, that is a lot of tanky members on the side of King. Maybe too many to actually be dealt with from two relatively low AD carries that aren't really known for their tank busting ability.
Yeah, a little weird, I guess, but we'll have to see. I assume that's Cool playing Ezreal, by the way, because they're probably not laning Sivir in a solo lane, which would give going to Lissandra, which, as you mentioned, could be some problems potentially moving in there, but sure it'll be fine here. King, considering their last pick here as well, but going to keep it safe, and Sky goes back to Aurelia.
Yeah, and Aurelia, once again, fantastic matchup against Lissandra, so you feel that King's draft phase here, well and truly ahead of what OMG have brought to the table, and there's no tank on the OMG lineup. That's the first thing to look at, and a lot of pick potential coming through from King with that Leona, with the bowler strike, as well as the re-engage that comes through from Woosh's Fate's Call. Across the board, so much CC, so many tanky members. You feel that there might not be the damage to come through from OMG.
Yeah, I mean, they've got two ADs and another mage who does a decent damage, but you're right, just the positioning alone might be the tricky part. And I guess my question is, Cool, he's kind of been let off the leash a lot of times here. He's really I think hard carried a lot of OMG's games more than anyone else. How good is his Ezreal? Because this matchup, probably a watch for Go going, if not slightly unfavored.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see that Sky in there with the Aurelia plays it so well. LMLXG gets a Rengar pick, and Loveling goes back to the Nidalee. The thing about Nidalee, she's so good if CC comes through and she can delete someone. Not going to be the case with a Cho'Gath.
No, and right here it's Ezreal versus Cho'Gath Assassin, showing a lot of proficiency in the mid lane. 1v1 in almost any matchup. No one's found a good answer yet. Maybe it's Ezreal's Uzi back to Sivir again against the Kalista, which was open.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's a powerful lane. Kalista, Leona, a lot of kill potential, even at level 2. And Cloud on there with the Black Shield, trying to keep Uzi safe. 2 spell shields, always a good thing in the bottom lane, but it is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud, again, we've praised him for his mechanics. Thresh banned once again away from him, so not going to get that available to him. Going to have to be on point with his spell shields, for sure. You know what? We're going to find out if he is. We'll get straight into the game. And welcome onto the Rift here for our second game between OMG and King. OMG are up a game after a very strong performance, namely from their mid laner and jungler. Loveling's Nidalee looked fantastic in the first game. Let's see if he can replicate that success here in the second.
Yeah, it certainly did look great, and you see already the deep invade coming through from OMG. They will spot out MLXG here and see what they can do.
Loveling started traps last time to help his Krug camp. He's going to start them here again for a bit of vision. Actually, MLXG going to get aggressive there, but Loveling get a couple orders. Actually hunts him there as he walks through the trap. Pounces on top of him there. Actually must use the Q because he doesn't have... No, he does have Pounce. Never mind. Nidalee abilities are hard. But just a bit of trade there, and OMG going to get the deep wards they're looking for.
Of course, Nidalee's abilities just do too many things. Hard
Too
to
many
keep
of
track.
them. Too many. And King going to respond in kind with the deep wards. So both teams, you have to think, looking for a lane swap.
Yeah, so maybe looking for a lane swap to dodge that Kalista Leona. I think Kalista Leona would be very content if they got the 2v2 lane. Not to mention the fact that it would send Aurelia into the Lissandra, which they're definitely looking for. So everyone recalling. Hopefully no one showing themselves on the map. And looks like King sending Aurelia into the bottom lane. That will be the solo matchup.
Yeah, that's their prediction as Uzi and Cloud. No, actually trending towards the top side. Going to stay up here. We saw a lot of fast pushing from Uzi Sivir in the first game. Have to think they might be looking for a similar thing here.
Oh, they've shown a little bit early. Uzi can recall if he wants to. They don't. They ping it out. Will be standard lanes. Going back to base. We'll have to teleport to get there in time, and this is a win for King.
Yeah, absolutely. You expect that they want the 2v2 matchup just based on lane kill position. There's going to pop down towards the bottom side. Loveling will start his blue buff solo, but should be just fine on his own and will break out in the standard lanes, albeit the duos are in the top side.
Yeah, so Loveling actually placing 2 traps there. Doesn't miss the hunted, so doesn't get the double pounce, but gets a lot of auto attack harass in human form and will stay so healthy taking this first buff.
Loveling, again, incredible jungle mechanics here. Lovely to see him really just clear through the jungle with these MLXG. Little low here, but already level 2 after the Grump and should be able to safely take away the blue.
Yeah, of course, Rengar kites around kind of in between abilities and then uses the attack speed that comes out on his Q very well, and you see aggression.
Yeah, Uzi actually getting bladed, now ignited as well. Woosh going to keep moving in, forcing the flash out, but Woosh going to come in as well. The ignites down the Ren, maybe looking to come through here. Does come in, and Kalista gets first blood. Now Loveling moved in there as well. That spear just missed, but he's flashing forward. A great scene to play there for Liam. Loveling getting kited around as well. The Ren comes in, but there's the kill as it gets traded back for Leona. Now Cloud going to get aggressed on the double, no single buff. Leona at level 2. And a bloodbath in the top lane.
Yeah, and 2 kills across to the King lineup. We mentioned how strong they would be. The good thing is they got the return kill on the AD carry, which is the important thing to note because it will mean not able to grab all that free farm and the lane pushing in Uzi's favor. So if they're able to get any form of freeze here, will be good news. But MLXG, real beneficiary. No hope of anyone invading him. Gets to go a very aggressive jungle route. Doesn't need it back.
Yeah, super low there as well, but will stay safe with the smite on the red buff for the health and his W. With Max Fury, they're giving him a bit of health if he wants it. Cool trading very nicely against Assassin. We expect Ezreal to be strong in most of his early lanes, but this is a weird one. Haven't seen Cool play Ezreal this split, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think we have either, and this is the fun thing about mid Cho'Gath. He actually doesn't care how low he goes. There's no ignite coming through here, and he just sustains so healthy off minion waves that he can just turn around, clear it out once he gets to level 5 and not have a care in the world.
Yeah, we've seen so many players ban this champion away, specifically from Assassin and Wayless, of course, from LGD. So Interesting that they got it. They must have expected it here. Cool. Preparing something fairly safe on the Ezreal, but again, Assassin's been very good at actually assassinating people with Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Cho'Gath has the exact opposite spike that what Ezreal does. Ezreal wants to get to 2 items. Cho'Gath doesn't really care about his items overly much. In fact, has a very flexible route. Can go some CDR, can go the roller, can even throw a Frozen Heart in there for the CDR, and it'd be extremely tanky just with his health pool. And you see already that in lane, he just walks back and forward, uses those auto attacks to take out the wave extremely quickly, and then sustains so nicely.
Yeah, that passive just doing a lot of work here in the mid lane. Just, moving in actually does nail him there. Bit of harass coming in. Cool. Getting quite low on this. What we talk about, AP Cho'Gath, that W just does so much damage.
Yeah, it certainly does, and the silence is even further frustrating because you can't E out of the follow-up damage that can come through. The auto attacks do a surprising amount.
Uzi gets nailed there by another Zenith Blade, and Whoosh with a great bit of harass. Good luck up there as the binding will hit, but Lamb is real tanky on this Leona.
Yes, certainly is. Already has a Sightstone because he's able to pick up the kill and the assist early on in the game. Also using that blue buff to spam out as many spells as he possibly can. Of course, Leona not really known for going at all. And MLXG looking for a gank on Going.
He's going to find it here. The E out, though, is actually enough. They go Going flashes as well, just to be sure, but he's forced back to base now.
That was the very last moment of that E. And remember, Going had to use his teleport, so a well-timed gank, because he can't get back to this lane. It's going to cost him maybe 2 minion waves.
Yeah, MLXG even pulling them wave just a bit more as well to kind of push that in. So Going going to be denied for quite a bit here. Loveling in the top will clear out a ward for himself and trying to apply some pressure back. Uzi, thankfully for all the shenanigans at level 2, he's actually even on CS, slightly ahead actually.
Yeah, there is a big creep wave stacked up there. And actually, Going just managed to get his teleport off cooldown. Does a lot of damage to Sky in that trade. So that will suit Going fine. Pushing him out of lane.
MLXG maybe even looking for a gank here. The level 4 Max Fury ready for the boulder. Going towards the tri-bush. We'll see Rengar as he walks by again, although MLXG staying very well out of vision.
Yeah, now he'll go in.
Yeah, Equilibrium straight. He's going to be pop. MLXG going to run around, and not many good places for Lysandra to run. Going, trying to find it. Might just kill Sky. Thankfully, he's not level 6 yet. Damage coming in. MLXG flashing over the top and smites him for the kill, but Sky does get ulted by Ezreal.
Yeah, so nice snipe coming through from Cool, who has gone back and picked up that tier 6 minutes through, so he's got that nice and early. We'll start stacking that up, but in the end, a 1-for-1 trade. Summoner spell's burnt for MLXG, however.
Assassin with that Catalyst. You already talked about it. He's pretty much removable in this lane already. Now that's even harder for Cool to get him out. And Assassin feasting onto minions. Going to get tankier with that health as well. Just nothing you can do against the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and the thing about the feast is the fact... Ooh.
Flash share onto Uzi as well. Whoosh now going to dive in as well. Good damage movement to him. That might be another kill here. Kalista gets it with the rank. Cloudy is with Loveling though, but Loveling nails the spear. Here we're going to get popped there. Hopping away with the minions, but does get slowed there by the Chilling Smite. Good block though from Lamb for Loveling not to be able to hunt Whoosh, and another kill in this top lane.
Yeah, so doing extremely well. 13 CS and 2 kills up. Has gone for the sustain route to augment that further. Really like what's happening in this top lane for King, and a very questionable draft. Looks like this time around it will come back to bite OMG.
And if this happens to them, I think more often than they would like at this point. When they look good, they look great. When they look bad, they seem to lose to themselves. And auto attack whistles back to the base there just to meet Whoosh, who's now got a BF sword going very aggressive with the early build.
Yeah, so I like the aggression coming out here. We're seeing this even further coming through from Kalista's going the single target build, maybe even throwing a Phantom Dancer as opposed to the Hurricane in there for some extra attack speed. And what that means is that the resets that come through only on a single target but come through much quicker. So a little bit of an evolution in the builds that we're seeing from Kalista, generally against very tanky people that want to dive her solo, but maybe the Bloodthirster coming out first.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodthirster just a great first choice for Kalista in general. Hurricane is, I feel like, for situations where you're not going to secure your early farm, but he's got a comfortable CS lead here against Uzi and's already got 2 kills and an assist. So I feel that Whoosh just realizes it's makes more sense for him to go the aggressive item, and that's probably BT in this case.
I also think it's a better zoning build because you can go the auto attack into the Q, that spear that comes through, and Ren straight away, and it's a lot of poke damage. Then you go back to your lane and hold it, whereas if you're got the Hurricane first, you automatically have to push your wave, which means that you can't trade when you want to trade, you have to continually push in. And Layam, you see, going extremely aggressive straight away.
Yeah, I think Zenith played just missing there as well. Layam actually will get tagged there by a binding, but Uzi is eating so many spears, and look at the Ren damage.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. If that was Hurricane and he turned around and hit the wave, it would automatically push. With the BF sword, single target damage, can last hit, and then try and zone Uzi off the wave.
And you know what? If he wants to go Hurricane after this, he's got a perfect opportunity to do so as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Not out of the build path. Hurricane and Bloodthirster is the regular build at 2 items, so not changing much around. And in the bottom lane, actually, going extremely low.
Yeah, actually going to ult Sky, loving in a dive in as well. Good kill there from the Nidalee and going. We'll stay safe from Sky's Aurelia.
Yeah, and actually burns the flash, so a lot of kill potential down, but not over.
Uzi, yeah, moving in as well. Lame getting aggressive. Rengar trying to dive in as well. Cloud could be in trouble. Tuesday's ulti gets away somehow. Cool. Looks for the sniper, can't find it. Whoosh is so low, they're going to hop away with those spears, and a very nice play there by Cloud.
Yeah, so in the end, able to pick up a kill in response, relieves some pressure, but it's not stopping the bleeding in terms of CS. And in the bottom lane, Loveling will also pick up the Dragon, so all 3 bottom lane, which is top lane actually, the solo lane's picking up a kill, and now Loveling grabbing an objective. That's a lot in favor of OMG quickly.
Yeah, nice work here, but they're still down in gold. They'll be happy for the first Dragon, and mid lane's actually the lane that's not going well here. Cool just keeps getting harassed. MLXG wants Uzi a good spell shield to keep him safe, but Whoosh gonna go forward. There's so much damage from this Kalista, and an easy kill onto Uzi.
Yeah, so able to pick up a 3rd kill and even further the CS advantage we thought was going to, I guess, start to equalize. Uzi's gone back, picked himself up an Avarice Blade. He's completely forfeited this lane.
And again, on every champion we've ever seen Uzi play, even something quite defensive like Sivir, it's rare to see him lose a lane like this. So very impressive from King's duo.
Yeah, it certainly is. An Assassin cheekily tanking up the first shot of that ultimate coming through and zoning a lot of CS away from Cool, who we can see already having to play defensive because you can't budge the Cho'Gath.
No, I mean, you're going to get your farm as Ezreal. That's probably the nice thing, is that you're guaranteed to, if you play safely, have a decent farm lane. But Cho'Gath pushes in well, he pressures you well. I mean, it's a weird pick, and it's not that common, but Assassin especially is so good at this champion, and BT's already done for Kalista.
Yeah, so able to get in there, that's even more sustained. Cloud actually trying to clear out a green ward there. Needs to be careful, doesn't get caught out, because once again, MLXG and Layam setting up a trap.
Uzi's in the wrong side of the map, unfortunately, and Cloud might eat it. There does ward on top. Black Shield down as well. The first bowler will get blocked by it there, and a good binding. Cloud, again, on point with his mechanics.
Yeah, certainly is able to get that one off in time. We see Cool actually getting some free time in the mid lane as Assassin takes his blue buff.
By himself, because Cho'Gath.
Because Cho'Gath.
I mean, again, once upon a time was a good jungler as well. Cho'Gath does a whole lot of things well. And again, it's weird to see that only China seems to be the region that wants to play it quite actively and only select players, but the players that play it are very good at it.
Yeah, I certainly agree there as well. Uzi takes half his health. Sky needs to be careful here. About to get dove by 3.
Yeah, Go Going moving in. Ulti should set up a pretty easy dive. There's the ultimate. Actually missing by Ezreal, but Go Going will chase in and gets the kill.
Yeah, so able to dive the Aurelia again. 0-3-1. Sky, what should be a winning matchup because of the camp, is turning into an absolute nightmare for him. Assassin not responding. Will it be able to push out the lane relatively quickly? But Ezreal, with all the mobility, will go there to soak it up. Actually looks like Uzi's called dibs. Wants nothing to do with the Kalista anymore.
Yeah, no, doesn't like the lane. Has just been struggling so much here and will collect them. CS might even be a full-on swap, at least for a while, but going to collect what CS he can. Uzi pretty good against Cho'Gath. It's a very predictable telegraph CC and spell shield. Quite good there. So Uzi happy in this matchup, even though he's 3 levels down.
Yeah, certainly is a lot happier there, although might not be so happy here.
No, not happy at all. They get Dovan. Great bowler there following in from the ulti. No spell shield left on Uzi. Goes down to Layam.
Yeah, and the thing about camping players like Uzi is it's so much more effective because we already know that they're emotional players. So once you get them behind, they're looking for windows to pump themselves back up. And the further behind you push them, the more that starts to play on their mind. So I like the tactic coming through. Looks like Sky in a similar situation on the hump pop.
Yeah, MLXG going to use the ulti. Loveling, can he get away? Will have to flash over the wall. Gromp going to get taken away as well. Cloud even will get slowed up by a bowler. Gets snared by that one. MLXG really liking just, annoying people with skill shots. Whoosh, though, in the meantime, will look to take the top turret. Still freezing here. Just trying to deny as much as he can. He's 40 CS ahead.
And this is the thing. They have complete control over this turret. Will now take it down to get their gold lead back. But I was going to say they're not behind even if they don't want to tank it. And It's so hard to push Cho'Gath out of this lane. He's got wave clear for days. We'll be able to clear that out whenever he wants, and not really in much danger of Lissandra Ezreal pressuring the mid lane.
No, and 20 CS up now for Assassin as well. I guess we saw the one weakness where you can outroam Cho'Gath quite effectively because he's really slow, but he stays in his wave. He'll push pretty consistently. Eventually, you have to answer his pressure, and Cool went to the bottom lane, got an assist there to kill Aurelia, but Assassin just getting further and further ahead. He's got his Rod of Ages done now.
Yeah, and I like what Cho'Gath does as a laner because he's very methodical, very slow. You know what he's going to do, but it's so frustrating to try and stop. And you've seen that OMG haven't been able to do it. He's got absolutely massive. Roll where he's stacking up, and now it's to the point where you're like, okay, at 25 minutes, this guy's going to be 3 items, and he's going to be so hard to kill.
Yeah, so much effective health coming through from that ultimate. Level 11 definitely helping out there as well. Cloud will join in level 6 there on the Morgana. Definitely wants to avoid the Cho'Gath feast. And Cool, he's got blue buff. He's got his ulti. He can, trim reasonably well, but can't outpush the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, exactly, and he'll neutralize the wave well. There's no way to really deny Cool CS, but it's kind of the Karthus matchup where you want to get as much CS off the Cho'Gath as you can, but you can't really get it done.
No, and Woosh actually might be getting Genko going with a good glacial path, but actually not following there. Lamb was defending well, so perhaps some nice wards there for King. Cool will use his ulti. Dragon actually back in a minute here. So OMG might be looking for the second. Lamb actually going to get hunted there as well. Will get chased down. Fate Skull, though, does get popped, and he'll go to safety.
Yeah, so just throws himself back at the turret. Not really in any danger of dying, although that is an important ultimate out just before a dragon. So OMG starting to claw their way back into this game. They're still at a disadvantage because of how big this Kalista is compared to Uzi, who maybe is even going for a static Shiv first.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just needs the wave clear, knows that he has to catch up in CS. I see you shaking your head. It's not a good situation for Uzi. He's been killed 4 times already and is down in CS here. I mean, he's scrounging for anything you have, even taking away the Wolf Game here just for a bit of extra gold.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's even picked up the dagger for his boots, wants the boots too as soon as possible. And it's just not a great situation to be in as Uzi. He needs to be able to put out damage against these tanky mid-game champions like the Aurelia, who's going to grab the Ninja Tabite. Already actually has them, so Uzi's just going to do no damage at all.
Lamb, we're going to clear out the pink ward as well. Good spears actually from Loveling. Going to maybe keep King's jungler off this next dragon. That's OMG's one tangible lead that they actually have against King so far. But King have plenty of good tools to fight if OMG really want to force the issue. And I think they want to. OMG are moving aggressively towards the dragon.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're trying to clear out. They have a timer on this, however, because Sky, he's continuing to push in that lane and has teleport available. So they need to go soon if they are going to get the dragon. And Sky, maybe one more wave will hit the turret, and then he'll be under serious threat of taking that one away. See what the response from OMG is.
I mean, OMG have all this poke, so they have to sort of set up for the dragon. They can't brute force it, because if this fights, this is bad news. Flasher onto Loveling. Good binding going to land in, though, as well, but he does go down now. Assassin going to join the mix as well. Cloud gets knocked up there. Silence there, and is going to get eaten there by that Cho'Gath, but Woosh actually takes it away. Assassin doesn't even use his ulti.
Yeah, doesn't have to use the ultimate. It means it's up to secure this dragon, even though the jungler went down. So good play out of Assassin there. They've still got Sky split pushing in the top lane, and this might mean 2 objectives at the same time.
Really nice force there from King. Going to collect so much here in this situation. First dragon going to go down. Kalista, of course, secures it with the Ren. So much objective security from the Cho'Gath, the Smite, even though it was down, and the Kalista.
Yeah, it certainly is. You're going to have a real difficult time getting any neutral objective away from this team if they're the ones starting it up. Of course, Death's still the best CC. Can't smite, feast, or use a Ren through that.
Nope, can't cleanse out of that one as Woosh. Still moving down in the bottom side. Does have a recurve bow now, so hopping pretty deftly between these minions. CSing as best he can. Hurricane will be coming up fairly shortly as well. And again, it's the nice part about this build. He got the Bloodthirster, got ahead in his lane, still massively ahead of Uzi as far as CS goes. And the Hurricane comes and he's ready to push, ready to fight. Whatever King need him to do, he can do.
Yeah, and he's just such a threat. Uzi's got that static Shiv built up, hasn't got boots to at this point. And the double AD that is looking to hit the 2-item spike at about the 22-minute mark isn't going to come through at all for OMG. So this game has to go super late, where Cho'Gath goes into more of a tank. Lamb caught up, actually.
Yeah, Lamb actually dies. They go going with the ulti. They're able to do enough damage. So a nice pick there from OMG, but they need a little bit more here. Loving and Cool going to start sieging the Cho'Gath. Actually quite low on health here, but can OMG actually take out the mid turret?
Yeah, it looks like they're contesting the blue buff, so they will get something for it. Able to take that one away, give it to Cool. but they won't be able to contest the turret still. So much wave clear coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Civ is actually on top of it. Cho'Gath, yeah, not able to get into position, a little too low in health, and Uzi will claim that turret for OMG.
Yeah, so Cho'Gath actually went back. It's funny because you say Cho'Gath very low on health, but when you have an effective health pool of 2600 as a mid laner, even if you're at about a half, you're probably the same health as anyone else in that mid lane. You just got a lot more of it. And we see he's actually picked up a needlessly large rod for himself, so going a very AP heavy build. I thought with the double AD we might see a second item Frozen Heart. Looks like they just want all the damage.
Yeah, and he just wants to eat people here and, you know, get to that CDR. I thought doesn't have any of it now, actually, and that's probably the highlight of Cho'Gath builds. What you have seen is make sure to get that Rupture on you into the 5-6 second cooldown and really get to 40% CDR ASAP.
Yeah, the importance about the Rupture is it gives you a good zoning tool in a team that can't really siege. We speak about how you need range carries to siege, and they only really have Kalista to do that, who isn't extremely long range. So we see that they might have a little bit of a challenge on the side of King to be able to take out these turrets because of the fact that Cho'Gath, of course, melee as well as the Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, in empty lanes, they'll push them very quickly, and that's evident here in the bottom side. Lamb actually moving through the red side jungle, just putting some wards down and zoning them off. That outer turret's going to die real quick here as OMG take away a red buff.
Yeah, so they're able to grab a red buff. They trim the wave bottom lane with the Ezreal ult, so maybe not the second turret push going to come through, and all of a sudden, fast push coming in the top lane.
Yeah, lots of rotations, actually. Both teams sort of trading turrets. That probably favors OMG because they're a little bit behind, but Assassin going to move into the top. 4 members of OMG here, but Cho'Gath comes in and everybody runs away. In fact, Sky going to go aggressive. Good Black Shield and Spell Shield, though, from Uzi.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, OMG look like they're the ones that are making the proactive movements. They're a turret up, actually sneak a gold lead when bottom lane went that horribly wrong. That's impressive.
Yeah, it really is, and you can see the gold between the two. Whoosh is still very far ahead of Uzi, but every other lane seems just fine for OMG. In fact, they're winning in mid and top.
Yeah, it certainly does
and
seem.
jungle.
Yeah.
And support. They're winning everywhere but Uzi, basically. We did it.
We did it.
Now wave clear going to come through as well. Cool, we'll trim the wave aggressively. Again, you mentioned it already, not the best siege here for King unless they can out-rotate, and OMG have been doing that in the last few minutes.
Yeah, the one worry I have about OMG is that Power Spike has been so delayed that if this game gets to the 3rd and 4th Dragon, all of a sudden King have a very real win objective in just stacking up neutral objectives. And when you get to the point that even though you're taking more turrets, you're not winning in gold, and the Dragon buff is just looming over you with such a good neutral objective team. It really does on this current, I guess, since this season has come in, play on your mind exactly how many of those objectives teams are picking up.
Yeah, Assassin level 13 now as well. You can see King are very slowly, almost like a glacier, just pushing through another lane, but when they're grouped together, Cho'Gath is just such a threat on his own. And even Whoosh actually going to return to the empty lane farm. King wanting to rotate, going to try and take out some deeper turrets in the bottom half of the map.
So what this tells me is that King are very confident playing pick and getting farm onto all 3 of their carries. They're splitting them across the map still, and it's 22 minutes into the game. The 2-item spike has been picked up by Cool as well as the transformation, so he's exactly where he wants to be. With the exception of Uzi being behind, this early game has belonged to OMG.
Yeah, and you know, Uzi will pick himself up eventually. He's almost got his Infinity Edge completed. Actually still has that dagger just for the cost-efficient attack speed, but hasn't needed to buy the boots yet. Here, red buff will get stolen away by King, you have to think, with no one from OMG around. But at this point, they're almost trading halves of the map.
They certainly are, and MLXG has treated this game like a tri-lane, really hasn't left the bottom side, and we see actually ulting now.
He just wants to protect his dual lane there, but Cool going to get jumped on. Actually gets bowled after Arcane shifting. Forced a flash there as well. So good cooldown used there. Cloud actually going to nail the binding. MLXG though will get Boomerang bladed, but the heal not enough to save him as Cloud gets him. Layham though, dive on there, get straight onto Loveling with the ulti as well. Very good use of the Fate's Call.
Yeah, really good layering CC as well, just out of Layham, and they take away some of the poke damage and will push in on this turret, be able to siege it up.
So they take it up there. Actually need one more hit. Whoosh will get it there. Actually jumps pretty aggressively forward there in Kalista, but we talked about it. 2 items is go time there for Kalista, and King have been teamfight ready for a while. It's just a matter of finding those teamfights, and that last one, exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, and until then, OMG had actually done a very good job of avoiding any fights. Cloud went a little bit aggressive, you would have to think, after Cool was relatively safe with that cleanse, so questionable decision from Cloud to throw out that Dark Binding, but good capitalization coming through from King to be able to trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, Cool going to move in, do a little bit of farming, but actually wants to get to the Dragon now as it has respawned. It's one apiece, remember, but Woosh is already on top, but putting spears into it. Cho'Gath here as well. MLXG ready for the smite. No, OMG cannot secure this away from King.
Yeah, and MLXG thinking maybe I just should have taken Ignite in the jungle, because right now, after about level 4, I'm not ever going to be able to use it.
Going there, flash ulting onto Assassin actually. Cho'Gath quite squishy there. Spear does land, going it slow, but Cho'Gath going to flash out. He will die there as Sky picks up the kill, and now Fate's Call going to get used onto Lovely. Massive knock up there from so far away. Now the bowler comes in for the snare as well, and Woosh gets another kill.
And all of a sudden, this team fight that was behind for OMG is starting to try and get things going, and it's because of the Dragon objective that's being taken away repetitively by King, but Cho'Gath, at this point in time, really isn't the guy you want to be, I guess, initiating onto.
No, and he died quite quickly. Didn't have that many defensive stats, but the health pool's just so hard to get through that he was able to live, and now has a Zoni. So the next time that happens, Assassin, not even going to get close to dying.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of a sudden, Sky, who was held behind, is relevant in this game with the Trinity Force, as well as that Shroud being picked up. And Uzi, you still have to say, not doing much damage against the Ninja Tabby.
No, I mean, just needs at least the Infinity Edge, which is coming through eventually. Probably has the gold for it at this point, but still farming away here and 4 TCS behind still against his Kalista.
Yeah, so still not able to get close, not to mention the 6 kills that Woosh has been able to pick up for himself. Really is the standout in this performance, although I give a lot of credit to Liam for getting him in this position to begin with. And across the map, King are exactly where they want to be all of a sudden, because OMG tried to pick some fights.
Yeah, and Woosh now with a Phantom Dancer to add in as well, just for basically the synergy with the passive and the extra attack speed. There's obviously not a whole lot of crit going on. It's not too bad, especially if he wants an IE eventually, but we've seen a lot of Phantom Dancer Kalista, and it's basically just for martial poise.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in that team fights, the crit becomes so much better than the Hurricane late game. So this actually allows him to sell the Hurricane if he keeps getting farmed. Realistically, if you are an AD carry, you're expecting the game to go later, you're going to have the freedom to be able to swap items in and out. So you can itemize for the relevant point in the game. Hurricane giving him all the early control, now going into a Phantom Dancer for that late game damage.
Yeah, but is just fine here in the build as well, which is the bit I love about it. It's such a good transitional item as Phantom Dancer. Is we see Baron maybe getting a look at as well. We've already talked about King's ability to secure neutral objectives. Baron would die quickly and get smited quickly as well.
Yeah, exactly right. The last thing I want to touch on with a Phantom Dancer, a little bit more of a luxury build because there's no tank. So it doesn't really need the Last Whisper as the third item, can afford to go for something that he feels will put him in fantastic transitional trends, as you said. So at this point, no one on the OMG lineup really is ever going to pick up armor. So probably something he doesn't need to worry about until maybe the 6th item.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Woosh maybe even thinks about a Banshee's Veil as his 4th item, because the only real threat is Going's ultimate. And as soon as that's out of the picture, either with QSS or Banshees, whichever defensive item he wants, he's probably just going to have a field day in the team fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think that maybe QSS is the right decision for that, because it means that any stray Ezreal Qs won't be popping the possibility to be able to avoid that one. And a little bit cheaper as well means he can keep going aggressive.
Have to worry about Loveling Spears as well. That's the other major damage source that could burst him down. But Mikhail's has been rushed here by Lame. It's been up for about 5 to 10 minutes at this point. He's had it for so long, and just all the protection he could ever need. Sky returning now. Lots of good cost-efficient tank items. It hasn't built any major ones yet, but has all the relevant components for the Frozen Heart, and probably the Banshees coming up there, honestly. Or maybe even Spirit Visage for Aurelia. Trinity Force has been done. Warmog's up for Rengar. Everything is going right for King right now.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to touch on is Assassin's boot choice. Has gone for all the mitigation of the AD damage, grabs a Ninja Tabby, going to be very resilient, and face check coming through from Lamb.
Yeah, Lamb is going to eat it there, but does get Fates called out. Going actually rushing with the Black Shield on him. Lamb actually gets thrown back in towards him, but Going ults him there as well. Lamb will live there. Not enough damage here as Sky teleports in, trying to look for Uzi, but the ultimate's been popped by Sivir. Assassin just tanking all of the damage. Wooch actually eats a straight spear. Cool. Going massive there. The binding hits on. The spear lands as well, and they've killed the Kalista.
And all of a sudden, OMG are in a winning position in this team fight.
Loveling Spears are so good here. Still chasing on the Nidalee as well. Assassin now, the next target. Binding by Cloud lands again. Loveling gets destroyed though as the Zhonya's comes in, and King are going to try and turn it around. Uzi tanking turret. Sky hits another binding by Cloud, and Cool gets that kill.
And this is the weakness. Oh, they're still going.
Jesus. Just Zhonya's there for Going, collect the last kill, and that's actually an ace.
Yeah, ace coming through, completely swinging the gold lead back into their favor. Just when you didn't know how OMG were going to take a fight, they managed to somehow do it.
And we kind of hinted at it earlier. Cloud, arguably the most mechanically proficient support in the world, demonstrating it with aplomb there with those bindings.
Yeah, certainly did. And the base all of a sudden has been broken for King. OMG taking a team fight and running with it as far as possible. Now backing away. Need to be careful that the Baron doesn't come through in a couple of seconds, although it looks like they got their recalls off in time.
Yeah, so they are going to go back here, spend some well-earned cash after those fights. Last Whisper done for Cool is his next major item. Loveling probably moving for a Void stuff there. He's got his Magus and the Seraphs already done. Uzi now has gotten, you know, close to 3 items now, almost with the Last Whisper completed as well. And even an extra need to see Large Rod for going on top of his Zhonya. So lots of power here. Loveling will dodge the Fates Call. Liam trying to line up the ulti, bit of binding. Will somehow miss there, but going. He's going to come back in. Does activate the Q there. Snare again, plus the ulti. And just so much poke here.
Yeah, so much poke. Wow.
Which hits a binding, but Cool. It actually does get the kill into Leona. Ulti pop there by Cloud, but Sky's going deep in the backline. Does get 2 kills, I believe, though. Cool looks like to get away. Cloud, though, will go down to Wooch as he gets a double. Sky now going to chase around Cool, but he does pop over the wall. Sky falls in, though, gets the kill, the Equilibrium Strike, and a 4-for-1 this time in King's favor.
Yeah, so able to turn it around. MLXG might fall.
Yeah, actually, to last turret here will get the kill. Great spears again. Next one will miss Sky, but they do get the turret.
Yeah, and once again, this is a benefit of the Cho'Gath Callista combo. They still have both of their abilities available to secure this Baron. So even though no jungler, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, MLXG has been down for 2 different major buffs, including this one. And like you mentioned, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Look how many spears are going into this one. Woosh going to completely destroy Baron.
Yeah, Assassin saving his ulti there as well. Does so much true damage as Loveling trying to go for it. Actually does get the kill into Assassin. Teleport coming in as well. Woosh got knocked up there by the Baron. Still moving in. He wants to secure it so bad, but going is going in. The Ren does get up and it will secure the Baron, but going getting low. But the kills come through, gets the double, and King turned a bad situation around.
Yeah, so they're able to trade 2 for 2 with that. Probably slightly in OMG's favor because they're knocking away the Baron buff, but the Baron is the real objective there that King were able to run away with, not to mention the fact that they will pick up their 3rd Dragon potentially as well. Although they're behind Uzi, he needs to be careful.
They want kills here. Cloud going to face check the brush. Woosh going to hop on top of him. Xena play going to land in, and Woosh rends him to death.
Yeah, Cloud's still very impressive. He's landed so many binds onto a Callista, which I never thought I would see in this game. Actually even nailed that one. There was just no follow-up coming through, and all of a sudden, this Wuxian Liam Wrecking Ball really is rolling. 11, 2, and 4. Sitting on an absolute mound of gold, 3,500. They'll grab the dragon.
Yeah, Woosh even starting it up as well. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be the carry and the jungler here in this particular game. Scuttlecrab going to die very swiftly as Loveling returning back. Now, Rabadon's not quite completed, actually going for that over the void stuff just for extra raw stats here. But Callista just out of control in this game.
Yeah, certainly is, and really is the solo carry right now. Everyone else has the luxury of just being able to go as tanky as they want because all the damage that you could ever possibly need is on Woosh.
And even Assassin, not that tanky. He does have his Zhonya's in his row and, of course, his ulti. So pretty tanky just relatively there. You can see building back the face stacks now that he's died. But, you know, still pretty healthy there with, what, 3,000 health almost?
Yeah, still able to get through there. And as you mentioned, those face stacks, because he has some CDR now, as well as being able to pick up this blue buff, won't face blue, but then will go face another camp with the ability to, I guess, halve the cooldown when using it on non-champions. Just so easy to stack up at level 16.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is that he now has more CDR with the Finnish Codex. That was the other thing. We talked about him wanting to get CDR on his build, and he's starting to do that. So luxury pretty much across the board for everyone else because Woosh is just so far ahead.
Yeah, it certainly is. He went back, finished off his last Whisper from a pickup, picked up the QSS, and then still had 900 gold sitting in his pocket and was like, well, I don't know what I want to do with this. Didn't choose to upgrade the boots or his trinket, which I'm going to call out as maybe is a little bit of an overcommit to the Mercurial Scimitar potentially coming through, but has a piggy bank of gold set up.
He does, actually. Liam will eat a spear there. Loveling doing relevant damage now, even without the Rabadons quite finished. So King do have to be careful. Their backline is very squishy. I mean, they can use Cho'Gath maybe to tank a couple spears, but Assassin doesn't want to do that too much.
Yeah, he certainly does not. And I think that if the Blade of the Ruined King comes through on the Ezreal, that's the one chance that OMG really have to swing this game a little bit back in their favor. I think that needs to be the pickup over the Bloodthirster this time around because they're certainly doing relevant poke damage, but they need to shred through this tanky Cho'Gath, as you mentioned, who doesn't have any armor as of yet, apart from the Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, MLXG going to take away some creeps here as well. Gets the Raptor camp done now, maybe looking for an initiation. OMG trying to defend the tier 2 in turret, but they might just get dived at this point.
Problem is there's not really a dive target apart from Aurelia, who's in the top lane, because MLXG went with that Warmogs into some magic resistance. So it has a lot of health, but doesn't have the armor needed to stay under the turret for the long periods of time.
He's actually pretty aggressively cleaning out the waves. Eats a spear for a lot of damage to his face, but will Boomerang Blade the wave and back off here. King are trying to push in, going successfully counter-pushing up against Sky, though. And OMG, if they can keep the waves at bay, just have to buy a little bit more time.
And I think that's the true success of this game, the fact that they haven't had to commit to any... Going has the luxury of being able to CC anyone because no one's committed to Mercury Tread. So really is in a position to, I guess, use that ultimate to the full effect. Probably the only thing that's stopping him from getting dove at this point with how far ahead Aurelia has clawed herself into the lead.
Yeah, and that's a little ulti from Cool earlier before as well, actually pushing the mid wave in. So OMG, can still do stuff despite all having to stay in one spot in the map here at least. 4 strong in the bottom half. Will actually rotate now as well as King give up the push, and that is the problem. The Baron buff dropped off, and they've got no good siege breaking tools.
Yeah, exactly right, and it really is up to this 5th Dragon, you feel, is coupled with a Baron buff that will be needed to win this game. Not only that, in the meantime, go and push Sky out of lane. So Sky, he's gone back, tail between his legs, thinking, how do I deal with this? Lissandra, apparently the answer is more armor coming through, and will be, I guess, forced to just go back into trimming that wave. Can't push in.
Yeah, Lissandra is pretty scary, actually. I like that he swapped away from really locking people up and just maybe basically peeling by using it on a front line because, like you mentioned, no real Mercury Treads coming through. The QSS on the carry can't do that anymore. But just he's staying in short range and still dishing out relevant damage despite the fact that his ulti's kind of been neutered at this point in the game.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I think that the fact he's gone Merc Treads until he picks up that Void Staff really has set him a little bit further behind. Needs to grab that one as soon as possible, questioning the fact that he's got another needlessly large rod sitting in his inventory right now. But across the board, item build's not really optimal for either team, so you can really pick holes in a lot of what these teams are doing right now. Both seem to be looking for an advantage and can't really get one.
Yeah, banking a lot of gold, I think, as well. Yeah, look over at OMG. Cool has 2,300 gold stacked up. Woosh has 2.2k. Like, there's a lot of gold to be spent, and I think teams know that there's no major objective up right now. So just going to farm up, buy their items, and then go for the next objective.
Yeah, and I guess this is a danger for OMG because there really is much better neutral control coming out of King. And we've seen that that's won games before in the LPL. Looks like that is what they're banking on winning this one. However, we've seen miracle team fights happen even in this game, so there's no reason that OMG can't do it again. They're a fantastic team fighting team, and putting everything on team fighting in the open, especially when the amount of poke, I feel it's a gamble.
It is a gamble. I mean, and they have to start making choices. 55 seconds till that next dragon. That's the 4th coming through for King. Baron going to be up in about 55 seconds now, as well as they're about 5 seconds between the major buffs here. We already talked about it. King have great security on their objective control here. Mercurial Scimitar's done now for Woosh, who's basically fully stacked with his first 6 items here. Everyone else pretty happy. Lots of good builds coming in. If OMG want to pick a fight for this 4th dragon, they have to go now.
Yeah, and no Void Staff on the jungle as well as the top lane as MLXG goes in.
Yeah, Cool actually will dodge away from the binding there. Forced to use his flash and his arcane shift, trying to steal away the rebuff with his ulti, but doesn't get it. Liam actually secures it on Leona.
Yeah, so going to be able to get in there with Leona, mix it up a little bit more, of course. Actually quite annoying with the red buff.
Very annoying. Q auto resetting, being Fates called in there. Just more CC. Totally planned.
Exactly right. And we see actually OMG jockeying for position around Baron here. Might try and force a trade. However, very dangerous against Kalista because Kalista can take it solo and you can pressure with 4 members on the Baron objective. So we'll see if that is how King decide to match this little jockeying for position. Actually, they just go all in.
Yeah, Assassin was kind of down there, maybe thinking about it, but would have taken him a little too long, actually, despite the fact that he has good secure, doesn't do it that quickly. MLXG, though, diving onto Loveling, but misses, gets ulti there. Up by going, and will go down the bit. Assassin going in massive there, and everyone flashes out. Sky's in the backline as well. Wrecking face, going, is going to try and find a way out. Flashes over the top. Uzi gets the next kill onto lane. Kalista is so low from all the AoE. A massive rupture pops up 3. Cloud will miss another binding, but 2 free kills for OMG.
Yeah, and all of a sudden going pop teleport as well to try and get behind Woosh. Wasn't able to do it. Woosh healing up a lot, so probably in a position to now be able to contest this Baron that has been started up with no tank.
They don't. Yeah, they have so little health left here as well. Loveling taking a lot of damage. Uzi might have to move in the tank. It Cool's actually in the front now as well as Uzi will move back around. Cloud coming in, and they did that so quickly.
Yeah, able to grab it nice and quickly. In response, King will be able to grab the dragon. However, it is only number 4, so you think that maybe this is the time for them to shine.
I mean, a decent trade for OMG. They're so far behind in Dragons that at this point onwards, every other Dragon is going to basically be a massive breaking point in the game because they have to fight for them now. They've got, a couple minutes now, 6, I guess, with the Dragon being down and a couple minutes with the Baron buff to really make a play and either get into a position where they can start controlling the Dragon or win the game. But that's a very short window for OMG, and Kings still have so many good tools to fight with.
They certainly do, and you see that the Bloodthirster was picked up by Cool. And Uzi, I feel, made the right choice in this decision. Actually went for the Blade of the Ruined King. With all the health stacking that's going on, not to mention the fact that there's a Frozen Heart, you really can't underestimate the power of the Blade.
Cool actually going to move in. MLXG will try and lock him down. Good weight, patience there, but he cleanses out of the next snare. Kind of running around with the chains on his feet. And Cool had to use a bit there, but does get away.
Yeah, meanwhile in the top lane, absolutely gigantic wave building. So maybe just denying some of the usefulness of the Dragon buff. Also get another Summoner spell out of Cool. So I'm not going to say it's a horrible thing, but not really much going to be happening for this King lineup. And the game's completely even pastry time. 65.8 thousand gold for each team.
Yeah, I have to say, Cool's Ezreal ults have been really clever. He's done a lot of trimming of waves from other sections and just really keeping the sideways pushed in. Baron buff, of course, makes it pretty easy. And at this point, OMG now finally on the offensive.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way. You see them going for the mid lane, although that is going to be extremely difficult to siege up because of the fact that there's no turret there and they're going for an inhibitor, which you really do have to commit for because you have to walk into the base. Opens yourself up to flank. Smart pink ward, but let's see if King decide to pull the trigger.
Morko going, posturing quite aggressively here. Does not quite have his void stuff, but plenty of flat damage, and the Baron minions doing a lot of work. They'll get the inhib.
King give it up, actually. Don't even go for any form of engage. Of course, MLXG's ult was in cooldown from the bottom exchange, and that means that now probably in favor of the OMG lineup. They've got the double AD. If they even kill one person, they push so incredibly fast.
Yeah, the game will probably end at that point if any sort of one team fight comes through. So King have to play quite carefully, but the Baron buff's still here. The super minions now going to be added to the pushes as well. Gogoing's even started to split push the bottom half of the map. So more tier 2 turrets going to fall. If OMG get another inhibitor, King are going to have a hard time, even with the 5th dragon coming.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you see how big Assassin is at this point of the game. Once again, hasn't gone for any Magic Pen, just going for all the flat AP, and OMG will grab another turret.
Yeah, that turret that was low just so quickly, but Cool gets jumped on. QSS out of it though, and Emma actually taking too much damage. Cloud gets eaten though, and a good amount of CC there from Gogoing coming in with the Fate Skull. Dives them back in. Uzi goes back down. Whoosh, hopping through everyone. They're going to kill Love and Gogoing. Cannot live through all that. 5-1 in favor of King.
And you see the pain of the late game Aurelia. Completely unstoppable, diving through the lineup, causing havoc. And when you have a Randuin's Omen and a Frozen Heart, that is not who the ADs want to have to hit, but they just had no choice.
Crazily enough, I don't know if King can actually win at this point because the sideways have all been pushed so aggressively forward. They're going to make a go of it for sure. Lame and Assassin, a pretty unlikely duo. We're going to start the push off together, and Whoosh now is down here as well. Will be a little bit more efficient. They're going to at least try and break some of the base, but Cloud's back up in 10. They'll probably get a single inhibitor, but that might just be it.
Yeah, I think that's what they settle for, and then they recall, go back to pushing out the other lanes. For a team that struggles sieging, that's actually a very good thing for even one inhibitor go down. So it is a positive that they definitely will take away. Also be able to grab both buffs on OMG's side of the jungle if they're check it on the way out, but looks like they'll just settle for the inhib.
And we talked about both teams having very good-looking team fights. King just took over that one.
Yeah, they certainly did, and I think it was all in the fact that MLXG dove into the lineup, everything was blown on him, and then there was nothing to deal with Sky.
Yeah, I mean, good going. We saw it. CC'd everyone beautifully there, trying to keep his front line protected, but just too many divers, too much tankiness, and, it's a pretty flimsy double AD comp here for OMG. They've been relying on just skillful team fighting or out rotations to get to this point in the game already, but King in a straight 5v5 just look way too strong.
Yeah, they just look too tanky, and this is what I said. Do they have the damage? And it sounds so silly when you talk about a squishy lineup. They have a lot of burst damage. They can take care of one, but do they have the damage to take care of 3 huge tanks? And I don't think the answer is yes. Leona even is getting to the point where she's extremely tanky, especially with the W on. So I think that at this point of the game, unless the team fight goes long and extended and it's not really over in one clumped up thing, if it's scrappy and drawn out and they give Cool the chance to be able to chase the carries down and Uzi the chance to be able to use that passive, I think, yeah, definitely in OMG's favor. But if it's just two big 5v5 team fights that we see all the time in China running head-on into each other, King will win.
And Lexido going in onto Going. He's actually forced to ult himself, but a lot of damage coming in onto the Rengar. Betgol's been popped. That's a 2-man knockup. Siva goes down instantly as Assassin uses the feast. And now Sky going to chase in as well. Cloud, the next target there, gets nailed by a Xenoblade, but taking a lot of damage here. Cool still does plenty of damage. Almost gets the next kill as Woosh now diving in onto the front line. Lamb actually does go down, but Woosh gets the counter kill onto Going. Sky now diving in, gets on top of Cool there, and now Woosh just needs to find the damage. Cool tanking a little bit too much. Will go down there as the double comes in. Cloud going to be the next to fall and goes in for the triple. And King, they've done it here. Only nearly left. This should be game.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to pick it up. And once again, it was just a head-on 5v5 team fight. King had a better win condition.
They did here, and Woosh dancing around has played so well on Kalista. 16-2-8. Loveling almost going to fall there as well, but King get the big prize. It's the Nexus they want, and they get it. And another split in the LPL spawn.
Yeah, so another split comes through. Definitely not what either team was looking for. OMG wanted it to try and get a little bit further ahead in that second spot, and King really needs to start picking up 3 points to secure the 8th spot. But hey, a win against OMG is a win against OMG at the end of the day. And when you do it in a fashion of Woosh going so ham, it's so good.
Yeah, Going actually had to, remember to shake his opponent's hand, was yelling at Loveling, I think, trying to explain something. Take his head over and go, sorry, yeah, good game, well played. Don't look too happy about it. Uzi actually smiling is kind of a weird thing to see after a loss, but to be honest, had one of his worst looking games I've ever seen. Woosh just destroyed him 2v2.
Yeah, he certainly did, and that's the thing. OMG couldn't dodge the lane swap. They didn't get the level 1 they were looking for. The wards were circumvented by King because they knew exactly where they were on the map and able to get the lanes that they wanted. Sure, it didn't work out for the Aurelia, but God, did it work out for the Kalista.
Yeah, and I mean, Kalista's just such a good champion. We've seen both Uzi and Woosh have fantastic games on her, and just going to have to maybe start seeing a bit more respect here. It's a reasonably common ban, maybe not enough here. Assassin, by the way, another win on the Cho'Gath, which is hilarious to me. And a split there. I mean, King will definitely not be happy to not get the full 3 points. And Royal have to think, match coming up tomorrow, they got to win 2-0.
Yeah, they certainly do. Everything on the line for Royal Club at this point.
Yeah, with that, we've got another great match coming up. A nice split again there, but of course another one here. But don't go anywhere, guys. The Samsung mid lane is going to do battle once again. It is Pawn versus Dade as EDG takes on M3.
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms. child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, don't turn away now. We're warriors that built this
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. OMG just went 1-1 with King. Crazier things, admittedly, have happened, but now we have EDG taking on M3. The Samsung mid laners face off against one another once again, and I'm excited for this match, I have to say.
Yeah, white and blue versus white and blue again. Of course, Looper and Dade versus Pawn and Deft coming across, and you have to say that currently, EDG looking much better than what M3 are.
Oh, most definitely. EDG yesterday were out of control. You can see Coro there. They actually played a very strange Juggernaut comp utilizing Mundo. Interestingly, of course, he did a lot of split pushing and stuff like that, turning up late to fights, things like that. It was incredible. But Clearlove, this is the guy that I couldn't stop talking about yesterday. Probably spoke about him too much, but his Lee Sin was incredibly strong.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that 10 KDA, you can't look past it. Pawn in the mid lane. The Katarina pick stands out,
yes, it certainly does.
Especially when you think it's in conjunction against an Ahri.
Yeah, and picking it into an Ahri as well. That's a last pick Katarina. Interesting choice by Pawn, but, you know, he made it work. Deft there as well. His Corki is so incredibly strong. You can see the Cogmore there. They protect the Cogmore comps. They play these Juggernaut type comps with the Wild Growth available. And Mako, his Thresh was brilliant, but I have to say his Nami had some of the best Acro Prisons that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it definitely has stepped up. Massive Mako in that bottom lane. And the whole EDG lineup, can't really fault any of them. They're playing like the best team in the world, and that's why they're atop of the LPL standings currently by an absolute mile.
Yeah, an absolute mile indeed. People throwing around words like best team in the world, but of course OMG has been copying that one as well, and we're not going to know until they face off against other teams in the world. So let's hold back on the sort of massive calls just yet, but I don't see anybody else
I'm
that's
done.
better.
EDG is so good right now, and they're so fun to watch. However, on the other side of the rift, a team that's had their ups and downs, but when they're
Mostly
looking
downs.
good,
Yeah,
they look good.
They certainly do. They certainly do. And Dade, I mean, his Azir has been taken off the table, you have to say. I mean, of course, 5.4, not as strong anymore is that Birdman in the mid lane, and Dade suffered for it.
Yeah, he certainly has. M3 have still been able to split, however, and that's the really impressive thing. They aren't dropping these games 0-2. They've been very resilient, almost stubborn in the way that they are able to win at least one game in a series. Still looking to piece it together, and I'm looking to see if they can do it out against an EDG lineup. We mentioned how proud players like Dade and Looper are, and you see Looper, a lot of heck room.
Yeah, clippity-clop into that top lane, but Looper has been looking a whole lot better towards this end of the season as opposed to the beginning. It took him a little while to settle into
Not very hard, because he looked horrible at the start of the season.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, he had to, not do badly, and then he'd be fine?
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of the Aluka treatment there. Condi as well. He's been favoring a lot of Lee Sin, not quite having quite the experience that Clearlove has, but definitely doing a whole lot of good things. Dade, his Victor has definitely looked strong.
His Victors look strong, his Ryze did not.
No, that was a... Let's not talk about it. If you want to be on the Dade hype train, don't mention that Ryze game ever.
And probably the two standouts on the team coming up, Candy and Love CD, for Masters 3, have been head and shoulders the two best players on the Rift. You look at the Kalista, you look at the Thresh, they play it in conjunction, and boy, do they play it well.
Oh my goodness. They actually came out with some of the best Thresh Kalista plays that we've seen thus far. It's actually sort of caught on to the other teams as well. They've been picking up that lane and doing amazing things, but it was Candy and Love City that were first to really perfect that lane.
Yeah, it certainly did look to be that way, and going into Deft, who's such a good Corki player, I don't think we will actually see the Kalista.
Yeah.
Just because of how well Corki does against it in a 2v2, has a much earlier spike. And across the Rift, you look at what Masters 3 bring, and you look at what EDG bring, and they're kind of an upgrade at every position at the moment, which is a scary thing for Masters 3. If they're going to win, it's going to be through good team play.
through good team play or maybe cheesy picks and bans, something crazy, throw a curveball at EDG. I guess the team that are kings of curveballs.
I was about to say, you're going to throw a curveball against a team that picked Katarina.
Yeah, I know, but the curves might offset each other so much that you've got them curving around and M3 somehow managed to pick up the win. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not the curveball magician. I don't know how it works, but we'll see whether M3 can bring something new out of the bag.
Yeah, definitely am looking forward to seeing it. As long as it's not a second-time rise, that is a new trick I don't want to see.
That's not a curveball. That's called bowling, I think. It's just not working out very well.
But I am very much looking forward to this game coming up because Masters 3, they've got a lot to prove, and who better to prove it against than EDG? They need to, I guess, earn their playoff spot, and these are games where you do it. Even splitting 1-1 here for M3 really is something that will solidify because EDG, they've been the best at taking the 2-0s. That's why they sit so comfortably on the top of the leaderboard, and it's going to be amazing if M3 take a game.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, is he looking, sort of stretching out for something good to say about
Just
M3?
pains me to
M3's sort of chances here as we hop into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. But, of course, Dade has a lot more experience up against Pawn. Not going to be able to, you know, change. Oh, I'm struggling.
Well, no, actually, Blue were the Achilles heel to White when Dade was on it. They were the only team in the world that could beat White consistently.
Apart from at Worlds.
Yes, apart from at Worlds, because White won. As we see the pick and bans coming through, Lissandra, Thresh, and Siva being taken away from EDG. Across the other side of the rift, Lulu, Rek'Sai, and LeBlanc being taken away. Because you do not let Pawn get LeBlanc, and that Juggernaut comp too strong, so Lulu going on the bench.
Yeah, and I want to look at the Thresh ban here as well. Love City has shown so much prowess on that champion, and Condi, my goodness, Nidalee got through, and EDG actually put higher priority on that Maokai when EDG have the option of picking Nidalee as a flex.
They certainly do, and they're going to maybe even pick away the Corki, which are just two very big power picks across the other side of the rift, and I like this pick ban phase so far, but of course Maokai probably still the strongest super tank in the game.
Yeah, Pawn hovering some Vaga here, of course, has been changed on 5.4, but Pawn played it beforehand anyway. Clearlove thinking about a Lee Sin again, 7-0. His KDA on Lee Sin is 26.5 or something like that. Something completely ridiculous on that champion. Pawn instead going to be looking at Annie for Mako, and Mako has been brilliant on that champion. Completely understandable. Not anything clear coming through from EDG just yet.
I want to point out that the Annie is a flex pick. Annie very strong on this patch, even in the mid lane. Good burst mage, so definitely not something we see
also
standard.
A pick away from Looper in the top lane.
But something like, please don't, something like an Ahri actually struggles against the Annie because after the first dash, you just kill her. So see how that one works out, although Mako has been playing it to terrific effect in the bottom support position, as you mentioned. Clearlove's Lee Sin is very good.
Oh, yeah.
When you carry a 10 KDA, obviously you can play other junglers very well, but when you have a 26 KDA on a jungler, you're probably very good at it.
Yeah, I think that is definitely an assumption that you can happily make. M3 now with another flex pick in there with the Morgana, of course. Haven't seen Dade play that. Sort of haven't seen Dade flex his sort of pick muscles all that often. Has picked up the Victor more recently, but sort of
He's the only person to pick Ryze. He has flexed his pick muscles a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you've got to do that and then do well in order to be able to say that.
I'll make sure to pass on the message. As we see Na being taken into the top lane for Looper, has played it very well. Hecarim wasn't banned away and didn't elect to take it into the Maokai matchup, of course.
Yeah.
Does sustain terrifically in that lane, and Def might actually look towards the Ezreal. No, it goes towards Lucian at the last minute, and Pawn has Ahri.
Oh my goodness, that is terrifying. Of course, you don't necessarily look at Pawn as being the Ahri player. There are the likes of Cool, and Korn as well has shown some fantastic skills on the Ahri as well at the same time, but Pawn, he can play every champion. I think ever. I'm not entirely sure what he can't play in the mid lane. I think maybe it's Bard, because I don't know.
Who isn't available, so that's why.
Precisely. He's not allowed to play Bard, therefore he's not going to be able to play it in the mid lane. Love City thinking about what he's going to pick to round out the lineup, and Dade going back to what is now considered his comfort pick in the Victor.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Victor is a counter pick. Ahri beats Victor in lane, very convincingly actually, so
yeah.
Dade was quite famous for this at the start of the season, has taken the cleanse, but has put himself in a losing lane matchup against a very strong opponent.
Yeah, and Dade often does this as well. I mean, it's not like he was just doing it at the beginning of the season. He just picks champions that he's comfortable in. It does make sense. Of course, if you have mastery over this champion, Dade tends to do that. He gets to the point where he's so good at a specific champion that has to be removed. His Azir does come to mind when we're thinking about that, and sort of historically a whole lot of other champions as well. His Zed is definitely, definitely terrifying. Yeah, of course. But look, we'll see whether he can take this Victor into the Ahri, but you have to think it'd be very dangerous. When you can just dash out of the way of the gravity field and not get hit by... Okay, it's just frightening. Koro, though, up against Lupa here. The tree versus the Gnar. Pretty standard matchup there. And Clearlove on the Lee Sin once again against Condi, who's on the Nidalee. Incredibly strong this patch.
Yeah, certainly is. Clearlove doesn't look impressed in that photo, actually.
No, it's not very psyched
Giving
about
him
this
the
at all.
stare down. And Pawn versus Dade. I like how they're wearing inverse colors.
I don't like that Pawn isn't wearing Dade's jacket.
Yeah, also true.
A little bit unfortunate there, but he's going to be taking the Victor into the Ahri, and look, we'll see how it goes here. If Dade gets some early help from Condi, who's of course able to clear out his jungle very quickly, is going to stay relatively healthy with that Primal Surge, you have to think, unless he resets his red buff on himself. We'll see how it works out here, because it's seeming frightening. And Deft, we haven't even spoken about the bottom lane just because we've been so excited about this. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with EDG taking on M3 for our third matchup of the night. You can see Condi there running through the jungle incredibly quickly, utilizing that passive. And this is a huge match. And Dade again with the counter pick. And what we were going to talk about before we hopped straight into the game was this bottom lane. And Deft has picked what has seemed to come out as the counter matchup here.
Yeah, it certainly does look to be that way. Although we see Dade getting aggressed on early. Might be in some trouble.
Yeah, actually walks away from the charm there. And it's actually going to cause all of EDG to back off. He got the ward down. Dade only takes an auto attack for his trouble. So nice juking ability, of course, not walking up that path and just going to the right, so working out quite nicely.
Holds onto his flash, does burn the Ghost. On the other side of the Rift, we see Pawn actually used his to try and nail that charm. Did not. So, exchanging of summoner spells in the mid lane for both Pawn and Dade. Have a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, going to a slight pause here, of course, but Lucian, Annie, have we seen this lane as of yet?
I don't know if we've seen it. It is a very logical lane because, of course, you can trade extremely well in the Annie stun. So I like what it brings. A lot of level 6 pressure as well.
Yep.
Coming through. Annie by herself is just level 6 pressure written all over it. So don't mind the matchup here. Good lane swap as well. 2 range. Annie roams extremely well, as we've seen from your support, Sync Dream, coming through. And yeah, so I definitely think it does provide something as we jump back onto the Rift. However, on the other side, Love CD and Candy probably going to be extremely safe with that Morgana, as well as the Corki, although Annie deals extremely well with Morgana, able to just throw out a spell, pop that Black Shield, and then be able to CC them up.
Yeah, and we didn't mention the fact that Candy has played a lot of this Corki here as well. He's generally sort of known as this Kalista player, this guy that plays a lot of these sort of champions in the bottom lane, but his Corki has been brought out quite a few times to quite a fair bit of success.
Yeah, it certainly has, and we can see actually a lane swap coming through with it looks like EDG dodging away from the M3 bottom lane. So we're at a point now on this patch where lane swaps aren't even necessarily for dodging out different lanes. It's just the fact that it is so easy to lane swap and get specific things that you want, like farm onto your bottom lane unharassed, be able to deny CS away from these super tanks that were just getting obnoxiously tanky. And we see Mako maybe level 1 looking for the stun on Dade, who's already used his Ghost.
Yeah, does have the flash available, of course, playing up
so
so incredibly far. There's the Ignite. Clearlove's there as well, and Dade gets stunned, and that is the easiest first blood of Clearlove's life.
Ooh.
Oh, the manners in the mid lane from Pawn. Dade's going to be coming back with a vengeance into this lane, you have to think.
Yeah, Pawn baited Dade so hard then. Just, he went pretty aggressive in the lane, you'd have to say there, Dade, and in the end was made to pay for it.
And I wonder whether this was sort of in response to words traded before the game came through, of course. We'll never know. But I have a feeling something might have come through. The intellectual game from EDG starting off very strong thus far, as Lupa struggling to try and find some CS here in the top side, but does secure at least one. Actually has 2.
Yeah, so we see that actually a wave being stacked up here, maybe even the potential dive coming through from the top lane duo of Deft as well as Mako. So they need to make sure that they send Looper some support relatively soon. Of course, ClearLove able to pick up that first kill, so he'll rotate up there as well, potentially after taking out that Rift Scuttler. And in the bottom lane, Koro doing much better. 10 CS, does miss out on the cannon though.
Yeah, that was a little bit sad. Is the puddle going to come down and give Love City some money? He's looking to head back, wants to head top lane and help Looper out because, as you mentioned, might be in a little bit of trouble. ClearLove going to go back and spend a whole bunch of gold that he picked up from that first blood. And you can see Dade changed his tone here in the mid lane, playing a whole lot more defensively. Yeah,
certainly is backing away from Pawn there. Pawn has the level advantage as well, level 3 to level 4, as we see Condi actually being spotted out by a ward. So EDG know where the jungler of M3 is. Gonna fall relatively low here, although we'll get some help from Love CD.
Yeah, Love City not going to spot that ward, but EDG probably not going to go too aggressive, knowing that there's 3 members of M3 here in this top side of the map. Being said, Looper, not a whole lot he can do right now as far as going forward because Annie, Mako sitting on that stun. And unless Love City can come through with sort of the best timed...
he's level 1. He has nothing. The best timed pull of all time?
Yeah, the best timed pull. It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to it. Mako, though, does actually have the Relic Shield up here in the top lane.
Yeah, so going for that one as the Annie, a little bit tankier stats as well as some quicker pushing if you do want to turn the lane around.
It also helps to charge your stun, doesn't it, without, you know, potentially stealing away farm from your AD carry?
Yep, that's one of the benefits. Or you could just throw your Q at a champion and do some damage at the same time.
Hey, that's a good idea. I like it, definitely. But trading some auto attacks here, definitely Deft taking the one up on that front. Looper playing far further back, is about to get that Mega Gnar. Mako playing very far forward though. And Love CD, we'll see whether he's got the binding or whether it is that black shield that he's gotten is level 2. I have a feeling that it's probably the bind, so that stun's still very dangerous coming through from Mako.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see in the mid lane, 10 CS already the advantage for Ari, even though she went back early to pick up that Codex as well as a pink ward, so some good vision going to be put down in the mid lane for EDG. Dade has both summoners available because he didn't use Flash in the first gank, as Condi looking for a little bit of jungle pressure here, won't be able to find it. ClearLove sweeping out that ward.
Yeah, the little Wolf Spirit is easily going to be able to give him heads up on that spear coming through, and Condi not going to find him with that one. It's ClearLove continuing just to head around his jungle here. Condi doing about the same. Condi going to have the faster clear time, but Trailblazer and, of course, that longsword now completed by ClearLove as the charm actually lands here in the mid lane. There's the Orb of Deception, the Ignite down onto Dade as the ultimate comes through. The last auto attack not going to be enough, but Dade has to be very careful. A stray Q from Pawn will spell the death of this Victor.
And I like that you mentioned the auto attacks that were coming through from Pawn. Those that watch Pawn play mid lane know that he weaves auto attacks in between spells extremely efficiently, and when you're able to reset like that, it does great things for yourself. He burns another summoner out of Dade, that Ghost being gone. They have to rotate 2 members into the mid lane to relieve pressure, and all this means that in the top lane, Looper falling further and further behind.
Yeah, and Mako now actually threatening a potential dive here as well, as they're zoning Looper away from this wave of experience. There's actually the Dark Binding, Relentless Pursuit going to get Deft out of trouble. But Looper missed out on a whole lot of creeps as a nice piercing light comes down from Deft here at the same time.
18 is the advantage currently for Koro in that lane. We've complimented Koro all season long on how well he's been able to play the top lane matchups, both in a 1v1 and a 2v2, and looks like tonight's going to be no exception, slowly building a lead.
Yeah, and of course he has the 1v1 here as well, but doesn't have the range advantage as Black Shield comes through. Love City gets ignited. Those Deft, he finds the last passive, and the Ignite going to be enough to secure the kill. And 2v2 under the tower. EDG pick up another one.
That was a terrible play coming out of Love CD there. He's given up another wave of experience. Looper's going to have to go back, potentially use his teleport. They're going to lose the turret for sure. And that is not good news, as in the bottom lane now they're looking for a turret dive.
Yeah, ClearLove looking for Candy here, but of course Koro and himself both relatively low, so not going to find anything.
And Looper goes for the Phage as the first item. That's an extremely aggressive build, especially after you've lost your turret this early. Maybe expecting a swap back Maokai going to be in his lane, so looking for some pressure in the 1v1 matchup. But Maokai at this point, 30 CS up, doesn't really care about what the Na's going to be doing.
Yeah, well, exactly. He does have that double Doran's ring here at the same time. Has picked up a whole bunch of vision here for this top laner. Hasn't actually put anything down. He's going to head back to base, but
got 1,150 gold, so a little bit shy of that Catalyst if he wants to pick that one up. And it does look like they'll swap back to standard lanes.
Yeah, and Koro does actually pick up that Catalyst.
Yeah, so waited for it in base.
Not too bad. So he's going to have a whole lot of extra regen as Lupa finally manages to get some spare time with this minion wave. Koro just going to walk up, and that's important to note because that means that the dragon pressure is still going to be able to be answered by both M3 and EDG.
Yeah, it certainly is important. However, it puts Lupa in an extremely long lane against the Lee Sin, who's already picked up Warriors Enchant, which is a dangerous prospect, particularly when you don't build any early defensive stats. So Lupa needs to be careful, probably let the lane come to him as we see the blue handoff come through to Pawn, who has a 14 CS advantage at this point in the game. And Deft is actually going for the, I guess, very early brawling build. It's got a great level 1 spike on the Lucian. Probably going for the Bloodthirster first up. Has the Vamp Scepter in there.
That was a beautiful dodge out of that Dark Binding.
Deft's pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah, he is pretty good at League of Legends. Thank you very much. The analyst here, ladies and gentlemen. As Dade just going to wander past that Orb of Deception. Nice death ray to come through. Gravity Field. Pawn not going to blow the ultimate just yet, but does use it to dodge out of the way of that spear. Clear Love comes through as well. Lands the Sonic Wave onto Condi. Not exactly the target he was looking for, but oh, was that the stun? The Tibbers comes down. Condi's going to die, and Clear Love helping out with another kill now as Pawn actually picks up the kill credit, and EDG just seamlessly transition into this first dragon.
And now that's a double buff Ari in the mid lane. Things not going the right way for Masters 3 at all. They give up 3 early kills, a 3,000 gold advantage, as well as first dragon, and they're not done.
This is absolutely ridiculous. EDG and Vici Gaming, I swear, are sharing like drinks from the same glass or something like that. They are both looking completely unstoppable on the Rift against whoever they are with. And Dade, oh my goodness, I feel like we shouldn't have even shown that.
So Masters 3 currently getting picked apart, I think fair to say. EDG just rotating around the map extremely well. Now going to look to grab the first turret of the game. And in a second turret, and in the best possible lane, it is going to be mid. So they'll push through, be able to pick that one up. And all of a sudden, 4,000 gold is the lead 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and Deft, again, we've complimented Deft on his ability to be in exactly the right lanes for pushing down the turrets that EDG want, especially when he's playing the likes of Corki. And now on the Lucian, similar power spikes, similar sort of goals here in this game, both of them pushing turrets very quickly if they get some spare time, especially with that Lightslinger passive that comes through from Deft. And he's got this high AD build with the Bloodthirster first. As the culling comes through in the bottom lane, Candy taking a lot of harassment.
Yeah, it does, but Condi in position.
Yeah, Mako going to get stunned up here as well. There's a Phosphorus Bomb. Condi picks up the kill. The heal from Deft not quite enough as the spear lands, but Condi not wanting to push his advantage too much. And M3 finally answering back here in the bottom side of the map. Koro, he's going to go aggressive onto Lupa here. Doesn't have much in the Nabar here at all as the Vengeful Maelstrom going to pop onto Lupa.
Yeah, also Pawn rotating into the lane as well, looking for the kill. Probably will get it.
Yeah, looking for it. Now there's the Spirit Rush to come down Foxfire. There's the flash over the wall as well, but Dade looking for something. Koro is there for a little bit of support. And the Charm not going to find Lupa here as well as he sweeps out that ward, but very close here. And this Ari hasn't actually been back to base for quite some time. Could potentially pick up that Morellonomicon very quickly and possibly finish off Boots. Might just pick up a needlessly large rod because, of course, 1,800 gold is what's sitting in the back pocket of this Ari.
Yeah, certainly is 2-0-1, having a great early game coming through. Koro with that Catalyst, getting all the mana back that he lost in that trade. And I think Dade was making a statement there. He was like, see how my lane came to your lane and I actually followed them? Gets a stun through, actually.
Yeah, doesn't use the Chaos Storm.
Lupa, maybe try it next time, buddy, as we see Condi actually take a visit to Lupa's lane this time, to Dade's lane, trying to put a little bit of pressure on this Ari, who's just so far ahead, goes back, finishes up the Morellonomicon, grabs a Blasting Wand, more pink wards for Pawn, using his advantage to help out his team as well. Bloodthirster finished up for death, so across the whole map, power spikes being reached for EDG very early in the game.
Yeah, and this is before the next dragon is available as well, able to sort of take that one very, very early on, but now going to be able to push their advantages in the lanes even more, so you can see M3 not wanting to approach these EDG members in any lane at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look to be the case. I'll actually force Candy off the last of the outer turrets, so by 13 minutes, EDG are able to pick up all outer turrets, a 5,000 gold advantage.
This is ridiculous.
They're picking up exactly where they left off last night.
They most certainly are, and that series was ridiculous as Dade gets caught by a charm. The Chaos Storm comes down, but ooh, the Spear's going to find Pawn here, but Clearlove's going to find him as well. Love City pops the Soul Shackles. Clearlove's going to get stunned up. It's a double kill though for Pawn. Clearlove survives yet again somehow. Mako throwing down Tibbers there to help his jungler. And I thought Clearlove might die for the first time on Lee Sin this weekend, but not happening this time.
Yeah, definitely not happening. Clearlove showing his masteries of that champion, just balancing the perfect amount of damage. Dade, completely lack of vision, blind, walks through the jungle, gets caught out, trying to go back to mid lane, and you have to say 4-0-1, Pawn looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Pawn who picked Katarina into Ahri in a counter matchup. I mean, you give Pawn a matchup that's good. I don't really understand.
Yeah, so M3 now have a long way to climb back into this game. They have a good team fight available, don't get me wrong. However, all of their power points where they thought they would be ahead in this game with the first evolution, with the fact that the Trinity Force should come in roughly the same time as well.
Yeah, Condi going to get caught by a charm, and he is dead. Takes a little while. Pawn does secure that kill.
Yep, so Pawn able to pick up another kill. Now 5-0-1. Has another 1,800 gold when he goes back to shop. Also has that level 2 ultimate now, and a minute on Dragon. This is a rough game for Masters 3.
It most definitely is, and Pawn just so good on this Ahri. Actually just throwing out the Orbit Deception to get further around the map quicker.
Yeah, of course, that movement speed extremely useful when you're not going to be fighting in the next couple of seconds. So using that to great advantage. Clearlove even going an aggressive build, picks up the Hex Drinker. Of course, there is a lot of magic damage coming through from the Masters 3 lineup, so it does couple as that defensive item as well. Like the pickup there, looking to get as aggressive as possible and push this lead. Of course, when you are 1,200 gold ahead of your jungler, you can pretty much pick up any item you want for free.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's not going to put him behind too badly. He probably could have got a needlessly large rod and still been relevant. But of course, not going to do that because Marta isn't in this game. Spawn actually shaking his head. I mean, at that point, I'm sorry. I won't talk about those games ever again. We've done that once. Let's not go there again.
And once again, we see Pawn as a solo just setting up in the denial of vision, trying to pick off any members of M3 that walks through. You would think it might be Condi this time around, although it doesn't look like they want to go anywhere near neutral territory at this point. So EDG will be able to pick up their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, a whole lot of deep vision for EDG around this blue side jungle of M3. They knew that they weren't spotted at all. I mean, there is a ward there, so they were spotted, but they knew that no one was coming to contest that on the side of M3. Condi was on the top side of the map. I think they even pinged him out there as well, as Looper might get towards this outer turret, but Koro is, of course, there. And no joy as far as any turret take is going to be taken here from Looper in the top side of the map. And this is just the beginnings of a shutout from EDG.
Yeah, it's a complete shutout, apart from that one kill that was picked up by Condi in the bottom lane. This looks like it's nearly going to be the perfect game. They're so far ahead. Deathcap is finished off when Pawn goes back to base. That is a 17-minute 2-item Ahri.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. And Candy taking a lot of damage from Deft here as well, who's actually 1v2. Mako is sitting around the side, but...
Well, he's just building up his shield and trading very smart with the Bloodthirster shield coming through. So I like the way Deft's playing the lane. Also looking for the Static Shiv as the second item. So a very efficient build coming through from Deft, recognizing how far ahead they are, not needing to go for any late game stats, just getting his build together as quick as possible. And we see Clearlove and Mako rotating through the jungle. They've caught someone out.
Yep, Love City's being caught here as well. Soul Shackles to come down, but Love City's going to die before it goes off. The Chaos Storm, Pawn actually having to be very careful. Candy gets the shutdown, but EDG, they finish off Dade at the same time. Candy Taking a bit of damage from Mako here as well, who manages to stun up Looper, but he's pretty tanky at this stage, has that Spectre's Cowl. And Clearlove, he's looking for the Sonic Wave. Is it going to land? Is he going to be able to land it on Candy above all else? As Corey's going to get tagged by a spear, but he's pretty tanky. EDG, though, not able to chase any further. Yeah,
so able to trade a kill for a kill. Of course, Love CD went down before that fight started, but Candy gets the shutdown of Pawn.
Yeah, and Dade going towards that death cap as well here for his first item, unless you include that Hex Core. Of course, upgraded one time here. Has actually stayed up in farm relatively well. 14 behind when his lane opponent was 5-0 and 1.
Yeah, but you have to say that Pawn really hasn't been pressuring the lane too hard. Instead, playing around with vision, using Ari's pick potential really to the fullest. And we see a gank coming in on Koro. That's being scouted out, although might eat a spear here if he's not careful.
Yeah, Koro, he's just going to wander out of the way. Takes one auto attack, but is going to be fine. And Deft again finds himself in a 1v2, and again, he's not too phased.
Yeah, always knows that his team's there for support, rotating now into the bottom lane. He must be sitting on a gold mine as well, 1,800 gold. Not actually going for the bottom wave, instead deciding to recall, finish off an item, and across the board, EDG just have complete control over everything you could possibly hope. If they closed their eyes and pictured how they wanted to play against M3, you would think this is a pretty close example.
Oh, most definitely. 30 CS is the advantage here for Deft. He finishes the static shift, so that's the 2-item spike now for Deft here as well on this Lucian. He's going to have a whole lot of extra movement speed, a whole lot of extra AoE damage here as well, and his burst potential coming down with that first crit as Dade gets caught by another charm. And Pawn, I mean, I guess that's shield was helping a little bit as he gets stunned up here as well. Clearlove actually going to tank the black shield as Love CD is going to take so much damage from that Tibbers Looper with a decent flank here. The Hyperproc not available on a Pawn, but the spear from Condi finishes him off as Clearlove comes around. Looper not quite with enough rage in his Narbar, and Red Buff doing a fair bit of damage to Clearlove. Doesn't have a whole lot of armor just yet, focusing on that magic resistors. There's the Sonic Wave. Koro comes through with the Twisted Advance. Black Dark Binding though. He's going to lock him down for just a little bit. Condi has to worry about how much mana he's got at this stage as he's healing up Looper to the best of his ability. This red buff was being so frustrating as there's the wallop under Koro, but not going to save Condi as Clearlove picks up his third kill of the game. M3, admittedly showing signs of life, but it's just EDG being so far ahead.
Yeah, EDG are terrifically ahead in this game, but Pawn coming out with the feeding strategy currently.
Yeah.
Has given up 2 kills. So I have to watch how that continues to stack up as the game goes on. Of course, he's picked up 7 of his own, so definitely not doing bad by any stretch of the imagination. But it looks like M3 are just having horrible communication problems. Looper scoops back with his ultimate to disengage the fight completely, and then Nidalee walked back into 3 members, got locked up and died at the end of that. Dade, 0-5-2, not having a terrific game so far. See if he can turn it around. Is getting a lot of upfront damage down before he dies. Although with the Sork boots now picked up for Pawn, you would think that he's probably not going to live through the charm.
Yeah, and he's going towards that Abyssal Scepter here at the same time, so he's going to be able to shrug off a bunch of Dade's damage once that one does come through. And honestly, he could just build a Void Staff here and just insta-kill Dade.
You could build what? Yeah, Void Staff. I personally like Twin Shadows just to catch even more people out.
That's a good point. I like Frozen Mallet because he likes weaving auto attacks so much. What do you think?
It. CC.
Yeah. There it
Being
is.
useful.
Yeah.
So we see Dragon actually up in 30 seconds. Clearlove and Mako as ahead in this game as they are for the Dragon. A little bit early, but they'll be able to stall this one out. Actually looking for a kill on the mid lane. Clearlove goes in.
Oh, there's the Flash Tibbers as well over the wall. Dade. This is adding insult to injury now. That Chaos Storm not going to be doing too much at all as Tibbers just takes half of his health. And EDG are going to be able to transition into this third Dragon for themselves at 23 minutes.
And their vision control has just been fantastic across the map. They've really controlled exactly where they know M3 are going to be looking to go, and Looper's now being caught out by Deft.
Yeah, caught out by the AD carry is the tanky top laner. As there's the culling. Looper may actually die here as well. Oh, the last hit, not quite enough. Deft flashes for the kill. And, I mean, Clearlove gets an assist from the safeguard. That was a bit cute, but
meanwhile,
getting frightening.
Benny Hill music, there's no way that is going to be caught in the bottom lane as Pawn takes out another turret. 22 minutes as a 10,000 gold advantage over to EDG.
Yeah, and that's going to be the third dragon here at the same time, easily taken here by Clearlove and Mako. And this game got out of control incredibly quickly. And I guess the question that M3 has to ask themselves now is how do they turn around from this and face the next game?
Well, they don't have a choice is the first thing, so they have to do it.
That's a good point.
However, as we mentioned pre-game, EDG are like an upgrade of M3 in every single position. They're just so good at the moment.
Do you mean that by playstyle as well?
They even try and play simple out.
Okay, yeah. Pawn is going to kill Condi.
Yep. So
back to your point.
Condi's dead. So the problem is that you look at exactly what EDG across the map. So they control vision very well. They pick people off. They are in complete control at every stage of the game. Dade and Looper were known for their controlled styles. They were known for good tactical awareness. Looper, of course, a fantastic use of the teleport summoner, was known for playing these tanky top laners and being able to influence the rest of the map. And Dade, of course, just had his standout champions that he was able to team fight very well with. So you look at exactly what EDG are bringing to the map and how M3 are trying to counter it, and you just don't see a way for it to happen because mechanically they look better at this point. They're better laners across the board, and then they look like they have a superior understanding on how the current League of Legends should be played. And when you're coupling that with the fact that they have all winning lanes, it's just really difficult for M3 to take any part of the map for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's even before we consider champion picks, or is that what you sort of meant as in the last point?
Yeah, well, champion picks come in there as well, as we've seen that Looper hasn't really been at his best this whole season. Dade, of course, hasn't as well. Condi's actually been okay on the Nidalee pickup this time around, although I think that M3 perform better when they do have a tankier lineup, especially coming from the jungle position. But yeah, there's just, across the board, they picked a couple of champions away, like the Corki, and it really hasn't led to much. Deft has looked completely at home on this Lucian. Lane swap didn't go in their favor, of course, as that charm just missing out from Dade. And yeah, the problem is, once again, I don't know what M3 do in a pick ban phase to really upset EDG to the point that their win conditions are taken away.
Oh, red buff about to spawn. Oh, actually, the boomerang didn't quite land here as Clearlove with some fancy footwork. Corri going to cop a spear there, but
that was
M3,
a max range spear.
Yeah, and it did nothing. Almost at all. Of course, only the Spectre's Cowl to come through, but he's got so much health, does Koro. There is a Seraph's Embrace onto Condi, and Love City looking to try and get a ward down here. The culling coming through the wall. There's a Twisted Advance actually onto Love City. Koro very deep in this fight. Dade with a lot of burst. Koro is going to take down Love City though and flash away. Nice gravity field going to stop Deft, but in comes Pawn with so much damage. The miss of the Gnar there by Looper as Pawn picks up Dade with the end of that Ignite. And EDG, they get the engage that they're looking for, and Candy, he has to be very, very careful. Now House goes wide as the rockets are coming down as well, and M3, oh my goodness, the aggressive, relentless pursuit. He wants Condi, doesn't find the last hit of that passive. And the spear not going to find Corri here as well, as Deft was just flirting with death there.
So the thing is, they didn't even get the engage they're looking for. Koro ended up across the map by himself and was able to tank it up. It's just they're at the point of the game where they're that far ahead that any engage is the engage they're looking for.
I guess that's sort of what I meant.
It's just...
It's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is. And when your top laner Twisted advances, yeah, an entire screen length away, generally that means...
into 4 members.
...that he dies. But not when it's Koro, of course. He did take a lot of damage, had to use that flash in order to get out of there, and Dade still has a decent amount of AoE burst damage, but when you've got a gold lead of 11,000 at 27 minutes into the game, when you've been completely shut out of every single buff, when you have absolutely no ward control at all around the map, you can't expect much from M3, and that honestly probably went as well as it could have.
Yeah, it definitely looked to be that way, as Def takes down another outer turret, this time in the mid lane. So extending that gold lead. Dade trying to grab as much solo farm as he can, although needs to be careful because EDG have clearly turned their sight towards this Baron objective. And it looks like, once again, M3 just going to cede it away. They've sent Candy back. Dade's back in base as well. There's not really much they can do.
Yeah, and Pawn and Mako actually waiting for a pick here as well. So much upfront CC to come through, and the burst damage from Pawn will be absolutely terrifying. Doesn't quite have the Void Staff completed, but that when it is finished, that's 5-item Ahri at 27 minutes, 28 minutes into this game. against sort of Dade here with just that death cap. Does actually have it completed, does have an amp tome going towards that Void Staff here as well, as Pawn's going to throw an Orb of Deception at his teammates. Deft going to use that Baron buff to help push out this wave and then Empowered Recall back to base. And EDG probably looking to buy up and then try and break the base of M3.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be that way. And Pawn 3 levels ahead of Dade just because of all the passive experience that's coming through as well. So Dade actually the only same level as his jungler, which must be a strange feeling as we have Pawn once again looking for Condi.
Yeah, actually Spirit rushes into it. Look at the damage. The Seraph's Embrace shield nowhere near enough as the Charm actually goes wide. Candy with a lot of burst, but there's the safeguard from Klilov and just kicked in the head. Flashes out of the way of the Soul Shackles here as well, but then wants to go back in for some more. Mako running through so quickly. Dade gets the focus as the gravity field onto the little Annie. Is Annie going to die? Lupa trying to take him down, and Mako doesn't even get killed by the Chaos Storm. And EDG, it's close to an ace. Only Love City available as the surrender vote no doubt comes through. And EDG once again, what a ridiculous performance.
Yeah, that was a game of League of Legends, and EDG played it extremely well. Across the map, they won every single lane. 10-2-4, the standout performance in the mid lane. And we see right there, not a very happy M3.
No, not a happy Dade there as well. And Pawn, he's looking a little bit nonchalant. Another day at the office, checked his watch. Yeah, my goodness. I wonder whether that was for the camera. Of course, I had a giggle afterwards. So.
Yeah, he certainly did, and EDG look unstoppable.
They certainly do. They look completely unstoppable. And I guess you can only really compare it to the likes of Vichi's performance today and yesterday as well. They've also been fantastic, but it hasn't been against sort of, Gamty and maybe not the top tier teams, but have been looking fantastic. But EDG, they just look leagues ahead.
Yeah, they certainly do. They look really on point. They're clicking on all cylinders, and it really looks like they're the team to beat.
Yeah, and Klilov again with an immortal performance. But ladies and gentlemen, there is still one more match to go in this series, and we'll see whether M3 can answer back, whether they can get the draft that they're looking for. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to Game 2 between EDG and M3, and it was almost as if M3 only half turned up to the Rift in that last game.
They definitely, all 5 members were confirmed sided at one point. Think by Pawn, as he was systematically destroying them on Ari.
Yeah.
What a performance out of EDG. You can see why this team is terrifying.
They are just complete. They look nigh unbeatable at this stage, and Clearlove again, an immortal performance on Lee Sin. I think his KDA must be up to about 30 now. It's just getting out of control. The ban slightly changed up here, of course. We've got the Cogmore ban away from M3 here as they look to take first pick, potentially Lee Sin here, away from Clearlove, and they do. They lock it in.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the pick. As we also have Lulu and LeBlanc also joining Cogmore on the bench. Banned away by M3. Lissandra, Rek'Sai, as well as Callista have been taken away. Clearlove can take the Nidalee if he wants, of course. Doesn't have to rush into the pick because jungle has already been picked up on Masters 3 lineup.
We'll see what he sticks with here. He was cycling through some fun picks, and big smiles on the faces of EDG. You can see Cora there. I don't trust what he's doing, but he does lock in the Maokai in the end. We'll see whether he starts with a Doran's Blade just to help out our friend Spawn here as far as his tactics on the Maokai.
Only works against top Morgana. As we see Sivir coming through as well as the AD carry pickup. So having a fantastic game on Lucian, particularly in lane, was deft, but going away from that pickup, blind picking the Sivir, of course, does struggle against some of the longer range AD carries. Not to mention, no, Callisto has been banned away. So that's the reason that they can afford to pick it up so early. And we'll see whether Love CD does want to go for something a little bit more defensive, something like Janna.
And Candy could opt for the Graves, of course, still fairly strong there as well. But Dade does eventually grab the Lucian here. Switches over at the last second to the Corki. So Candy on that Corki yet again, and Love City picking up the Janna this time around.
Yeah, and not really much synergy coming through from Janna Corki. And also have to highlight the fact that Sivir typically deals with Corki extremely well, particularly in a 2v2. Although we saw how devastating Mako's Annie was in that lane switch. A swap, of course, getting Pawn ahead very early, and Evelyn locked in. Flex Evelyn, could be mid lane, could be jungle, no one knows.
She actually has recently had a slight buff. Of course, I think something to do with her Ravage proccing on hit effects, like the likes of...
Oh, completely viable then, I apologize.
Okay, yeah, your sarcasm can stay out of this broadcast here, Spawn. I'm trying to be optimistic, because Pawn just locked in Evelyn, and I don't really know how to feel at this stage. M3 now looking to round out their lineup with some picks. Lupa looking at a possible Mundo here, and Dade, no surprises, is looking at the Victor, but Evelyn is still available, and that could be a jungle. I mean, Evelyn is still available. Evelyn has been locked in. Ari is still available, and that could be a jungle Evelyn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be a jungle Eve coming through from Clearlove.
No, I'm honestly like thinking that it might be Pawn, but Talon is being hovered. I don't know. I just feel like Pawn's the one that does weird stuff. You know?
Yeah, potentially it could be mid. I'm pretty sure it's jungle, and we'll see whether. So Mundo, it's weird composition coming out of M3. They have a lot of mid early game, I guess, focus here as we actually see a Fizz locked in.
Okay.
So that's changed Fizz, of course. Fizz on this patch tends to go Trinity Force into Frozen Heart, although we'll see whether Pawn does abide by the rules that are League of Legends, because he was known as one of the better Fizz players coming through. And into Dade's Victor, I don't actually know how the Victor Fizz matchup goes anymore.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that we'd seen much of the Victor Fizz matchup before Victor sort of made his debut into competitive play. I mean, it was only very recently, I believe, Raphael, one of the first Victor players to really bring that one out. But let's go over the lineups here as we've got the Super Tanks meeting in the top side. Mundo actually dealing with Maokai relatively effectively here, and we'll see whether Lupa can actually manage to get that 1v1 lane. As Condi on the Lee Sin, very standard, against Evelyn, in the hands of Clearlove, and we'll just see how that works.
Yeah, certainly will have to, and we see Dade once again on Victor. Didn't have the best performance last game, and Pawn picking up Fizz after the change.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he does go on hit Fizz. I mean, be excited to see something like a Nationals Tooth coming out. That could be fun. Mako back to the Annie again. We'll see whether there's going to be any more level 1 shenanigans, and Love City now picking up sort of the disengaged queen herself, the Jenna.
Yeah, certainly doesn't want people in her carry's face this time around. And as I said, a little bit of a strange lineup. Mundo, of course, the super late game tank. Lots of mid game otherwise, but see how it works out.
Yeah, we shall as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. No, you are not dreaming. That is, in fact, an Evelynn being picked by Clearlove here for the first time that I've seen it in competitive play in Season 5. So this is very, very exciting. We'll see whether Clearlove can make use of that, the Evelynn. And, of course, when she was sort of at the height of her popularity, Evelynn was very difficult to deal with just because she's always stealth. And we just haven't had to deal with that for quite some time.
Yeah, exactly right. And she was able to go that jungle item into pure tank nearly, and just the damage that came through from her ultimate, the CC, not to mention the huge shield that she received, just meant in team fights she was able to stick on all the carries, deal out a lot of consistent damage and get some work done. So see how Clearlove does elect to build her. If we just take a look at runes and masteries quickly, does have 32 ability power.
My goodness. So probably with a little bit of AP. Yeah. 32 with just a machete?
Yeah.
Is that almost flat ability power everything? Or it's just like ability power plus maybe armor seals?
Does have some armor seals.
Okay, well, armored seals and a lot of ability power coming through from Clearlove. And Pawn in the mid lane, probably going to be going the route of the AP Fizz that has seen a little bit of a drop in popularity since the remake, but we'll see whether he can make it work as
he's got
Dade's
24 ability power as well. So,
well, we'll just have to see how this one's going to work out because EDG have switched things up just a little bit towards the mid and jungle, but Deft and Mako still on a very standard lane here with Sivir being locked in, and with that on the hunt, I mean, that's going to be a very sticky Fizz and Evelynn. I mean, Fizz already sticky.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Evelynn, no slouch when it comes to that. They're double jungling again, potentially looking to get a deep ward on the blue buff of M3, as we see Lupa joining up with Condi to try and help him double jungle away this red buff as well, pick himself up some experience. And this really must play on Dade's mind. Where is the Annie? Where is the level 1 3-person gank? This time not coming, keeping him guessing.
Yeah, that's true. And Clearlove can now turn up from anywhere. And Dade is not going to know, of course. The old staple when it came to dealing with an Evelynn was sort of ward all of the jungle camps, make sure you know exactly where she is whenever she's actually forced to become visible. And you can see now actually stealing away the blue buff here as well.
Yeah, and really smart play. They recognize that they have the biggest camp, biggest, I guess, advantage on the top side of the map. So straight away they go for the invade. Don't give any time for that Mundo or the Sin to be able to get back into their side of the jungle and take away the blue buff. This will be a 3-buff start.
Yeah, and Koro actually took that blue buff away as well as Condi. Not going to find any joy as far as that blue buff is concerned. And Pawn farming up relatively well here against Dade. Has a bit of a minion wave, but that is for the 4 members of EDG now in the mid lane as Pawn takes a lot of harassment here from Dade. He pops the ghost immediately. This time he is going to be safe.
That was better play out of Dade, cheating towards the bottom side of the lane, recognizing that they had invaded the top side. That's much more the calculated Dade that we're used to seeing, as the early Dragon this time started up by M3. So they're the ones trying to get an early objective control.
Yeah, that is a 3-buff start though now for Clearlove, so
is Eve going to be catapulted ahead?
Yeah, Eve catapulted ahead. Definitely an interesting phrase, one that I haven't mentioned for quite some time, as Lupa's going down incredibly low. Safeguards from Condi are going to help him out, as the Dragon going to fall at 4 minutes into this game. M3 locked that one down. And Pawn continuing to do his best to farm under this turret. He's about to even up that farm here as well.
Yeah, so able to farm out relatively easily with that W. Is what he's maxing the E still. So still maxing the E even after the changes for a little bit more of that wave clear.
Bit of wave clear, bit more escapability as well. Being that slippery Fizz, you have to think. Not entirely sure. Deft is having no trouble at all, just farming out this wave in the top side of the map. Mako hanging around almost a little bit unnecessarily, as Koro's going to head back to this bottom lane and start trying to pick up some farm where he can. 6 times the amount of CS of Lupa here, who's doing his very best to pick up that Rift Scuttler, but Just going to be popping a ward down here as well, as he's going to head towards the top side, but you can see there's a hard freeze going on from EDG. And it's going to be difficult for this Mundo to pick up any CS.
Yeah, they definitely need to send their jungler into the top side of the lane to be able to push that one out, as Candy might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, there's a twisted advance here as well onto Candy and Clearlove. The red buff's there. The Valkyrie into the flash is going to lead Candy to safety. Not a lot stopping Clearlove from just hanging around here in this bottom lane, but not going to be able to go for the dive just yet, you don't think.
Yeah, maybe not going to approach it, of course. The turret giving true sight there, as they actually do go for it.
Yeah, there's a twisted advance. The teleport coming through. Candy, is he going to die beforehand? It is going to be first blood going over to Clearlove, but Koro, you are most definitely dead. Condi was there as well, but takes a little bit of time, but they trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, so they're able to trade 1 for 1, but they get the teleport out of Looper. See whether this does lead them to stick 2 standard lanes and send the Corki into the top lane against the Sivir. Of course, Sivir does an extremely good job of being able to push this lane around early on, and Def getting the hard shove on, maybe looking to swap back themselves at EDG.
Yeah, or maybe just trying to get some tower damage when they know that Mundo is now in the bottom side of the map. They know that they're about to get that 2v2 situation. Candy, though, is about to turn up here, and do you think that maybe Def just wants to shop?
Yeah, maybe Def wants to get the first shop in. He has got that 1,550 gold, so can go back and get a BF sword if he does please. And he's got a 20 CS advantage already at this point in the game, and it does look like they're going to continue the lane swap. They think that they have the measure of M3 tactically, and they're using it to their advantage.
Well, I trust them here, and they are doing some very strange things, so you have to have a little bit of trust here for EDG when they pick the likes of Evelyn on the Rift, but you have to think that if anyone can make it work, it's going to be Clearlove.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and we see Clearlove still farming up, actually farming relatively well. Is going to go for that Magus enchant, so going a very damage-heavy build on Evelyn. Want to see what the exact build path is to maximizing this AP Eve.
Yeah. Nashor's Tooth.
Of course, you know stranger to AP Eve.
AP Eve's probably one of my favorites, actually. But that was in Season 3, when she was ridiculously strong in the mid lane. It's a very different thing. Well, and of course, Death by a Grasp, rest in peace.
And now maybe a dive coming through from EDG onto this Mundo again. Trying to get some people across. Really good ward out of Looper, spotting them out there.
Well, spotting Mako anyway. Of course, Clearlove still a little bit invisible on this Eve.
Yeah, but you can make the logical assumption if there is a support by themselves wandering through a jungle, especially Lee Sin's jungle, probably going to be an Eve somewhere near.
Oh, and Clearlove actually heading around here as well. He does notice that he's been spotted as the teleport comes through. Mako taking a lot of damage from Dade off the backside. There's the Chaos Storm. Mako forced to flash his Def. He comes in on the Huntsman pop. The flash into the Urchin Strike. There's the fish as well as Dade gets taken down as fish food. That was so much burst damage. And EDG take down the mid laner. Not sure whether they picked up the red buff.
They did.
No, they did. Didn't. Condi managed to take that one down, so Dade traded for a red buff.
Yeah, and they were able to cancel the teleport in the top lane, so Koro wasn't able to join. But you saw the burst damage that comes through. Love CD takes a couple of turret shots here. Koro still taking the bad end of that trade.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to go back here as well as Candy, looking to try and get a rocket on him. Oh, doesn't quite find the range. That tickled his roots just a little bit as Koro was trying to head back to base, and does pick himself up a Ruby Crystal. Grabs some boots there as well, and he has that second Doran's Ring, sort of alluding to the fact that he is going to be going for that Righteous Glory once more.
Yeah, it certainly does look to be the case as we see Mundo being completely zoned off the wave. Now Fizz, for some reason, has joined him in the bottom lane. Maybe we'll send the duo mid to try and deny Dade even further and get him even further behind, but top lane turret does fall in the meantime to M3. Is that the first turret of the series?
That is M3, I believe. No, second? Did they get one yet last series?
I don't think they did.
No, I don't think they did either. That's a very good point. I don't think they could go past their inner turrets for the majority of that game. Is Gravity Field going to stop the blue buff from doing anything that Dade doesn't want it to? And Condi is going to be able to hand this one over. Nice pink ward just to make sure that's not going to get stolen. And Dade going to lock that one down with the Death Ray. Even on farm is our mid lane. But it's that bottom lane where Deft has a severe advantage.
Yeah, and look at the positioning of the wards on the M3 lineup. They're all in their own jungle. On the other side of the Rift, you can't say the same thing. The whole bottom half of M3's jungle has been completely lit up by EDG, and they have rotated their duo into the mid lane to try and continue to push this one out, with Pawn being in the bottom lane. As I say that, they make me a liar and rotate straight back to standard lanes, although maybe looking for this dragon.
Yeah, Deft actually going to start that dragon up immediately after it spawns. Of course, first dragon was taken from M3, but dragon just going to hop out of the pit for a moment and then reset, as Condi was hanging around. They had vision on that Lee Sin coming towards the bottom side of the map, and Clearlove decided he didn't really want to go for it. A little bit of extra mana regen now on Evelyn when she is stealthed up walking around the map, so some slight buffs to come through for that champion, but still hasn't really made her way back into prominence just yet, and we'll see whether Clearlove is going to start. Until today. Clearlove trying to start a trend. Diamond Prox of the LPL, something like that. That being said, Diamond Prox has had some interesting decision-making when it comes to that. Karma jungle.
Hey, it worked second time around.
It did, actually. That's a good point.
Picked up the win.
Was it the Karma jungle that did it, though? Actually, no, I'm not going to question Diamond Prox. That guy was amazing. He is amazing.
Was? Wow.
Yeah, no, look, come on.
Oh, as there's a gank coming in on Pawn, he just used his E.
Yeah, it actually does manage to get the Q off Dade. Does have a lot of burst damage. The fish comes through, just manages to Playful Trickster over, and Looper fails the flash. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Unfortunately, headbutts the wall, but what this will mean is another dragon being picked up from M3, and they're playing this early game much better. Some would say it's because there's a jungle Eve running around. I'm going to say it's because M3 turning a corner.
Yeah, it's true, and Condi able to lock that one down, does take a boomerang for it, but Def not able to use that to steal away the dragon. Morellonomicon is going to be the option here for Pawn, wants to be that cooldown reduction Fizz, which is sort of the most favored build before the rework came through. Those are Lucidity Boots, making sure that you can get to that 40% CDR without blue buff as soon as possible. But we'll see whether Pawn will be okay in this lane, because that last situation wasn't working out so well for him, but of course Looper was there.
Yeah, so was able to escape as well, as Deft actually gets a very good trade down onto Candy.
Yeah, Condi's here as well. Actually hits Clearlove while he was stealthed and says, okay, there's 3 people.
See, Candy actually taking a very unfavorable trade there. It looks like Deft's going to go into the Youmuu's Ghostblade build after that Infinity Edge. The early Brutalizer with the BF sword is just so much early power coming out of Sivir. All the flat AD helps her push out the waves, as well as the fact that that passive, the active on the Youmuu's, very good to help kite around the outside of a team fight.
Yeah, and it also works with that Fleet of Foot passive as well coming through from Sivir, so you're going to get some even more movement speed coming down with that one as Pawn. He's going to head back, probably finish off Morellonomicon, but Dade may not let him. He's going to be able to pogo his way to safety.
Yeah, you definitely do not poke the bear that is Pawn. If he wants to back, you let him back.
Yeah, that's true. That means that he's not going to be in your face for the next little while.
Yeah, like 20 seconds of not dying time.
Not dying time.
Well, that's what it's called.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, because, you know, when you spend more time alive, you can call it alive. But Dade last game, he gets not dying time.
Oh, he's definitely been spending a lot more of his time not dead. You are correct. And Dade made it to level 10, only 1 death under his belt as well, as Def not going to be able to find the extra mana from that spell shield proc. Candy is running out himself here as well.
Looks like it'll be the bottom turret actually going down. The one thing that I will say is that Looper has been able to navigate the trickiest part of Mondo's game. He's up to nearly level 9 where he'll be able to max out those cleavers. You can see he is doing a little bit of damage to Koro, and once he's picked up that Spirit Visage, will become slightly more tanky. And against 4 AP threats, 4 legitimate AP threats, Mundo has this advantage of being able to build the Spirit Visage Warmog's Thornmail build, and no Tank Shredder on the side of EDG. So you feel if this game goes very late, Looper will be extremely useful.
Hey, unless, you know, Leandries comes through with those hate spikes on Clearlove. Pretty good at tearing apart a tank. It's been a while since we've seen the older Evelyn jungle with building full AP.
Ultimate also does percentage health damage.
It does, man. Look, I mean, it's been a while. I can understand why you've forgotten exactly how powerful Evelyn is coming out of the jungle. Oh my goodness, Clearlove, why? As Condi is making his way towards this top side, going to take a Rift Scuttler on his way, but he's actually changing his mind. As Pawn hanging around, does sweep this brush, knows that he hasn't been spotted, but Looper playing very far back, knows that the Fizz, the no die time has wore off. And now M3 playing very carefully. Dade able to pick up his second blue buff as well.
They're in on Looper in the top lane.
Oh my goodness, the Chum the Waters comes through as well as Pawn just happily auto-attacking, and the Grievous Wound's going to be enough there as well, coming through from the Morellonomicon. And of course that W. Oh, Sonic Wave not going to land here onto Pawn. He flash kicks him into the enemy team, and there's the flash into the wall. Beautiful flash. That one is still very hard.
Yeah, Looper with a notepad taking down some instructions on how that one was done. Of course, not getting the Wraith one earlier in the game. Pawn able to survive, but a lot of damage going down on this mid lane turret. Will be traded for the bottom turret, but probably in M3's favor if they can get it. Dade jumping at shadows, popping the ghost.
Yeah, actually definitely not wanting to die. Of course, Clearlove, he could be anywhere. You have to think, of course, with Mako turning up in the lane, he could have just walked at him with those mobility boots, and if the Evelyn was there, we haven't actually seen the ult come through just yet from Clearlove.
Good guy, Dade. Condi gets an extra 30 gold for that.
Oh, nice.
Do want to point out, you can take the little ones, don't take the big ones.
Yeah, especially when they've got a
Ooh,
Devourer
Condi,
as well.
you need to be careful.
Oh, how did he not hit that Sonic Wave? I know it's blind, but...
Oh, well, there was a ward over there, so maybe saw someone walk in.
Well, yeah, but it was just very, very close. That's all I was saying. Is Pawn, he's going to find himself a Rift Scuttler, just going to Urchin Strike through it just to create a little bit more speed getting towards this bottom side as the Tri-Brush does get swept out there. And Pawn, he really just wants to find picks here. Chum the Waters, of course, off cooldown, does have a Sheen now as well. Lots of burst potential to come through from this Fizz now.
I like the Mercury trade pickup here from Dade. Was struggling with Mako's Annie last game, and of course going to be able to shrug off more of that CC this time around. Was being heavily focused, so like what he's done here. He's picked himself up a 40 CS lead. I think we have to mention that at this point, game was pretty much done as Condi gets caught out.
Yeah, there's the Playful Trickster here as well, and Condi is in so much... Mako flashes for that? What? Oh, Pawn tried to auto-attack him there. I can understand that, Mako. That was unnecessary. My goodness. But, of course, Pawn does still lock down the kill there. Didn't actually have Ignite there. Didn't need to use it. Mako definitely didn't need to use Flash, but he did. So, fun times there as Deft just going to wander past his own ward. Haven't actually swept this little brush here as well as Deft going to come down, try and get some extra damage here. Nice use of the Spell Shield. If that Sonic Wave had have landed, it would have been really good.
He got double blocked. Condi was never going to try and go for him.
The double negative play. I like it a lot. 1,000 gold is the lead now for EDG, but that is definitely a whole lot lower than it was in the last series. EDG thinking about starting off this Dragon. They do want to pull it out as far as possible, out of that range of the Sonic Wave, as Clearlove able to get a fair bit of damage down. Has gone for the Sightstone here as well. Now has a Null Magic Mantle, looking to try and keep himself a little bit more healthy. Of course, the AoE damage coming through from Dade is pretty ridiculous, plus these cleavers from Looper do start to stack up. And Candy, I mean, it's almost like a triple AP threat.
Yeah, it certainly is, and until, I guess, the second and third item come through from Candy, he's going to be doing a lot of mixed damage as we see the continuation of this top lane battle between the two Goliaths.
The battle of the ages, the wet noodle fight, and all wet noodle fights. Just going to be throwing cleavers and little saplings at each other forever as Condi just going to sweep out this area, doesn't find any vision. As Clearlove looking to try and make more of an impact, has managed to find himself participating in a couple of kills. Corey does manage to get the knock up here onto Looper. He's very tanky now, though, with this Spirit Visage. The Sadism has been popped as Love City comes through as well. Mako's here. Is he going to be able to get the stun? Yes, he does. Looper gets knocked up as a nice Howling Gale comes over from Love City. Koro, he's just not taking any damage. They turn their attention onto Love City, who's been ignited as well. Beautiful flash, proving that he can do it as well as Pawn. Looper flashing away as well, of course, decides not to do it over the wall because Looper's struggling with that one in the past, but he is going to be safe.
Meanwhile, actually, Condi died somehow. Too deft. Went aggressive onto Clearlove. Thought he saw a tasty ward. Evelyn wasn't able to pick that one up, and will mean another turret falls down. Pawn also took away the red buff and is looking for a member to rotate towards this mid lane. Has been spotted out by a ward potentially. No, I think he's saying that brush is warded, and he's wrong in both accounts.
Yep. Not a whole lot going right here. Of course, some nice wards down for M3. Pawn probably could have potentially seen at least
Dade
two
doing
of those.
damage.
It does have an Abyssal Scepter now built up. A lot of magic resist for this Victor when there is a lot of AP threats. Of course, Mako as well included. I mean, their whole team, apart from Deft, is pretty much all AP damage.
And that's a scary thing for this game. Like, you see EDG, they've got their composition together, and it is very AP reliant. And you look at Looper, he's having a fairly easy time of it at the moment on Mundo. He's able to pick up that Spirit Visage, now has a Giant Spell, working towards that Warmog. I really do feel if this gets to the point where Looper has 3 or 4 items, the game is firmly in M3's control.
Oh yeah, and that's sort of just by champion picks alone, and Pawn is going to be able to clear out this bottom wave. That Playful Trickster able to destroy these creep waves. Lichbane completed, decides that he doesn't need boots.
Movement speed out of Lichbane. Very underrated stat on the Lichbane item itself.
It's true, it is multiplicative movement speed though, so getting an extra bit of flat movement speed is generally a good idea.
Why am I even here? You are a wealth of knowledge today.
Oh, I just know about boots, my friend. I don't know why
shoe stop.
Yeah. Why don't Swiftness boots get built more often though? As Koro is going to fight Looper here in the top lane. Let's watch this enthralling battle as Deft is going to get kicked back here as well. The spell shield does come down. Tries to turn it around here as Dade is coming forward. Pops the ult, does Deft, and he is going to get himself to safety as Mako comes through. Dade gets stunned. Clearlove, the Agony's Embrace is down. Condi doesn't die to Deft here from the backside. And Clearlove looking to continue the chase onto Dade as Pawn. He gets knocked up. A flash into the Urchin Strike. That's going to be enough to get rid of Condi as Pawn takes half of his health in damage. The gravity field almost stops him, but that death ray was godlike, and Dade locks down the kill.
Dade 1-1-1. Still 30 CS up. I think that EDG really are playing with fire here.
Oh my goodness, Deft. So close to dying. The rocket not going to be enough. Koro and Clearlove just body blocking for him.
I actually thought Clearlove had body blocked a little bit too close then, and the splash damage was going to take him out. But Candy, now with that Trinity Force, is sitting on a little bit of gold as well. No, that's Dade. 1,500 gold is Candy sitting on at the moment. Dade was sitting on 2,500 gold.
Yeah, he's got enough. He could probably build a Void Staff if he wanted to. Just wants the needlessly large rod, wants that flat AP as quickly as possible. Of course, any AP champion that has a shield, pretty decent building up flat AP. The double dipping. I've been casting a lot with this Papa Smithy guy, and he likes the word double dipping.
I like it.
Yeah, pretty good. I've been doing the learning, not just a lowly play-by-play caster now.
You're a double dipping caster.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. Dade is going to be able to clear out this wave in the mid lane. Deft misses the cannon creep, but he's going to be okay with it as he still has a colossal creep advantage. 50 CS. The gravity field comes down. Deathray not going to find anything as Deft playing very far up, very aggressively here.
Morden's Mail has been completed by Looper in the top lane. Don't know how I feel about that item. I think Warmogs would have been a superior choice against the 4 AP.
I know why Eve hasn't been played.
Why?
Because the Raptor buff is so confusing. If you spot a ward, how do you know whether it's the Raptor buff going off or whether it's someone seen you?
I never thought about that.
Neither had I. Of course, we haven't had Evelyn in the game. But that is legit.
But it is a legit point.
Man, I wonder how Clearlove's dealing with it.
Clearlove throwing people on and off the rift.
Oh, he's very confused himself. We'll see whether he'll cope with it here as the turret in the mid lane is getting aggressed on here as Deft has to wander around that gravity field and the Howling Gale, but it is going to be enough creeps there in order to secure that outer turret. Deft takes that one down relatively easily and continues to have a massive lead as far as these creeps are concerned. He's hit that 2-item spike in the Ghost Blade and the Infinity Edge, and that is a very early power spike for a Sivir.
Yeah, it certainly is as Pawn hops into the pit as well, wants some added bonuses in there, as we actually see them forced away from Dragon, who regens health rapidly. Yeah, there's this Scrying Orb there as well as the teleport comes through from Looper. They want to start something off here. They do. Oh, the steal comes through from Condi as Deft blows on the hunt, and Clearlove trying to get the Agonies in place. Does blow it down, but doesn't really do all that much there as Foster's Spawn doing some work. Nice triple stun there coming through from Mako as the Monsoon just to break up the fight. Koro has to get out. Love City gets destroyed as Pawn is doing so much work. Clearlove, the hate spikes coming through. Double kill now for Pawn. EDG somehow haven't lost a member, and Pawn is at full health. Dade, that was the most fantastic zoning
gravity field I've ever seen.
And Pawn tried to skirt the outside of it. Not skinny enough. Fizz needs a diet. And he's still on the hunt here for Dade. Won't be able to pick him up. Is he going to go into the base? He is.
No, for a second. That was cute. As Dade... Ooh, Deathray not going to find Pawn. Is he? Oh, that is very difficult to walk between those turrets without getting hit, might I add.
And Pawn maybe overcommitting here.
Does he? No. Shield enough. Love City, Dade, both have shields, and Dade's just saying, yeah, no, mate. Not today, Pawn.
But a lot of map pressure gained by that beat.
Doing his very best to remain seriously analytical about this game is Spawn, and I admire you for it, my friend. My goodness. The Last Whisper is going to be the final item here for Deft. Is M3 thinking about going for a...
the final item.
The final item. Okay, the third item.
You called it already. Baiting Baron. Oh, Deft is in trouble.
Yeah, there's on the hunt actually being popped as Deft is just going to use it to run away.
Condi with the psych out on that Sonic Wave. Not wanting to give any mana back.
He's got some bait plays to him, this guy. There's the Q auto combo from Dade, going to lock down that blue buff.
The thing I worry about for EDG here, they're playing like they were ahead last game. And that is currently not the case. Mundo's 2 items. I said at the 3 item mark, probably going to be unkillable. I take it back because he didn't go Warmogs as his second item. So at the 4 item mark now, he's going to be unkillable. He will have that Warmogs as well as... Oh,
Mako, you are in so much trouble, and he's definitely dead. Condi going to lock that one
they
down.
They have a really quick Baron. Do Baron.
Okay. Oh, no, going to clear out a ward first. But does that mean that they're going to do it? Clearlove, of course, is invisible. We do manage to get a ward in that backside there as well. That ward somehow managed to survive. 1 hit left to go. And Clearlove using that Sightstone to great effect, just replacing wards over and over again as EDG are going to continue to push down this mid lane here at the same time. 3 turrets now to 2.
Flank is coming through. Pawn just aggressively use that.
Oh my goodness, Candy actually forcing the flash out of Pawn, and he just dies to a couple of turret hits, and that was...
Decided he wasn't dying quick enough. Decided that the turret was the desired effect.
That was the option. Wanted to blow a summoner spell there as well, just for kicks. Candy going to be able to lock down that kill relatively effectively as Clearlove. He's going to get caught. Nice 5-man use of the ultimate, but not really going to quite be enough as Deft is going to take a whole bunch of damage. M3 very, very low as Darty's going to flash forward. Mako, Chaos Storm, sorry. Is it going to be enough? Looper doesn't quite manage to find the cleaver as the death ray goes a little bit wide here as well. EDG still holding onto their lives. That crit was gigantic as Deft gets a second one. My goodness. Doesn't get locked down, but Dade finishes the kill with the Q. And M3 just getting all of the picks that they could ever want.
And all of a sudden, kills are nearly back to even. It's only 1,400 gold at 30 minutes. You have to remember, M3 have 3 dragon buffs and a late game scaling composition atlas. All of a sudden, game on.
Yeah, well, it was always game on. Of course, they were just
scaling
up.
Please tell EDG then.
Yeah, I think they probably should figure that one out. 6-3-0 now for Pawn. He's going to be building up with that Zhonya's Hourglass just to be as annoying as possible come this later stage of the game, and we'll see whether EDG kick into gear after facing that devastation in the last skirmish. And Clearlove has decided to go full tank after the Magus enchant. It's the new way to do Evelyn, my friend. I would have preferred the Naturals too.
Gunblade.
Oh my goodness, don't tempt me, Frodo. That is my favorite item in the game. As Scuttlecrab is going to respawn here. Candy going to quickly lock that one down. M3 with 4 men strong. Condi lagging a little bit behind, but is going to be getting towards this Baron pit relatively quickly. Pawn was shoving out that bottom wave. We'll see whether he can make it in time, but a lot of vision control now available. Oh, the double tap from that augmented Death Ray. Going to get Deft with the last tick of it. As Deft must be sitting on a little bit of change. 1200. He's going to be able to finish off that last Whisper when he does feel like it, as Condi thinking about starting off this battle.
This time.
Clearlove,
you have played with fire one too many times.
Oh, he lands it blind there as well. Kicks him into a Howling Gale, and Clearlove pays for it. Chum the Water's not going to find anything here as well as the teleport comes through from Koro, and Pawn going to use that beautiful Zhonya's there as Condi must be about to die here as Deft flashing forward. Chaos Storm sort of just aimlessly wandering through, but Dade is going to pick up the kill onto Pawn here in the backside. Looper just not taking any damage. Regenning through everything as Koro just going to flash twisted advance. Mako trying to get the damage down. Dade still alive somehow, and Def going to fall. Koro finds himself the last man standing, and that bait work from Dade was amazing.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I hope they realize now that Looper, who is currently sitting on another 700 gold, is going to become extremely difficult to kill, especially if you negate the fact that no one's picking up any form of... Wow, sorry, as Mako goes for a little trip, he's going to actually die. He's not going to execute.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely, considering the fact that that Sonic Wave is going to land. Condi going to lock down that kill. And,
yeah, so no Void Staff yet coming out of Pawn for items.
Enough wards? I think that's probably enough.
I don't know if he's even going to get it.
Oh,
well,
have to use
apparently the perfect amount of wards.
Because he wanted to get rid of the sweeper as well. Oh, Coolov is going to be able to get rid of that sneaky pink ward in the Baron pit. Condi going to start off this
is Dragon number 4.
So that is going to mean a 37-minute 5th Dragon here for M3 if they want it.
Yeah, definitely. Or if they can get it.
Well, I'm
sure they do want it.
Okay. That being said, Pawn with his split pushing has actually managed to even out the CS here as Def is towards that top side, clearing out some vision here as well. And Candy going to be able to lock down that dragon. I admit that I did just make the mistake of seeing a Corki on the map and saying that it was Def.
Bottom lane turret still hasn't fallen for M3. They're trying to take that one with some minions right now. Actually just pushing straight up mid with the out rotation. Pawn was trying to split push, and they might be able to grab a free turret here. Maybe even another one. They're going through this really quick.
Yeah, Dade has a perfect Hex Core as well. I mean, if they are in a choke and land on that...
Oh, the flank from the Eve. This was always a terrifying thing.
Yeah, the Agony's Embrace is available here as well. Clearlove looking for it at the same time. Condi going to go down immediately as Pawn trying to get some burst damage in. There's the Chaos Storm. Dade so incredibly healthy here in the middle of the fight, but there's the playful trickster. Pawn somehow doesn't die, but the rest of EDG are melting at the hands of M3. Looper being ignored, and the rest of his team is dead. EDG somehow managed to clean up that fight with a beautiful flank play coming through from EDG.
But now without an AD carry, can they kill Looper? I think the answer is actually no.
I'm not entirely sure. Of course, they do have a Morellonomicon. That is going to help them out. Pawn, the Urchin Strike, it is enough. And thank goodness Koro survived, because otherwise I have a feeling that Looper would have killed everyone.
Yeah, so they're able to take down the very tanky Mundo in the end. They'll even push in, but they lost a base turret for that. Pawn also likes to live dangerously.
Yeah. Interesting. They did, of course, like you said, they managed to get the inhibitor turret, did M3. So committing for that one. And this is all they really care about doing. They want to grab objectives when they can and then just continue to scale up.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll actually take a replay of that one. So we see they've committed extremely hard. Eve was always a scary flanker, and unfortunately Condi actually kicked a spell shield of death there. So he goes down extremely early. On the backside, you think that Dade's getting a lot of damage done, but he flashes towards a Pawn that still had Zhonya's available, then gets CC'd. And the fact that a double stun came through there from Mako really was bad news. And from there, they just kite out Looper, make sure that it's Koro up in the front line. Getting all the CC down, of course, with some CDR, going to be very hard. And we see actually EDG trying to take away this Baron because they saw Candy on the bottom side. They're going to get it.
Oh my goodness, that Howling Gale got so incredibly close. But I love CD not able to lock it down, and Pawn actually gets the kill credit for that one. Has actually now picked up some assists for himself, so showing some team play here from Pawn. Congratulations. Is almost about to finish that Void Staff as well. BF Sword on top of the 3 items Deft had already completed. On the other side, though, Candy, Blade of the Ruin King, and that Last Whisper as well as the Trinity Force. He's definitely looking strong, and Dade going to have his Summoner spells available all the time with that Distortion enchantment.
Yeah, certainly is going to. Really only needs a Shroud on Candy, and he's the carry that they need to be able to win this game, you feel. Has been another Chain Vest picked up by Looper in this all AP lineup, so interesting tactic. Let's see how that one pays off. Still refusing to pick up the Warmog.
You just want him to pick up a Warmog, don't you?
I really do, because I think it's a great item against Sivir.
Yeah, good point. I was just saying, I wasn't saying that for any real reason. As M3 setting up some sort of gank brush here around the Dragon Pit, but not going to find any joy as EDG just going to clear out the puppies, and Looper going to take down some creeps here in the bottom side of the map.
Important for him to get level 16 as the whole team is collapsing on him.
Yeah, he is able to just get that one last auto attack on the outer turret, and Pawn going to clear out the minion wave there as well. And team's not actually deciding to engage on one another. Clearlove with his Banshee's Veil is there, hanging out towards that bottom side.
Well, this is a very important part of the game. Dragon is up in 2 minutes. EDG have Baron buff, so how do they choose to use this? Are they going to try and push it on the base and just deny complete, I guess, ability for M3 to be able to leave and go and try and do that? Or are they going to hang around Dragon and try and go for the, I guess, contested team fight? EDG have been team fighting terrifically. Will be interesting to see how they incorporate Evelyn into an open area team fight. Probably the biggest question I have about it. But is only a minute, and everyone's going to go back, buy up to complete capacity. Dade's picked himself up another needlessly large rod. All Mikhail's finished off as well.
Well, on the other side of the rift, though, you've got Void Staff completed, now an Elixir as well here for Pawn. He's powered up. You've got the Bloodthirster completed for Deft as well. He's got sort of the Graves build going on for Sivir, which is interesting, not opting for all that much on the attack speed front, just wanting to have a whole heap of raw damage.
Thornmail finished off by Mundo.
Wow, that's a big deal. Hey, Jinx. It does come through at exactly the same time as the Bloodthirster, though. Is that going to be enough for Deft to be able to actually, you know, safely auto-attack this Mundo?
Oh, you can safely auto-attack him. He's just not going to kill him.
Oh, okay, yep. Good point. And see, probably that turret not going to kill him either. As Lupa just happily auto-attacking.
Koro has the advantage here because he can stop Lupa's teleport, and Lupa's can't stop his. And it really is important for Lupa to be in this team fight. So he's going to back away from the Maokai, who probably will look to pursue. No, doesn't. So they really need to get Lupa to join up with the team. Actually, teleport coming in from Koro first.
Yeah, very aggressive. Doesn't have the home guards, of course. Teleported from the top side of the map. Condi now being forced to get out of the way. Oh, Righteous Glory actually getting popped, but not going to find anything as M3 now looking to try and find their window of engage. Koro maybe overextended just a little bit.
5 seconds. Fifth Dragon up for M3.
Oh, Clearlove does have the stealth available now as well. That ward not going to give vision of the Evelyn. M3 are stacking up here just a little bit. There's the flash. Doesn't find the Twisted Advance. There's the Howling Gale as well. Gravity Field going to stop this Maokai as he gets pulled into the center. Clearlove. Oh my goodness, the Wombo combo. That Monsoon was unbelievable though from Love CD. And Lupa right in that front line. The Chaos Storm under 3 members at the same time as Deft trying to get out of the way, trying to kite around this fight. Lupa's going to die. Condi's solo in the back of that one. And Koro tanking so many people. This is ridiculous. Dade falls down. Clearlove getting auto attack from Candy as Deft is going to find him. The auto attacks from this Sivir are stupid, but Candy, he turns it, is going to die to Pawn, and Condi finds himself the last man standing, still around this dragon, but he's going to be spotted by that pink ward, and you have to think this Lee Sin has to get the heck out of this dragon pit.
Or does he go for the steal?
The hero play.
Here it goes.
Oh my, is he just going to die? There's the Chum the Waters from Pawn, just for fun. And, oh, last auto attack. Not enough. Safeguard going to be able to lock that one down. Clearlove gets the second dragon for EDG, and M3 have to wait another 6 minutes for that potential fifth.
Yeah, certainly doing. You just see right now, Lupa, very tanky against the Sivir, was taking a very long time to die. Not tanky at all versus Pawn, doesn't have the HP required, has gone for double armor items only against a 1 AD threat. Really have to question Lupa's build coming into this one. Has now picked up the second Shroud, so he eventually will get extremely tanky. 6-item Mundo is nothing to scoff at. He's going to be very hard to deal with on all fronts. However, in that last fight, Pawn was just able to absolutely delete him.
Yeah, there was not a whole lot he could do. He was also on his own there as Koro was zoning out the entirety of M3. And Love City got an absolutely unbelievable Monsoon, but do they want to be splitting up the fight like this?
Well, the problem was he got a great Monsoon that knocked Koro onto his backline. So the backline had no choice but to hit Koro. Whereas if he had have left it the way it is, they were freely auto-attacking over that wall.
And there was a Chaos Storm on so many members of EDG.
Yeah, so it really was in a good position as Ultimate actually popped to go try and get Dade.
Wow, they are committing a whole lot here
Teleport coming through. Dade probably going to die, but they might be able to turn this.
Yeah, there's Tibbers being used there as well. Mako might go down. Deft gets destroyed, though, in the backside. Condi takes so much damage. Dade turns around the fight somehow, and that's a double kill for Candy. 3 dead from EDG just for some stupidly over-aggressive play.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, it's M3 pushing up the top lane, looking to get another turret. Probably going to have to send some members back because they're still pushing in the mid lane, although Pawn now recalling it. 40 seconds on Baron, and there's a 30-second death timer on the jungler of EDG.
EDG still have a 3,000 gold lead, but with all of these neutrals now going down, Looper looks like he can't be killed by anything apart from all 5 members of EDG at once. Starting to get to danger times here for EDG, but they seem to just be able to teamfight so incredibly well when they're not just tunneling onto killing Dade.
Yeah, exactly right, and that seems to be their downfall. Apart from Game 1, where they did execute that strategy extremely well.
Yeah, it's like Dade's the Teemo of the LPL. Something like that, just that has that passive global taunt. Not entirely sure as the Baron is going to respawn. EDG trying to shove out this middle wave, of course, just Pawn, not EDG. Just Pawn, chilling out on his own. Going to be able to clear that one out relatively effectively, though. EDG hanging around this red buff are going to give that away to Deft, and Pawn going to pick up the blue on the other side. And we'll see whether the next fight is going to be over that Baron. Whether M3 are going to try something else here as well. There's an open inhibitor, has been for quite some time.
Yeah, but they're not able to go on the aggression. 1,700 gold sitting on Candy. You really do feel at this point should go back and just purchase the QSS.
Yeah, it's a good point. And what would that be for? For stopping Mako's stun to come through? You know,
Mako's
the
stun,
advance?
the fish, the twisted advance. There's just so much CC on the lineup of EDG.
Oh, Deft. Going to have a bit of his Bloodthirster procced by that one. That is a beautiful thing about the Death Ray as well, is that if you spell shield it, I mean, you still actually manage to get damage down because, of course, still does that extra hit.
Bottom wave is absolutely huge for EDG. They're not sending anyone down there yet.
Yeah, the top wave also relatively huge at the same time here. So EDG side wave control definitely working out. Has been worked out here by M3. They are going to send Candy up to that top side.
Won't be able to send anyone bot. No teleport available. Still half the cooldown, and that wave will 2 cannon creeps. That'll take out the turret.
Yep, Kulov is going to have his Banshee's Veil removed here. Doesn't actually get revealed, which is quite interesting, as Koro going to clear out this ward in the mid lane. And Candy actually heading back to base now as well. Found himself out of position. Bottom lane out in a turret is going to fall. M3 just ignoring that completely because they know as soon as someone shows in the bottom lane, the Baron is going to go down, or EDG is going to force a 4v5.
Yeah, exactly right. Actually, Infinity Edge picked up by Corky. So he's just going full damage build here.
Yeah. And you can understand as well, I mean, if EDG are just going to use all of their resources to try and kill Dade, then Candy may as well just pick up only
Theoretically,
damage.
should survive everything.
Yeah, sell your boots, man. Get the Bloodthirster and a Phantom Dancer or something like that. I don't even know. Maybe Ghostblade Bloodthirster? Doesn't need extra movement speed. That's silly.
Anyway,
Multiplicative?
that bottom wave turret is in a lot of trouble.
That's a lot
M3.
of caster minions there as well, and Siege Minion taking it up very, very effectively. Clearlove not going to get tagged by that Sonic Wave. Half of the health now being taken down.
It's going to fall.
It is.
It's going to get... Oh, no. They've actually swapped, so it's not going to fall down. But that is 3/4 health of bottom lane turret. Now gone.
Yeah, M3 definitely committing to stopping this Baron from coming through. And does that mean that this wave is now going to switch around and start pushing in M3's favor?
Yep.
Excellent. Learning about wave control. It's a good day. EDG, though, still milling about this Baron area. There are wards placed around here for M3. They know that EDG hasn't started it off. Being forced to play around this Evelynn is still confusing, despite the fact that, you know, Evelynn maybe not the strongest at this stage. But
I think that's probably the understatement of the cast.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think Evelynn's great.
Oh, it started.
Yeah, actually, Koro being aggressed on here by Looper. I'm not entirely sure whether that's the word.
Oh, dragon back up.
Oh, okay, 5th dragon.
Let's go.
Oh. Spawn rubbing his hands together with excitement for some potential action here as the... Oh my goodness, Dade just gets exploded as Pawn takes him down here as well. Chum the Waters onto Candy. Probably wishes that he had that QSS as a double kill now gets secured for the mid laner of EDG. They're now trying to peel off. They don't really know what they want as Pawn. They're chasing down the Mundo. Just take the dragon.
And he made
the
flash.
nailed the flash. Looper is the MVP. I'm calling it right now. That is the learning experience of the cast.
But probably will mean game in other news, as EDG probably tanking enough to just walk up to these turrets and face tank them. We'll be able to push in on the first inhibitor, still 40-second death timers, and they'll just be able to win it right here. Yeah, and they've got the Lich Bane here as well on Pawn, who's 6 items now. He doesn't have very much mana as he pops the Zhonya's. Looper still alive, of course, as there's a Sonic Wave somehow onto Pawn, and he's trying to close the distance. Oh my goodness, kick through the team. That was amazing. Looper locks down the kill as well as EDG. They're trying to force the victory here as Deft still has a whole lot of damage. 10 seconds
Condi
on Dade.
falls down. 10 seconds on that big Victor. These Nexus turrets are starting to fall down. Deft trying to do his best to take it down. Oh my goodness, he flashes out of the way, tries to take down the Nexus, but he's not going to be able to. Koro and Clearlove, not a whole lot of auto attack damage. Here comes Dade. No mana on Clearlove. The Chaos Storm is aptly named an M3, the defense of the ages.
Now have 50 seconds to win the game. Teleport coming through. Can they do it?
I'm not entirely sure. There's the screenshot of Pawn. Not actually looking that bothered, to be perfectly honest. But Looper going to be... They are at least going to get an inhibitor.
I reckon they win.
More.
No, I reckon they win. Still 40 seconds on all the members apart from Pawn. Unless Pawn deletes Candy, this is game.
Oh, yeah, and they have a Mundo who's not going to actually take any damage at all. There's not going to necessarily need to be any juggling of these turrets as Looper starts the tank. Pawn, 5 seconds, 4 seconds until this Fizz is going to be available. Love City pops that Monsoon to try and keep Looper alive. Candy now tanking this one up as Playful Trickster gets popped.
He got Candy!
Oh my goodness, Candy just gets deleted. Dade takes down the Fizz and M3. They can't finish.
They give it right back. No.
Oh my goodness, 3,000 gold in it. Oh, there it is. There it is. This game
Can
is
they get
insane. Oh my goodness. Another advantage now to be picked up from M3. As Pawn with the hero defense of the Nexus.
That is why you don't pick up Pickaxe, you pick up the last item QSS.
Oh, Deft though. He's got a Guardian Angel now. And EDG are just going straight towards the Nexus. Condi, they have gone back. There's still 30 seconds on Looper and Candy.
Though.
5th Dragon, 3v4 is Condi. He's going to go aggressive, but they don't care. They're just going straight for the Nexus. The gravity field is going to get some stuns here as Mako trying to get the damage down. Are they going to be able to take it here as Condi taking so much damage from Deft, but the tanks, they destroy the Nexus, and EDG make it a 2-0 in an interesting video game.
And that's why Pawn didn't care. He said, you know what, guys? You gave it away, but I'm going to take it straight back and just delete their AD carry.
Oh my goodness, that was different. Most definitely a different game. EDG managing to clinch it in the end, and you have to say clinch. There is no sarcasm there because M3 barely falling at the end, and Candy falling down to the Fizz was definitely what was the trouble there, and
probably should try and avoid that in future.
Oh yeah, don't die to Corkies. That is the rule.
But M3 now battling for their playoff spot. You have to say that was a convincing series. EDG game 1 definitely had the better of it. Game 2 with some interesting picks made more of a, I guess, entertaining match. But overall, EDG still looking fantastic, and M3 not looking as good as they could.
Yeah, well, it's true. And I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with EDG just being on such a tear at the moment. When you have this level of momentum, you're able to just do what you want. You're just clicking so well as a team. They're just looking like they're able to storm through. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more series coming up. You'll be able to see World Elite fresh from IEM taking on LGD right after this.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car, and joining with me for the evening will be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. Great last series here lined up for Week 9, Day 2 of the LPL's World Elite take on LGD.
It's been a bit of a bizarre day, Pastry Time. Some of those team comps coming up just from watching from backstage. Some interesting thing happening, and it's not going to end. As you mentioned, World Elite versus LGD. 4th place LGD now with Vici catching up to them. They need a win to cement themselves in the top half of these playoff spots, but World Elite 9 points away from playoffs. If they don't start winning now, that playoff dream, all the IEM hype, will subside if they can't make it to playoffs.
Yeah, and that's, excluding the fact that, teams are still also trying to do the same thing and catch up. And I think the thing is, at the end of the season, you need to just win the series straight out. 2-0 is what you're looking for every time. I think any team that goes in and loses a first game is just going to be like, well, now I just have to try and get the courtesy point.
And that's just kind of the interesting thing about best of 2 is that the best you can do if you lose that first game is just split, is just pick up the 1 point. There's been a lot of splits in the last few weeks of the LPL. That's why the positions haven't really started swapping. That's why if you do get that big 2-0 win, it can catapult you up the ladder just much more than you would have expected given the start of the season when 2-0 wins were pretty common.
Yeah, and 9 points is a lot for World Elite to try and climb into playoff contention. But, at the end of the day, that's 6 straight games, 3 series has went, a little difficult, but possible. That's a great thing about the format and such a long season here. World Elite have looked great. They looked great at IEM, finishing second, have looked great since coming back, taking the first game in just dominating fashion against OMG.
I mean, it can't be overstated how well they played in Game 1 against OMG. Just completely outfoxed the second-placed team in the standings and did wonderful things. If they can translate that first game form against an LGD team that's been up and down, mostly down recently, a lot of splits, and then a loss to EDG, will come to the roster. This is the player who at IEM looked night and day compared to his LPL form. Aluka did wonderful on the international stage.
Yeah, he's looked great. A big tank player, you can see there. No silent in the last few games for the LPL, but one of his big champions in there. So moving into Spirit, one of the best performing junglers just in the world at this point. Fantastic on Nidalee, fantastic on Jarvan, and the pool goes a little deeper than that as well.
And the question is, will he be able to pick up the Nidalee? Because, of course, Wayless is a noted mid-lane Nidalee player on the LGD side, so it definitely could be contested. GA, new into the lineup, didn't have the biggest series yesterday, but didn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, had a good Ari game, had an okay Diana game, but still starting to see what he can do. Same for Mystic here. New AD carry, Korean there as well. Lucian Ezreal, kind of his champions.
But, I mean, equal kill deaths against Uzi, remember, actually beat Uzi's Kalista in lane. Uzi got a bit too aggressive. Lucian coming through for Mystic was very good. UJ, another person who looked good on the world stage, it had a very rocky last couple of weeks, especially dying in lane a lot around level 6 to Graves especially. Maybe he wants to dodge the Graves as much as he can, UJ. And here you can see the Korean fans, actually the Chinese fans as well, very happy to see World Elite back in China.
Yeah, sign that for Mystic. But World Elite, you mentioned it. They had so many fans classically, obviously a very new team moving into this particular LPL season, but starting to pick up some of that fan. That winner IEM must have done so much for them. Spirit looking very relaxed today, although obviously focused on, he needs the 2-0.
They're just a very popular organization, like you say. They like to see their team up and about, and for that to happen in the LPL, they need to start winning, as you mentioned, so you can see some focused members. It's a new team, so it's unfortunate that they have to get it together so fast, but they manage it at IEM, and they need to translate that form into wins, and specifically the 2-0s. Otherwise, it'll just be the nail-binding best-of-5 promotion relegation matches. If they're even to stay in the LPL, it would be unthinkable for an organization like World Elite to fall out the LPL, but given their current standings, it's a very possible thing.
Yeah, and it's a pretty tough road, and it kind of starts here. I mean, I guess it started yesterday in their split against OMG. I think that's probably the result they didn't expect, but it's good that they got at least a point. But as we've said, they need to get the 3 points as often as they can. And LGD, boy, have they looked good when they look great. Akon, honestly, been a very good-looking player all season.
And it's been Akon definitely anchoring a lot of the games. It's actually been 4 games, 2 series since we last saw Flame. So Akon will be starting out the series, always played in the first games, which makes a lot of sense. TBQ in the jungle, karma pick there. Don't know about that one. The Jarvan especially has been one of his go-tos. Just plays all the standard picks. And Wayless, you can't give him the Ari.
No, or the Cho'Gath apparently. Wayless just has such a weird champion pool. He's played Zed against Dade blind pick. He's done the victory. He's almost always on the forefront of new mid lane champions. So a fun guy to watch. But Imp, man, has he looked good. Graves especially has looked great on. But even that Vayne game he had, he just took over.
Yeah, that Vayne game was a winning performance. Went 7-2-8 on the Vayne and really hard carried his team. Was the first of the Vayne picks we've seen actually in the LPL for a few weeks ever since Uzi fell off the train. And PYL, Imp YL is such a highly respected contested lane. Great on the initiation supports like Thresh, and equally as good on the Mata-esque Janna.
Yeah, kind of more on the Janna end of supports for China rather than the Thresh end, but certainly just a strong player all around. You can see a sign there for Imp. Very popular player, of course, has looked great playing in China against the likes of Uzi, against the likes of Deft, who's moved over as well. Certainly been one of the top performing carries in the league, has kind of cemented his status as a world champion. If LG are going to look to pick up some wins, it probably starts with him.
So some of the bans coming through this series will be interesting. We already mentioned it's probably going to be a highly contested Nidalee pick. Then you've got the mid lane assassins, the Aries, the LeBlancs will be contested as well. Coming back to the Cho'Gath, you mentioned it, 2 victories on that champion during Week 8. This is actually the first Week 9 match for LGD. 14, 4, and 19, 2 victories. That's the AP Cho'Gath ratio for Wayless. So a lot of champions to be banned. Akon on your screen, you know what he's going to be playing. Is it going to be the Rumble? Is it going to be the Cannon? Probably going to be one of those two if he doesn't throw in a sneaky Aurelion.
Yeah, kind of always in for big, just utility as champions. Loves the high impact ultimates. Great at team fighting. Fantastic flanker and initiator. Akon's done so much work for this team, and Imp often is there to pick up the pieces.
Absolutely, and Imp has played for the team a lot of the time. A lot of Sivir games at the start of the season. He's turned that into the hypercarry Kalista picks. But the Graves is where he definitely looks the best. Doubles his other KDA with that champion. So he's a very strong Graves player. I like when LGD play Graves because they're good at that lane dominating style, but they always throw in a bit of a curveball. Wayless in particular, his champ pool, it's like an ocean.
Yeah, I mean, Wayless, like we've said, always at the forefront of those new picks, can kind of just play whatever he feels like most of the time, and usually whatever he wants to play is usually quite good.
Just waiting for champion set to roll around. We talked about all these priority picks. There's only 6 bans, so something's going to fall through, Pastry Time.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we've seen a lot of this recently where teams are starting to learn each other a lot better. The meta's sort of settled a little bit there as well, so interesting to see what these players want to pick. 5.4, pretty open patch, I have to say. Like, it's been refreshing to move forward to it and see
the
more
must bans especially falling away. The Cassidans and Vegars of the world definitely not on the must ban list. Against Wayless though, one champion must ban. You'd think it'd be Ari given his pension, but it's the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, get the Cho'Gath away there. World Elite will ban that first. Rek'Sai, the first ban for LGD. Thresh coming in for World Elite now as well. I've seen a lot of Thresh bans recently, actually.
And just a lot of respect to PYL, who can do amazing things on that champion. I believe it was he who went to the mid lane and caught Dade as he flashed away from the Thresh. Such was his predictive powers from his Thresh. The Nidalee ban, we mentioned it. It was going to come out from one of the teams. It's on the red side. Makes sense. No Spirit Nidalee in the jungle.
Yes, he's going to have to go to a 3rd string jungler, potentially a 4th if LGD really want to put the screws on and ban out the Jarvan as well. But Spirit just shown to be such a fantastic player, pretty much no matter what jungler he's playing on.
And when it was the old World Elite lineup with Ninja, with SDYZ, people said, all right, you want to beat World Elite? Ban Ezreal, Rek'Sai, and Nidalee. A lot of respect to the jungle. The Rek'Sai Nidalee part, that stays the same. Not giving away LeBlanc. We've seen a lot of blind pick LeBlanc coming through. Not a lot of champion pool necessary to deal with that champion. It leaves up the super tank, and why not take the most reliable of them all, Maokai?
Yeah, not going to go for his Silent Will Luca, but going to take Maokai. That's been an incredibly popular first pick in the LPL this weekend especially. LGD, they do have a couple champions to look at here, and we'll see what they want to go for. Janna most notably open for PYL.
I mean, it's either Janna or Thresh. Obviously, the disengage flavor comes through with the Janna pick. That's going to be taken away. The Udyr hover. I actually saw Udyr in another region earlier today, so it's a possibility. I don't think it's going to be locked in. Probably just a shout-out. People, of course, watching and scouting those other regions. A completed bottom lane, though. That's at least what they're hovering. Yeah,
Akon with a smile. But, you know, no, I'm not going to go with the Udyr, but does take Sivir there for Imp. So back to Sivir, apparently, for this week. Sivir, Janna, the first 2 picks for LGD.
I mean, rotational play, that's what happens when LGD is completely on the top of their mark. They have the best rotational top laner, potentially in the world, in Akon. Makes sense to take Sivir then. The Sivir Janna rotations. So much movement speed available for both of them, despite the fact that on 5.4, Janna's selfish move speed has gone down. Still, of course, acts as a mobile captain's boots. Picks up the captain's boots, then it's just a ridiculous amount of movement speed when you're moving towards the Janna. And also doesn't really pigeonhole them into any comps. World Elite, 2 bans to the jungle pool. It's going to be the Jarvan.
Yeah, and I want to see, I mean, Jarvan makes sense. It's Spirit's next best jungler here. Should be locked in by the looks of things unless he really wants to shake it up, but it is going to be Jarvan Graves, very aggressive 2nd and 3rd picks for World Elite.
I mean, a lot of mid-game power coming through from these 3, the pick potential and the burst coming through from the collateral damage buckshot combinations. A lot of mid-game power, like you say. LGD, though, if they're going to place so much priority on the speed picks, you know they're going to be looking for synergy. It's going to be those engaged champions. Which ones will be? Hecarim is the most obvious synergy, so it's a likely pickup. Akon, though, that doesn't really necessarily fit the champion that we've seen more recently, and they're considering for now, with a decimated jungle pool, the Vi.
I mean, TBQ's actually played a lot of Vi and Rengar, so he's probably okay with the fact that that's what's left open here. Cannon would be kind of cool in this comp, but it seems like LG aren't going to go for it, and it is going to be Akon with that Hecarim, more of a flame champion, you have to think, and the Vi there for the jungle.
I mean, the Graves being the 525 range carry, Vi will be so threatening that now Graves will be very difficult if they try to siege. Already had 2 melee champions in the Graves. Sieging becomes so difficult when it's you have to respect the range of the Assault and Battery. So I don't mind the Vi pickup, especially with the likes of Rek'Sai and Nidalee not available, Jarvan taken away. You look down the lineup, they need some wave clear, and what's more reliable wave clear than the Victor?
Yeah, Victor's wave clear just really shown to be something else as far as mid laners go. Kind of interesting to see that Ahri's open. They don't want to take it, but it is going to be the Victor there for Xie, and Morgana going to be their support.
And look at Wayless. We know he loves to do this. He loves to go for the flare picks. He loves to pick the Z into Dade and do these sort of things. He plays with a lot of confidence, showing us some interesting champions. World Elite, of course. Ninja, the previous mid laner, loved a bit of a Nivea. It's not necessarily the AoE engage, but the Nivea wall would do interesting things. You have to think the Ahri, though, given that it's available. It has a great lane matchup against Victor. Diana does just fine, but Ahri would be by far the most reliable and also has a ranged auto attack, so helps you when you're sieging. Helps out the fact that they have the short range AD carry in Sivir, but obviously PYL is going to actually lock in for Wayless the Diana into Xie. Very practiced on this champion. Is most played in competitive play between IEM and LPL easily. That's a confidence pick.
It really is, and as you said, Wayless loves to do this to people. You know, it's one of Xia's first games in the LPL. Hasn't had too many, so that's not super surprising.
I mean, speaking of too many, I mean, Wayless doesn't have any wins on the Diana. 0-2 on this champion. We all remember the quadra kill he got last week, opening up space. Hasn't actually been translating into wins, though, and they could have taken the Ahri, and it just feels like it would have fit the comp that much easier. But, you know, Diana gets going. She does scary things in the mid to late game.
Yeah, Diana Civ is not too bad as we will look through the matchups now. Aluka back with the tank on the top side, and Akon something a little bit different with the Hecarim.
I mean, definitely different. He's been such a mage player, and then maybe throwing in a smattering of Aurelia from time to time. So seeing his Hecarim, see if he has any adjustments in build. Standard jungle matchup, especially with Rek'Sai and Nidalee banned. This is an interesting one because from level 6, this lane matchup changed. To me, it actually harkens back to the Orianna versus Diana days, where Orianna could use her ranged auto attack till level 6, and then from level 6 onwards, with the Luna Rush Crescent Strike combination, Diana had a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah, last matchup there as well, Morgana versus Janna. Very passive stuff for the supports, for the AD carries on their supports. So going to be, weirdly enough, babysitting some very short-ranged AD carries.
And Wayless, just to let the viewers know, it's not the teleport, it's not the Gia flavor of teleport mid coming from the Diana. It is the more aggressive Ignite. So you know there's going to be kill pressure from level 6 onwards for the Diana.
Yeah, and again, interesting stuff. So let's get on to the Rift for the first game. And welcome back here for the first game between World Elite and LGD. World Elite over on the blue side for this game. LGD over on the red. The first game of our best of 2. World Elite desperate for some points here as they look towards playoffs. But it is a long road, especially with LGD now in their way.
And it'll be interesting to see whether the new lineup World Elite can scout for a lane swap and execute in one. Maokai, one of the best tank champions at dealing with a lane swap. Akon, he doesn't take the flash. We've already seen OMG prey upon a no-flash Hecarim with early turret taking and then lane swaps coming through. Just abuse the fact that pre-level 6 doesn't have an easy engage or disengage or flash-like summoner. So that's always a consideration. But for now, it's very defensive fanning.
Yeah, just a bit of autos traded back and forth off screen as Mystic going to check some stuff out, hanging in the tri-bush. I have to imagine Graves is reasonably comfortable in the 2v2, so I'm not sure if they want to swap here, but Impulse bottom off and they'll get the first ward.
Again, you'd only be swapping just to have the advantage of Maokai in either a 1v1, 1v0, 2v2 situation. You'd always take the Maokai. Akon will do happy things in a 1v1, but remember, Hecarim doesn't have a ranged auto attack, has the Rampage, which is 200, 300 range, but it's just slightly over the melee range. So the fact that he can't farm or push back a wave in a 1v2 situation means that lane swapping against him, very, very potent.
Yeah, and Aluka is going to start some Raptors, by the way. Probably just take the little ones, given his positioning, and not finish the camp. So he'll have a slight experience advantage, but should walk back towards the top lane here. And yeah, he's just left the Raptors, and they should explode. Goodbye, little people.
Akon's doing something very clever. He hasn't actually spent the gold from for the potions on top of his flask, so he might actually go for a cloth armor start and then actually look for a lane swap. He's at least being flexible with his item purchase. As we see, he should be able to navigate this early wolf count. This is what we actually saw Looper do for the first time in the LPL, and now has been adopted by a lot of the top laners.
Yeah, top laners love to try and get some early jungle experience, so both Aluka and Acorn will do so. Aluka going to get half a level and then join his wave, and actually not fast pusher, just going to keep it there and hold it. Acorn is level 2 now, though, so we'll teleport with a slight experience advantage.
He didn't buy the potions. Let's see if he actually managed to get a completed item pick to justify not taking the early potions. We'll wait and see what he's trying to justify. In terms of gold, he's stepping onto 325 gold. Just picking up the boots, which of course does scale with his passive. A little bit of extra attack damage, probably only going to be relevant in terms of last hitting under turret. And of course, will scale well into the game.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff there from Acorn, actually. I think behind experience slightly now after that, as Aluka has been killing creeps and of course, and got a bit of early experience. But as is sort of expected in most Maokai-based lanes, should be a lot of farming.
But interestingly, I mean, the boots, while it does give him the AD, of course, that scales in later into the game. In the early levels, only about 2-3 AD. He didn't go for any combat stats, so he doesn't have a Ruby Crystal or any real tank stats. The cloth armor wouldn't have been that useful in this lane, but no potions, and now just the boots. He's looking even tastier as a potential turret dive target.
Yeah, I mean, does have some flash charges for lane sustain, but you're right, could be a very nice dive, especially for Spirit, who we've seen can be a very potent ganker when he wants to be.
Absolutely. He was just picking up the Scuttle Grab. Was very low, but has gone back, picked up the Rangers Trailblazer for a bit of jungle clear. And the lane so far, largely uninterrupted.
Yeah, Graves slightly ahead there down the bottom, but Imp will catch up there. A matchup, again, he's probably very practiced on. He's played probably some of the best-looking Graves so far in the LPL, so Imp familiar with the champion, of course. But Civic kind of expects to be behind in some of these aggressive matchups, and that's also true here against Mystic's Graves.
Yeah, both these short-range AD carries are most comfortable under the enemy turret, balancing auto-attack harass and buckshot harass with wave clear, or the bouncing blade and the Q harass coming through from Imp. At the early levels can be outpushed, but once you get 2 points in the queue, hard to outpush the Sivir. So we'll see if this lane stays pushed for the whole laning phase, or whether come level 3, level 4, Imp is able to reset this lane.
Yeah, having a bit of trouble actually for Imp, because he actually missed spell shielded a buckshot there and took a little too much damage. But right now, Graves just going to force him, but Imp should be able to last it, especially with Janus up just fine.
It's when they get that second point, the bouncing blade. Actually, Mystic there.
That Black Shield was sick there. Now the exhaust comes down. They're actually going very deep. The heal pop there as well. Imp is fairly low. Has to be a little bit careful. Mystic, if he's feeling frisky, can flash on top of him, but kind of a back and forth trade there. I think LGD lost.
But all 4 combat summoners were used instantly between the members. No flashes, importantly. The Ignite was used by Yuja just for disengage. Didn't want Imp to use the Fleet of Foot passive and try and take advantage of the fact that he would have been overextending the lane. Mystic much closer to the enemy turret than his own. But the result is just a trade of summoners. Spirit's trying to relieve pressure, but Vi is going to find him in this tri-brush.
Yeah, he's actually been waiting, but Spirit will get the jump here with the red buff. He's going to find TBQ. Damage going to come down. Actually, a ward there for Vi just to being put down, but now Spirit going to come in with the damage. FLICKR Drag lands as well. UJ going to line up a binding, but is flash there, but the red buff auto still going to apply the slow. TBQ getting very low. Spirit needs a little bit more. POA out there with a shield. Tornado in as well. Q does land, but it's not enough to kill him.
He's trying to follow with the red buff, hoping that the second Dark Binding would hit after the first one missed. No dice. Good coming over by PYL. They know that TBQ has to back, so they're going for very aggressive Dragon.
I actually love this move there from Mortal Elite. Spirit, certainly someone that has such good knowledge of what's going on and just a good sense of innate timing. So this is a great Dragon. Mystic even's going to come in to help out. Imp and Imperial know what's happening, but they're going to be slightly too late.
We're just waiting. The Smite is available, does secure it, and it's 3 members strong, all over half health, so LGD have to back away.
Yeah, UJ had probably just about enough mana for one more binding, but POL and Imp going to back off in the 2v3 situation anyway. So first early Dragon goes to World Elite.
Just watching the top lane with the boots pick up, because he hasn't been harassed, because no dive is coming through. Acorn will hit level 6 before the first big gank comes to top. You see Ping's level 6 now. The fact that he was able to pick up boots and no consumables, just a no consumable start outside of the flask, he's actually going to be kick-started in terms of his way towards his first completed item, and could have a very efficient item build path. So the fact that he's gone and not been punished for the boots could work big for the Hecarim.
Spirit might have been caught out here, actually. Imp's going to find him. Mystic, though, is going to rotate in as well. FLICKR Drag going to move in, but a good spell shield there from Imp. Spirit couldn't crack the first shield.
Yeah, PYO was going to rotate, so would have the Janna in support.
He's actually now as well. Mystic taking a little bit too much damage. Does dodge the Q there, but damage coming in. Victor gets the first kill. TBQ answers there with the kill onto Graves, but Chaos Storm now going to come down, doing so much damage for GA. Actually a double kill there for Vi, and a trade as it settles 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2 because the only mid laner to react was Jia. He was the massive member in that fight. The jungle and mid laner, so jungle and AD carry taken down for the AD carry lane. We look at where the gold settles. It all goes to TBQ. Look, it gets him towards 6 in the warrior enchant, but not ideal kill distribution for LGD.
No, and a good chunk of gold there for actually a lot of people from World Elite to spend almost 2k now for Victor after those few kills. Spirit actually kickstarted ahead in gold. Pretty even against TBQ, so I guess they both got kills and assists in that situation, so kind of even there, but a lot of gold for them to spend as well. And, you know, Aluka calmly farming in the top as well.
So the top lane has been completely unhindered. Look at that first purchase. Turned the boots that he got into boots of mobility. Boots Mercury Tread Home Guard. So already has a lot of global pressure. The fact that World Elite picked up the...
He's ported in already. The Mystic actually going to get ulted now, so it takes a lot of damage, but level 5 Graves quick draws out. Now Aluka with a counter teleport coming in, but Acorn has already charged away.
And the 1700 gold boot pickup didn't pick up a kill. That's the important thing to know, but he will definitely get to lane faster than Aluka, who's just walking up the map now to answer what's come through from the Hecarim.
And it is such an expensive purchase, Papa Smith, but what do you think of early home guards on Hecarim?
I think it just gives you a lot of flexible gank options, and it really validates the teleport ignite, because of course you get in there with a devastating charge, you can get a massive burst of damage. It doesn't really help you in lane, you know, the combat stats aren't really going to be necessary. The magic resist will help against the Maokai, but if you don't make use of it, it's a 5-minute cooldown, you know, for the teleport. It's situational, but if you make use of it, it can be massive.
Aluka, though, actually now going to catch TBQ off with Spirit. The smite does come down. They get the red buff. Ult they used by Vi, but Aluka going to get the kill.
I mean, the rotations from Xia has been so on point. He's out-rotated Wayless twice, despite the fact that Diana has hit level 6. They're still fighting in bottom lane.
Yeah, Mystic in trouble. No, Imp, though, doesn't miss the spell shield, but absorbs the binding. Flashes forward. The heal gets used, and Imp gets the first kill. UJ has to run away. Will get away. The Boomerang Blade does a good chunk of damage, but Imp winning that first 2v2.
Absolutely. In that case, Imp completely outplayed his Korean AD carry compatriot Mystic. We're seeing another trade in mid.
Yeah, Shia pops the Chaos Storm. Wayless gets locked in by the gravity field, and that is quite a lot of damage.
He had registered the Crescent Strike, but got stunned up in the gravity field, so wasn't able to go in and get the assassination kill. Xie lives for to fight another day.
Yep, Acorn actually in the top lane now. Was all waiting very patiently here to potentially get some surprise kinks onto Aluka from his own lane, but we'll just sort of give it up. Aluka happily farming with a Catalyst, probably not under too much threat.
Not under too much threat at all. Has by far the regen advantage, even though the Crystalline Flask is available for Acorn. CS-wise, 14 CS advantage. It's notable, but it's not considerable for Aluka.
Yeah, the blue buff going to go to Wayless there as well, so Diana will pick that up and move back towards her lane. She's actually been struggling a little bit here, slightly down in CS, but she, like you already mentioned, just so good at rotating with this Victor.
But Wayless, despite picking a combat summoner for lane, has not picked up a team fight item versus rushed the Stinger, which is usually useful for split pushing. You don't get a lot of auto attacks in a trade against Victor, especially because of course he will put down the gravity field. You will get stunned during the duration. Going and spending so much gold on the Nashor's Tooth instead of perhaps the Abyssal Scepter against double AP, he's definitely pigeonholing himself into split push, and it'll be interesting to see who World Elite will send against him.
Yeah, interesting stuff as Acorn continue to last it under turret. Aluka actually done a decent job of pushing him in and ahead on CS there, mainly because Acorn left the lane for that early home guard gank. Looking through the rest of the items as well, Warrior done for Spirit after his early kill participation. Not quite yet for TBQ, but has to be pretty close to finishing. A pickaxe there for Siva, and the same there for Graves.
Not too much notable to them, but Mystic's already fallen twice. Maybe that'll be significant. Up the top lane, TBQ is the first to rotate, but Luca not going to take the bait.
Yeah, Maokai again, just a very safe top laner. Had his flash ready to go, so not particularly afraid, but playing very Aluka style, I have to see. You know, very safe, just farming casually.
And you can see the fact that Wayless has been slow to react to team kills, because look at the aggressive pink wards that World Elite have been able to put down. One towards the enemy red buff, one actually above it to spot the jungle pathing. You can see it on the minimap. That's actually very aggressive pink wards. Get down is in the bot lane.
Yeah, Imp gets locked up, but PWL going to try and disengage. A good binding hits, though. The ultimate actually coming through. I think he got blocked by a spell shield, but still enough damage there. Spirit gets the kill.
Not ideal that Spirit picks up the kill participation, but the binding from UJ was completely on point. Held the spell shield for just too long. Had it for the collateral damage, so the kill credit goes to the jungler, but a nice pickup for World Elite.
Yeah, I have to say, I've been very impressed with Imp's usage of Spell Shield in general. He's saved it from bindings almost exclusively as UJ going to get punched in the face there. Volt Breaker lands ultimate in there as well. He flashes and still dies in the damage of Spirit. Going to look for a tray kill. Mystic coming here, but no ulti. Shie, though, ready to go with his own. TBQ forced to flash away.
TBQ has to flash away, and Dragon had just spawned. It was a wonderful time to pick up a kill on the AD carry. Imp will get close if they try this Dragon, and World Elite, they have to back away.
Shie's early augments here have been really great. I think part of the reason he's been moving quite quickly between lanes is just the Q augment.
I mean, the Q augment, actually, as you mentioned, gives that burst of 30% burst of movement speed. It really helps with the rotations that have been coming through. And I just have to question the build from Wayless. It's definitely a very split push focused build. As a mid laner, if they break a turret and they can just park him in the bottom lane, it could work out strategically, but it's just a strange pickup from the mid as a rush.
Yeah, Luca jumping onto Akon there as well, but just to cancel it back, no real threat there just from the Maokai solo. Early Sorkshu's done for Shie there as well, so kind of continuing the theme, him rotating effectively on this Victor. And we've seen a lot of strong team fight and skirmish Victor, but not a lot of rotational play. And I'm very impressed in the first 30 minutes of the game, just how World Elite's new mid lane has been playing this champion.
And that's why I'm so surprised that a Diana is getting out-rotated by a Victor. Whenever you have those reset abilities, like the Crescent Strike, resetting the Lunar Rush cooldown, you're always looking for a skirmish, just like Akali has a very similar mechanic, looking for skirmishes. Wayless been staying in lane and is still behind in CS. As we see a teleport
Yeah, Luca coming down as well. Imp going to get dove there again. Now Luca coming in, but isn't even needed now as they're going to have the next chase out onto POL. He flashes out safely. The binding has already been used, so POL might be okay. Luca diving him, but they will give it up.
Yeah, and that should be the Dragon for World Elite, although Wayless has rotated this time.
Luca kind of wants to fight, waiting for the rest of his team here, but the binding does not land. Actually, good flash over. Wayless follows him, though. Gets the first kill. 3-man E there as well, but Spirit still jumping in. The damage is pretty strong. Wayless does have a lot of damage in melee range, though, but Spirit will take him down.
You can see the value of the Stinger coming through. So many applications of the passive, so much damage coming from that ability. If that fight had gone much longer, it could have looked very hairy for World Elite, but it was a very aggressive Lunar Rush onto 4 members. Picked up a 1-for-1, but World Elite, they'll take the Dragon.
Yeah, they'll take their second there as well. So World Elite looking strong. A slight gold lead here, about 1,000 gold. Acorn looking to equalize that by taking out the top turret here and should be able to get it on Hecarim as the next wave pushes in. But 2 Dragons up for World Elite, looking to snowball that objective.
Yeah, LGD, actually both teams use their teleport. Aluka to get into the fight, Acorn just to get back to lane to start this push. They do answer the objective. Second Dragon for top turret. That's a decent trade, but they just have to be in position and get their ward vision up for the 3rd Dragon.
Yeah, Imp actually working on this turret as well. Sivir, especially at this stage with lots of flat AD, pushes so quickly, so Imp might be able to get another tower. UJ will return to defend it, so should be okay for now. Graves coming back. Similar items here, so again, if we see another big skirmish, Graves probably has to win it in the early stages, and Imp going for the tower does get it.
It's just a bit surreal though, Page Time. 11 kills in 14 minutes. At the moment, the AD carries 0-2-4 and 1-3-2. They've definitely been caught out. Aluka's teleports have been so on point to pick up Imp, overextended twice recently, but the gold is just not distributed towards the AD carries at this point.
No, it's kind of junglers and supports, I guess, that have been picking up. Spirit actually 3-0-3. And TBQ with 3 kills there as well. So has to be for them. You can see the AD carries quite poor, actually. Poorer than both the mid laners and even some of the junglers.
You see what TBQ does with this Ruby Crystal. He's actually very close to being able to pick up a very snowball Aegis, which would be massive for his team, especially because Abyssal wasn't being picked up. And there's the pickup. That's a huge item timing coming through at 15 minutes. Unfortunate for him that the Dragon fight isn't imminent. It's still a few minutes away because that extra 20 magic resist for all his teammates at 15 minutes would have turned a fight.
It would have here. Shie now level 11 on the Victor with the ulti ready to go. Has got a Fiendish Codex, so probably looking for Merlinomicon here. Very popular mid lane item, but we'll see what he wants to go with it. PYL going to clear out some wards. A good aggressive pink from LGD, giving them some extra vision. And Wayless, hasn't got a tower down yet. Does want to stick in an empty lane because he's finished his Nashos.
But where are they going to park him? That's the question, because he has so much turret damage. It actually forces Jia to flash. That's a very defensive flash coming through from Jia. Of course, TBQ was showing, does have the Assault and Battery, so you can understand his reticence to be too confident.
Yeah, would have got C's here for quite a while there between all the knockups after that ulti. So, does flash instead. Victor, a little awkward when immobile, so he'll have to play quite safe towards his turret. Mystic actually going to come into the mid lane there as well. Maybe even looking to set up a gank here.
It's very quiet, is the... You can see everyone just standing in a spot, but they move away. Imp keeps clearing these lanes, and of course the wave clear coming through from Jia. just alone, he can match Siv's wave clear just fine. LG, they're pushing in aggressively. They want to contest at the enemy red buff.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they're pushing so deep for vision when Dragon isn't up, but they need a couple of picks. They're slightly ahead now, actually, after picking up some of those kills, and 2 turrets especially has really opened up the map. So maybe LGD will start moving Diana down. In fact, Wayless is already here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Wayless has parked himself in the bottom lane. He has a lot of turret damage, but doesn't necessarily have... Well, he actually has very good defensive wards, so why not go for it? He can, at this point, outtrade perhaps even 1v2 the Graves Morgana combination, unless he's really hit by both the Dark Binding and the Soul Shackles.
Yeah, and that would explain why LGD wanted to press for aggressive vision in the bottom side. Free up space there for Wayless, so congratulations, Papa, you have solved it. Shiano going to try and meet him. PYL and Lajana speeding back and forth, looking for some Magi stacks, actually. And PYL seems to do this almost every Janna game.
Absolutely. I mean, as Janna, you're able to shield up your team. You're able to use the Monsoon. All of these grant you assists. So you're just able to pick up that AP. Scales so well selfishly with AP because, of course, it does scale the W. The Zephyr does give you more selfish Janna movement speed. And all your CC, your shield, your attack damage that you give. Just a very good statistic for Janna is ability power. Hard to itemize, but if you get it from the Magi's, you feel good.
Yeah, just don't want to die too many times, but like you mentioned, Janna, pretty tricky. Yeah, very safe, certainly here. As we do look down, AD carries finished their first major items. Infinity Edges are done for Sivir and Graves, so we'll see where they want to go. We've seen both Sivir and Graves been used in rotational style comps at this stage of the game, and both teams really looking for picks, dragging back up in a minute 50, but nothing really happened in the last few minutes. Been very quiet since that second dragon.
Absolutely has been very quiet. In terms of the top laners, it is going to be the Trinity Force early, but an early an early Spectre's Cowl, just for a bit of cost-effective magic resist. And then, as we've seen very commonly from these Maokai players, not rushing towards Rod of Ages anymore. That's a thing of the past. Not even rushing for the Righteous Glory. Maybe on patch 5.5 when it receives that extra 150 health. Just picking up the Catalyst, option for Righteous Glory later, and then the Glacial Shroud and the Spectre's Cowl for cost-effective armor and magic resistance.
Yep, lots of efficient tank stats there for that big Maokai who really does want to get towards the late game stage. The Spirit actually EQs in, but immediately it's a Tornado. Shea going to come in for a good amount of wave clear, but LGD starting to group quite aggressively.
Only one person who doesn't have Summoner Flash available is Xia. Of course, Akon doesn't have it, but didn't take it in the start of the game. As an immovable mage against potential assassination of Vi, of Diana, going to have to be so safe with his positioning as Xia. It won't be up for the Dragon crucially either. LGD, they'll have the timer for that flash. They might want to take away that first dragon and not let World Elite set up for what could be their third dragon.
Yeah, third just kind of starts getting into snowball territory, especially when you don't have one of your own. So 35 seconds for that dragon to come up here. Wayless getting aggressive, wants to contest for this Krog, but Mystic does a good job pulling it back and will secure it for himself.
Wayless just overextended, but as we've mentioned, PYO has been so on point, putting down the wards, even aggressive pinks, which are being cleared now. The aggressive pinks we talked that World Elite had placed early in the game, completely cleared out, no vision at all. Actually, still the one pink that we see on the screen, just to spot jungle pathing. That could be there the whole game, so what a great use of 100 gold coming through. But the answering pinks now being cleared. Still good vision for Wayless. He can happily push down the bottom.
Yeah, Spirit actually has an upgraded sweeper as well, so able to clear vision quite effectively. Gets that next one as well, defending the World Elite pink ward in that brush. Yeah, going to come back in, clear out some waves with the Victor death ray there. Again, Victor's wave clear absolutely phenomenal as far as mid lane champions go. And Mystic now level 11. That's a crucial timing there. And the other thing as well, TBQ already finished his locket.
TBQ has a locket, like you mentioned, against a double AP, even triple AP if you count Morgana. That's going to be a massive statistic. Going for the Snowball team build is TBQ, and it could be massive if he stays in range of the lock. Of course, with a Sultan Battery, you can sometimes travel very, very far.
Yeah, don't want to be too far away, but LGD are aggressively starting their first dragon here. Spirit going to come in, wants to steal it, but can't get in range. Siva will actually secure it. A bit of an early smite there, but LGD, they do get their first one.
Yeah, Spirit didn't use his smite. There was the early smite, as you mentioned. World Elite early rotated onto this mid turret. They will be able to pick it up. That's an excellent trade for World Elite with no kill credit going to either team. And the push is on in top as well.
They're actually still going. Aluka can make it down, of course, but once the outer turret, he's going to teleport down instead straight onto the minion aggressively. World Elite really want this tier 2 turret, but Imp's moving around as well. Aluka going to jump in on top of him though, but there's the ulti coming through for Akon. Mystic doing good damage, picks up TBQ, and now Akon going to take some damage. Death Ray ripping through everyone from LGD. Aluka jumps on top of him. Wayless though, trying to leapfrog through the backlines and doing good damage as well. It's been a massacre so far. Aluka going to be the next one. Jumped on 3 for 3, but Wayless might look to make it a kill tipped in LGD's favor. Aluka is going to go down. Wayless just went off.
The consistent damage in a long fight. If you do not explode Wayless, just you die with all the auto attacks coming through. Went back, finished the Sorcerer's Shoes and another Blasting Wand. You need to focus this Diana. She's still very inherently tanky with her shield. And if you cannot burst her early, you see what happens in a long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, and LGD's initiators were actually pretty squishy to all of the upfront Graves damage. So both TBQ and Akon died quite quickly, but bought enough time there. Imp actually lived for a little too long there in that fight, and then Wayless just played Janitor.
And the scary thing is, though, if Wayless ends a fight alive, he's probably got 2 or 3 kills, but he's also going to take structures really, really fast. Diana passive, applying to turrets with all the National's Tooth attack speed, means she powers down objectives. You can see it. She's a very good jungler, too, if you don't notice the fact that she has no gank pressure before 6. But when it comes to farming the jungle, does it instantly.
Does it very well. And Mystic actually might get chased here. Good quick draw around, but Till's too much damage coming in. Wayless just destroying poor Graves there and just jumps on him with the ulti.
And that's with missing the Crescent Strike to get the Lunar Rush reset. Just used it for the assassination kill. Dark Binding hits, but will Gia be able to close the distance?
He's trying to get in there, needs the Q to land. Death Ray going to come in as well. Good flash from Wayless will keep him safe, and Gia cannot keep up.
But taking the flash, that's at least the minimum for World Elite. They cannot afford for this mobile assassin who's now going to go back and spend 2,300 gold. Abyssal Scepter available if he wants it. LGD using all the pressure taken to bottom to take the blue buff. This is why the split push looks great from Diana, because they're doing a lot with the fact that multiple members are being drawn to the bot side of the map.
And you mentioned it already about LGD in the draft, actually. Just fantastically looking team when they're rotating effectively and using Wayless a little bit different. He's played a lot of different champions, certainly, but on this Diana with a death cap now, actually. Didn't want the Abyssal Scepter you suggested.
See, I love the Abyssal Scepter in Zhonya's just because, again, she has that shield which scales with AP, and then because it's a health statistic, it scales with armor and magic resist in terms of defensive stats. But, of course, you get more shield with AP, and damned if you don't do more damage.
Yeah, Wayless definitely someone that likes to do big damage on his mid laners here. He's done a great job. You already saw Mystic is going to start having problems with this Diana, even if she doesn't get the reset on the ulti. UJ actually looking for Schwen, will land the binding, but Q actually going to Wayless going off there now as well. Will back off a bit. The ulti pop there by Morgana as TBQ diving in on top. Spirit solo, and Akon ripping through. Shie does get their kill. Spirit going to go down to Imp as well. TBQ doesn't have an ulti, but PYL's flashed over to try and chase down Aluka. Q's still missing, but Wayless will dive back in. A great flash Q pass to lock him up, and that's a 3rd kill. Make it 4 for LGD.
World Elite's gank brush went horribly wrong when they found Diana there. This could actually be the Baron. They have a lot of Baron damage, and even the Diana can tank it for a long, long time. Graves is going to try and answer with the mid turret, to be honest. That's the most that you could ever expect coming through from Mystic Baron, the most opportunistic of collateral damage Baron steals. He'll need to get away, though.
TBQ did die there, but Imp will stay here valiantly to secure the Baron. Going to take him a while, but Mystic too far away to entertain a collateral damage steal, and Imp does secure it.
So there's going to be some choice words coming through from TBQ that everyone decided to move away from the Baron. Dies to the burst of damage coming through from the very angry purple monster. But 4 Baron buffs being available, Imp's going to start pushing out the waves. LGD, if they don't break the base with this Baron buff, maybe enough gold will be built onto World Elite to start to hit some of their power spikes. So they're definitely in the dust of Wayless, who's got so many items already on the Diana.
I mean, that gank brush just was so awkward because Mystic was busy farming another lane. They started it, tried to get a pick, and they were the ones who got trapped, and now Wayless coming down. He looks so scary.
I was about to say, with the aggressive, I think he was actually licking his lips at potentially a double kill, but Gia coming onto the screen means he's going to have to back away.
Yeah, going to play a little bit safely. They will get another turret, so good rotations for World Elite to get a bit of turret damage down and get some gold off the map as well. After the Baron buff done for LGD, but you have to think just a couple shops going to be completed. Trinity Force done for Akon now as well. Mikhail's finished up for POL. World Elite are taking what they can while they can, but that won't last for long. Wayless does dive in for his blue buff, but Akon goes in. TBQ with a great flank there onto Mystic, and he just gets destroyed. Now Akon diving in the back as well. Spirit's going to be the next target, and does go down. And Wayless just destroys the Victor with a double kill. And that's an ace here as well. Aluka won't survive for too much longer, and LGD winning so hard.
A perfect ace for LGD. And what was the massive factor there, Pastry Time? It was the Terrify coming through after the Hecarim ult. It's a very positional-based World Elite comp. Graves, a short-range AD carry. Gia He's control mage at short range. Both of them having to flee away. And in all the chaos, Diana was doing so much damage in a massive AoE, both from the passive and the Crescent Strike. LGD wrecked through World Elite's positional team comp, and they're going to take at least an inhibitor.
Yeah, these turrets will melt here between Imp's damage and Wayless's passive on Diana. So they are going to, even Acorn doing respectable damage with the Trinity Force, and LGD in 26.5 minutes have taken so much of World Elite's base.
And Diana coming through to Wayless. I thought it would be the Ahri. I thought the Ahri was the more reliable choice. But when you're this strong on Diana, now picking up the Void stuff, don't need any of those armor or magic resist statistics if Acorn can be so on point with his ultimates. And look, as a seasoned Kennen player, a seasoned Rumble player, he finds his spots so well. And he showed us why he's so respected as a rotational top laner, because he's doing his job. Despite not having the tank statistics, it doesn't matter when you hit the picture-perfect onslaught of Shadow.
Yeah, I'm actually curious that Acorn wanted to go for the aggressive Trinity Force. Jesus, Wayless does damage. That dragon just got melted.
Diana's passive does
Really
really
good.
a lot of damage.
It does, especially with this build that Wayless has as Imp. Gonna pop his ulti, PYL. Does get ulti there by Shia, but Acorn again, another great flank. Wayless gets the first kill, and Victor already dead. Acorn hasn't even popped his ulti, does use it, but UJ does flash away. Now Aluka going to be the target coming in. Twisted Advance gets used, but Wayless is hungry for more blood. Aluka getting chased down. Acorn using a devastating charge, going to lock down the Maokai Q. Will hit him, but he doesn't quite die, but it got close.
There's just no item timings World Elite can hit to match what LGD have. I give so many props to TBQ in particular. Using all that extra gold, I said, oh, that's not ideal kill distribution. But against a triple AP comp, getting such a snowball Aegis gave them the option to fight these fights, especially Wayless, who hasn't itemized for resist, but there's the Assault and Battery.
Yeah, Mystic going to get ulted there. Acorn around the side again. Wayless coming in. Is actually snared up by now, so can't Luna rush in, but does go over there. Now onto Mystic and just ripping through him so far. If they're going to run in and will flash forward for the kill. Wayless still alive somehow, and Diana so many shields and 3 quick kills for LGD.
The shields, the selfish shields, but also the shields coming through from Jana, doing so much work. 2 members still alive. Decent wave clear from Jia, but he has to back away and actually has to protect the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Super Minions doing work here, and LGD going to go through another inhibitor. Remember, between the Diana and the Sivir, they melt like butter, and LGD might just take the rest of the base. Not interested in maybe a third inhibitor. First Nexus turret falls down. Second will go through as well. And what we talked about it. They need the points. Wayless explodes for Shia, and that's game.
A Crescent Strike passive and a Luna Rush instantly killed Jia. Wayless on the Diana. Maybe Ahri was the more conservative pick, gave ranged wave clear, but when you play Diana like that, and who better than Jia to judge a Diana player? A+ is what I score Wayless for his performance this game. Man, he finally made the Diana work. Took 3 games, but when he made it work, he looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, he saw Jia there at the end as well. Not happy that he got 3-shot by Diana at the end of that game, and kind of thinking, you know what, hey man, that's my champion. What are you doing to me?
The irony was not lost on Jia, that's for sure. So we're going to jump to a replay, and I somehow expect that we're going to see plenty of Diana damage come in this fight. That was all of them, Pastry Time, to be honest. I thought, okay, with the Nationals too, he's going to have to pick the right fight. But with the extra resist coming through from the Aegis, he could be so aggressive in his positioning. And look, it's Wayless. He was going to be aggressive in his positioning to begin with. So this is a contest down at the enemy blue coming through from World Elite. Remember, this is World Elite positioned aggressively. We'll roll the tape. 3,000 gold lead, and most of that's on the Diana. But just wait for the huge onslaught shot. This is Home Guard boots into a 4-man Terrify. Everyone cannot react. Jia's in a good spot, but the consistent damage coming through from Wayless in the front line saves his Luna Rush to take down Jia. He's still doing so much damage. He's basically full health, topped off by all the shields. Aluka, he lives a while. He's very tanky on the Maokai, but no one's tanky to a death cap at that point. Just the death cap Nationals Tooth, 20-minute Diana.
Yeah, Diana looked amazing there. I wonder if she is going to take it into the next game, but World Elite have to think some stuff over if they want the split. Our second game between LGD and WE will be coming up right after this. And welcome back, everyone, to our last game of the evening here. LGD versus World Elite, with LGD up again. We're straight into Champs League now. No messing around for either of these two teams. And we're through the bans almost already. LGD have banned out Nidalee, Scion, and Rek'Sai there. And World Elite going with Cho'Gath Thresh with one more to come.
Notably, no Diana ban. Rumble is the last ban targeted at Acorn. Still a lot of strong champions available, a lot of signature picks available too. Wales' Cho'Gath drawing so much ire, it leaves open the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and that's, again, you talked about it in the first game. Big blind pick for a lot of mid-laners. They love this champion, and why not take it up for Wales? Had a great performance on Diana. Gonna see if you can repeat it here on LeBlanc.
There's still some power picks available for World Elite. Maokai definitely wasn't the source of any of the problems in the previous game. Hecarim still available as an answer, so we may see a repeat of the top lane matchup, but UJ is going to take away the Janna. At least they're considering taking away PYL's very strong Janna.
Yeah, and they will get it there. So a smart pick away. Always good to take away Janna from PYL or Marta. They're the two biggest Janna players probably in the LPL. Aluka going to revisit Malco, but like you said, that does open up potential problems in LGD. Got a couple more picks to make now as well. And notably, again, the jungle pool shredded quite bad here.
But speaking of picks, I mean, we were already thinking about Annie LeBlanc. So much pick pressure in the mid game. TBQ is showing us Rengar, which is the likely pick. We're still expecting that. Showing a couple of flavor picks. Master Yi, still no sighting of him this season. Pick power is what they're going for with whatever champion they lock in.
Yeah, and they're actually going to swap things around a little bit. Jarvan does get locked in. Love the takeaway there from Spirit. And Morgana going to be a pick-esque champion here for POL, probably on support.
Yeah, having the Morgana, though, opens up the hyper carry pick coming through from Imp. Will it be Vayne that he played recently? Will he return to the Kalista? Not always a big fan of the Imp YL Kalista lanes, but they have shown some good performance with that champion. Jia, it looks like he's going to be considering the Ahri. It's not a blocker pick to the Diana. It's definitely a bit of a skill matchup, so we might still see the Diana coming through. And with, as you mentioned, not a lot of viable junglers left. Spirit might have to be on Lee Sin.
He knows his matchup. It's probably LeBlanc here, which is definitely a skill matchup there for Ahri.
That's
so
true.
If he wants to take it, he'll get it. Spirit going to go to Lee Sin, and GA does lock in Ahri.
It won't be Diana, so maybe a cry of disbelief coming through that we don't see it. We're waiting for the Imp YL lane coming through. Graves Leona will be a lot of power, but the hyper carry with the Morgana hover seemed very likely. Imp already showed a lot of things on this champion, but we'll wait and see what they decide.
I mean, Imp loves his Vayne. The last time he played it, though, he just insta-locked it when it came around. So, clearly says, hey, guys, talking to his analyst, can I pick this? I really want to play it. They're like, no, please pick Graves.
If it's going to be Leona, I don't expect the Vayne. That's a very aggressive all-in Vayne. There's almost no margin for error.
Oh,
That's
God.
the Vayne locked in, and Vayne Annie, all in. It's still there.
Yeah, very all-in lane. I mean, Imp's Vayne's fantastic, can dance around these fights quite well and help pick people off with his passive, but an interesting choice here, and we've actually left Mystic with the last pick here, it looks like. So if he wants to counterpick this aggressive base Vayne lane, he has the chance to.
I mean, they've already shown Graves. Graves would at least be the burst to try and prey upon Vayne in the early levels. There's no fantastic matchup. I mean, look, Vayne struggles in basically every laning matchup, so you can take anything. He's shown great proficiency on the Lucian. That's what he used to take down Uzi's Kalista last series, so I wouldn't mind this pickup. But Imp PYL on Vayne Annie, just to look back, I mentioned I didn't expect the Vayne Leona lane to come through. Vayne Annie has a bit of an upside just because Annie has a ranged auto attack. So when it comes to turret pressure in lane, just the ability to trade with a ranged auto is a little bit more reliable pressure than Leona. So while the all-in with Leona, especially at level 2, would be stronger, Annie, a bit more flexibility to the lineup.
Yeah, and actually, I do like the last pick 80 here as well for Mystic being Lucian. I think Lucian's fine, as you said, fine against Vayne, like most laners that would take him, but seems to be one of his best performing champions. Lucian in general, just so good at so many different stages, lanes very well, very mobile, and fine in the late game. So it's been a very popular champion recently, and you can kind of see why.
And the mid-game power spike's definitely there for World Elite as we start to see their lineup. We're talking about the Maokais of the world. As we can see the top lane matchup, going to be a farm fest. You have to think.
Acorn actually did take the Morgana. We forgot to mention that with POL having the aggressive
Back to
Annie.
the mages.
Yeah, so lots of farming there. Probably fine for both of them. DBQ here going to take away Jarvan, but Spirit, of course, had another jungler already within his Lee Sin, and his Lee Sin especially looks deadly when it really goes off. This is a volatile matchup, though, in the mid lane. LeBlanc versus Ahri.
And we remember cool versus rookies battles on these champions. A skill matchup if there ever was one. In lane, though, not a skill matchup. Lucian's going to take out the Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, at least has an edge on the early stages. And POL going to take the aggressive Vayne up against the Janna, of course, one of his favorite supports. So Imp, whenever he plays Vayne, he tends to have a big reason for it. Curious to see him play it here again. It is his favorite champion. I wonder what he's going to get up to this time.
Speaking of favorite champions, all about Spirit on the lead scene. Can he run this game? Can he take advantage of the early game? That was what happened in that big first win against OMG. 2 kind of quiet games for Spirit. No coincidence. 2 losses for World Elite.
Let's find out how Spirit and Imp both do as we get straight into our next game. And welcome back here. LGD versus World Elite, and Imp on it again. The Vayne has come out to play one more time.
And Imp loves to keep it classy. The Aristocrat Vayne. Going to try and class up the Rift. The damage will definitely be there in the late game if he's unhindered in the laning phase. And speaking of laning phase, the first big question, will we see a lane swap coming through from LGD, or will we actually see 2v2 lanes?
I mean, I don't think LGD want their 2v2 lanes, but they might be forced into them. So we'll see how the level 1 action does go. Spirit does land the first blow there, although I think he got hit by a flag. So winning the jungle battle slightly there at level 1, but again, both are spotting each other out. Acorn actually gets caught by a Luca and takes quite a big chunk of damage, but hasn't leveled anything yet, has spotted him up there, so maybe he's going to start the first swap.
It's only magic resist per level runes coming through from Acorn, so only 32 magic resist. Took a surprising burst from an auto attack and a sapling. The lane swap's the big question. LGD, they really want a lane swap for the Vayne Annie. It's a very aggressive lane. In 2v2s, if it falls behind, doesn't offer too much. Even though they're against a Janna, just the pressure evolution in the early levels means you want to opt into a lane swap. But they're kind of in this situation where Morgana's okay in a lane swap. She's very brittle, but she's hard to turret dive through the Black Shield, and she does have some ranged farming, ranged pushing options with a Tormented Soul. Can actually be flexible, putting a couple of extra points in Tormented Soul just to counter push from range. But I think they'll have to be relegated to the lane swap, and you can tell with Vayne in the top and Acorn and TBQ are working towards their red buff, it's going to be a lane swap initiated by LGD.
Yeah, you can see Acorn's actually started. Yeah, does get the reference. Oh, that's so clever. Does only put 2 sapping downs and gives Xie the little one.
We've seen a couple of teams mess around with this sort of idea, opening up experience for other people. Actually, World Elite were one of the teams that did do this in IEM, so it's just a way to give some experience to someone, and this could be massive in the skill matchup we just described.
Yeah, really cute stuff. So Luke, and now, of course, with the lane swap, will jungle follow, which is why he didn't want the early experience or didn't need it necessarily. Haven't quite spotted Acorn. It's actually down in the bottom lane, so not following, I guess, not that good in the jungle.
Absolutely, no, her jungling is not massive. Of course, if you smite early, the Tormented Soul damage can actually, because it does more damage the lower health a minion, monster, or champion is, will do respectable damage. But jungle follow, not really her forte. But she's going to be forced into it as Morgana's already entered the jungle.
Yeah, has left here with Mystic freezing the lane 1v0 right now. As UJ, they will rejoin in for potential push action or just to babysit the Lucian and Acorn. Going to be level 1 for a little while, you have to think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long walk over to the Gromp and blue buff for the Morgana. Finally going to start picking up some experience. Has 1 minion kill, so that's something, and will, again, help with the Tormented Soil, but Morgana jungling, not the biggest situation or advantage coming through for LGD.
No, just going to face tank a bit here, and that's about all the help Acorn can offer. I mean, they are going to do the double jungle, but Aluka very far ahead as far as that goes.
And she has so much pressure relieved, hitting the level 2 first. Actually gives him a chance in this matchup against Wales, especially early. Ari, from level 6 onwards, does have that outplay potential, can potentially pick up a kill. The early levels, as Distortion is leveled up, can be very painful trades for Ari, especially with a door and ring start, and not the more flexible flash start coming through from Xie.
And I like this a lot from Acorn. Hit level 2 and knows that, you know what, I'm not doing too much. Let's go for a tower dive. And Xie being heavily targeted here by LGD. There are 4 people lining up this dive.
And Annie has a CC. We're going to see some flashes. It's
Oh,
going to be coming soon.
Pathing their away. Forced to flash the chains, but gets out from under the dive. Beautifully read by World Elite's mid laner.
I feel like it was a little bit tipped away by LGD. That should have been a successful gank with all the lockdown CC. Uncleansable CC from TBQ. PYL, Acorn, so much CC. It's massive that Xie survived that pressure.
And time wasted here as Mystics actually put the minions into the bottom turret. Acorn might look for this opportunity to actually smite them. Oh, sorry, teleport down. I was actually following TBQ, so can walk down there if he wants to. Aluka, though, and UJ and Spirit all here. And they're going to go for another early dragon.
Actually, we saw Wayless actually took a turret shot, so actually falls down in health. But as you mentioned, the early dragon is starting. This could not have happened if not for the fact that Xie is competitive in this mid lane. A lot of dragon damage coming through from the Lee Sin. Trade tanking by Aluka. The hard push still on in the top lane, so smart play from World Elite.
They're both 80 carries actually pushing here. Gonna be checked. No, not quite. POL will not go in, so the dragon will get snuck away there, and World Elite get another early advantage. Not even going past the ward that I think they just saw POL put down, so want to give as little information to LGD as possible.
But I mean, LGD, you have to remember, the last time we saw a hard freeze 1v0 Vayne in the top lane, that was Uzi on Vayne, picking up a Blade the Rune King before backing once. There's no reason for anyone else to enter this top lane, either on World Elite or LGD's side. Stacking up the gold, it's only 1,000, so still 2,200 gold away from the massive Blade the Ruined King. But Vayne getting a free landing phase, never something you want. And that's why you can see Lucian already heading towards this top side.
Yeah, World Elite intelligently are going to swap around there. Morgana actually picking up CS now as well. So Luca going to walk down to his 1v1. PYL kind of knows what's going on as Imp's trying to freeze this lane further back towards him. Although, you know, trimming it a little bit now as he might be lining up a push. But we're going to start with standard lanes. We've flipped around a bit, but no dragon here to be taken. So a 2v2 in the top lane. And Spirit getting aggressive, trying to land the Q, but will miss there as Wayless distorts away.
At minimum, using some of Wayless's mana pool will be helpful this year. We already mentioned went for Doran Ring, did not start the Flask. Would have gone for went for the combat stats, went for the early trading because he knew he'd have that extra experience, and it's paid off as Mystic. He finds POL and he's very squishy.
Yeah, he's level 2 right now, and Mystic's just eating him with the damage. But Imp also going on to the support, which doesn't get a great condemn there, and follows in with the silver bot straight. POL now level 3 for a bit more stats, and Mystic coming in there. The heal use there, but Spirit's come up as well. Misses the first Q though, but the exhaust has come down. Spirit flash Tempest forward, and that's first blood. Now teleports moving in as the Luca locks up POL. He's going to go down TBQ. Now maybe caught out of position as Mystic jumps in. Spirit gets a ward hop there. Good block of the Q there by Akon, but 2 kills to World Elite.
But importantly, first blood in terms of jungle skirmish advantage going to Lee Sin. Excellent pressure coming through. 1-0-1 is Lee Sin. Finally, you see Spirit snowballing the early game once again. And another thing that's very, very rare, Pastry Time, the rotation from Aluka was that much earlier than Akon.
Yeah, Aluka just been on point really with his movement. His teleports in the last game were good. His laning stuff, I mean, Aluka in general's just stepped up so much as a player.
He definitely has. And what will Morgana top actually opt into in a lane top? Starts a Ruby Crystal. So will it be a catalyst into a very late Rite of Ages? Maybe even a Righteous Glory for a more tanky Morgana? You have to think AP. Getting AP on this team is so important because let's look down the World Elite lineup. It's double AP or pseudo-double AP with the Maokai doing basically exclusively magic damage. You need AP to ensure that Black Shield stays up on Imp because it was a double magic damage comp. If it was just a single magic damage comp, if it was just the Ahri, perhaps you could get away with a more tanky build. But they need AP to keep this Vayne safe in the late game as the hard freeze continues in bottom.
Yeah, although Mystic will walk in now with UJ and start to break it. Support still very squishy, but POL going to have a bit of an aggression advantage there on his Annie. Build order is done for him, though, so probably feels comfortable in the laning situation.
I mean, he has a combat stat advantage, Pastry Time, despite the fact that he's died. Even with 2 assists, he's gone, you know, for the boots, the boots don't offer the same combat stats as the completed Bilge Water, so awkward buy timings coming through from Mystic and has to respect the level 6 Imp.
Yeah, and Vayne, just a pretty scary champion when she's on top of you. Anytime when she gets the free hit and chase you down, it's usually bad news for you, despite how squishy she can be. And POL always threatening with the stun as well.
That's the thing. Once you have the stun up, you have to respect the stun coming through. It's certainly not going to be the Tibbers anytime soon, but just the stun and the level 6 coming through from Vayne, that's the scary thing. Vayne is actually zoning a Lucian.
Yeah, and up 10 CS and counting now as well, doing a very good job as Mystic actually uses culling, it looks like.
Needs to push in the wave, needs to stop the freeze, has the ranged wave clear coming through. Another one of the reasons why Lucian is so good in the early game is that he can break any of these freezes happening in any lane. So it's better now. It's safer for World Elite, but it's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal at all. And maybe speaking of not ideal, mid lane looks a little interesting for Shie. We'll get the blue buff here, but it's actually going for a Negatron cloak here, so really respecting Wayless's burst.
I mean, the base damages from Ahri are very high, and again, you have to respect the LeBlanc. So Abyssal Scepter, it's a very nice pickup. Synergizes with the magic base damages coming through from Maokai. It's awkward, as you mentioned. It's definitely not the power jump of 20% CDR, mana regen, and AP coming through from the components of a Morellonomicon. But in the 1v1, it just makes him that much more safe and allows him to actually push out the wave and not be afraid of being exploded from the damage coming out of Wayless.
Yeah, Shea rotating down as well. I think got spotted there, or at least was alerted to the fact where LGD Spirit was down in the bottom as well, looking for a gank, but unsuccessful here onto Imp, and he'll continue farming safely.
There's been not much pressure coming through from TBQ. That's the big difference this game, is that Spirit has definitely been very on point with the jungle pressure. We see the Jarvan and the Lee Sin both posturing to mid. 2 high kill pressure assassins mid. Plenty of mid lane.
Yeah, they are going to go in for it. It looks like Wayless actually already got chummed up. Shige going to look for the chase. Does use the ulti. TBQ trying to line it up, but actually Wayless going to try and get up and gets kicked in the face by Spirit. TBQ will get away, but the kill goes to Lee Sin.
But it was almost a solo kill from Xia, to be honest. They had to respect the pressure coming through from the Lee Sin, but the bait was just for too long. Wayless. Very nice play from World Elite. Yeah,
big trade down the bottom as well. No big summoners burnt here as heal is coming back up for Imp, but actually a 1 trade there by Lucian, it looks like. So now Xie going to pressure in the mid, and they're really hoping to bait TBQ into a dive.
Yeah, they won't quite be able to be successful to, not quite the Blade of the Ruined King, but definitely close to it for Imp. About 600 gold, 700 gold away from that pickup. Lucian, as you mentioned, will get control of the lane. Will be able to push in if he so desires. At this point, not actually trying to go for the aggressive push. Nope, changes his mind. Here he goes, mowing down the minion wave.
Yeah, going to turn it up, and does have his ulti back up if he really wants to turn that on and get that pushed in. But, going to clean it out. Use that passive as best he can as in the top lane. Acorn, 6 DCS to 54. Done a good job of staying competitive here despite all the swapping that has gone on for both the top laners. But you said it before, Acorn going for something different because he does have the Catalyst completed now.
You have to assume it'll be a Rod of Ages, but there's no guarantee that that will be the pickup. Has been maxing the Tormented Soil as Mystic finds PYO face check.
They're Stun going to come in, but UJ there with the shield. Spirit though arriving in on top of the jungler here, and he will go down. Spirit again, always first to the punch.
Absolutely. Spirit is the one who's making the proactive moves, and every time TBQ overextends for a proactive move, face checks Spirit. And this is what happens when a really top jungler gets the run of a game. It feels he's always in the right spot, and if you overextend for damage, you pay the ultimate price with the 2 deaths coming through.
Yeah, second dragon going to come through for World Elite as well. They've got 4 clean kills and actually almost 2,000 gold ahead in this game. So World Elite sort of quietly just crept up with a very nice early game lead. This dragon looks uncontestable for LGD. They will have a ward down, so they should have a timer there. But Xie even zoning out Wayless, and that second dragon goes straight to Spirit.
It's definitely an uncanny valley of a game because the one winning the AD carry matchup is the Vayne and the Vayne Lucian matchup. And then the early pressure of LeBlanc Jarvan is being out-pressured by Ahri Lee Sin. Wouldn't have expected either of those results, but the result is that World Elite is definitely on point in this early game, and it's all from Spirit's jungle pathing.
Yeah, I mean, Wayless slightly ahead in CS there in the mid. With Morel and Nomicon, so looking good. Down the bottom, could be some problems there. Well, it just seems fine as TBQ hanging out on Spirit. Back down here again.
Spirit is just lining up his angles. A lot of geometry happening as he waits for Imp. It's very overextended.
Yeah, I mean, can he outthink Imp here and land that first Q? It's pretty much guaranteed after that, although he does have the flash. Going to move in. A great kick, actually. Gets onto PYL as well, and Imp going to get exhausted and taken out. That was beautiful.
Acorn sees his former teammate line up a beautiful kick. The double knock-up just cancels the teleport, smiles, and says, well, I used to play with that guy.
Yeah, and for good reason. Spirit's a very strong jungler. I guess the only bad thing potentially for World Elite is that Spirit does actually have all the kills. 100% kill participation so far, and 5 of the 6 have gone to him.
And I hope that he follows TBQ's lead, because remember, when he snowballed, picked up the Aegis and made so much work. But no, he's going for the selfish, but got the sight, and that's going to be expected on Lee Sin for both mobility and getting the aggressive ward scouting. He's got a giant spell. You can say one thing, though. That's a lot of health. Maybe the turret dives they're going to start.
Yeah, that's what that signals to me for sure. So we'll see if Spirit gets even more aggressive, and every single one of his ganks has just been so on point. It's funny that we talk about Spirit usually looking the best when he's aggressively in the enemy jungle, but right now he's playing like world's dandy level S counter ganking.
I mean, this is just clear love level, and that's an LPL reference for sure. But excellent early Lee Sin play, 100% kill participation. As you mentioned, having all the kill credit barring 1, not ideal for Spirit, but how do you think TBQ feels? Everywhere he's gone, he's just caused death for his teammates.
Xie actually going to get dive on that. Now it's a Spirit Rush. Misses the charm, though, as UJ is down his own. Spirit, of course, is here again. Wayless getting kind of sick of this and goes down as the kick will land on his face. TBQ now maybe going to get chased down. Will back away as PYL's rotated in as well. Annie level 6 does have the tippers ready. Flash there as well. But now Mystic's going to come around. The flash gets used. The stun not there. Mystic gets the last kill. Spirit lands the Q, and the tippers gets wasted.
You worry a bit for World Elite, though, Paystrom. It's the only time they've been picking out wins recently. Spirit goes Super Saiyan mode and just takes over a game. 8-0 is their kill score. It's gotten away from us very quickly. Certainly hasn't gotten away from Spirit. 6-0-2.
No, 3,500 gold up for World Elite as well. 2 dragons up, don't forget. No towers fallen yet, but Spirit doesn't really care it now. He's ganked every single lane successfully.
That's the sign of a good jungler.
It is.
Just having a great game, and that's the thing. He was well held for 2 games in a row. OMG able to pick up the victory off a strong Loveling Nunu performance in the second game yesterday. In the first game against LG, it was TBQ, as we mentioned, spending the Snowball Gold and Aegis that opened up a lot of his team's success. But this game has been played around TBQ, and Spirit doing amazing things.
Yeah, and you can tell why people try and hold this jungler down. When Spirit is allowed free round of a game, he just takes control immediately. And on a champion as aggressive as Lee Sin, Spirit's Lee Sin is a thing of beauty.
He just needs his teammates to step up. They did it at IEM. That's what facilitated their excellent second-place spot. Is in the top lane, I don't think Akon has the damage
That
here.
was adorable. I think he dodged the damage, but not the stun as he twisted advance onto a minion. But he's just fine. Aluka a little low on mana, but down the bottom, something big is brewing. Aluka did get away.
Luka did get away, as you mentioned. The Rod of Ages pickup is late. It's going to be finished about 25 minutes into the game. The cooldowns are so long when you don't go 20% CDR Morgana. There just wasn't a second rotation of spells as he was backing away 4 seconds until Dark Binder was going to be available. Jarvan tried his luck down bottom, didn't find anything, and now he almost face checks Inari.
Sort of the story of TBQ's jungle pattern this game, I feel like. Everywhere he goes, he finds either Spirit or nothing.
Not ideal.
No, not at all. As Chie now in the mid lane, level 11 with the blue buff plus the Abyssal Dong, going to push the creep waves very swiftly there with the Orb of Deception. Wayless kind of getting pressure now, actually caught up nicely on CS, has the Ahri as well. And this is sort of the part where Ahri can now stand in this lane and really bully LeBlanc. In fact, Wayless does get hit by a charm and takes a good chunk of damage.
I mean, pressure is actually an important thing to discuss in terms of the bottom lane because Imp actually has the completed item advantage, as there's all sorts of shenanigans going around in mid.
Very nice reactions there by Wayless. Just had that distortion there in time, but I believe Spirit snuck in, so if he'd been a slightly second of more patience or so, I think he would have gotten another kill.
Looking for a snowball Randuin's as Spirit. That's going to deal a lot with Vayne's early pressure. It will be an important item time because he will be a solo frontline, let alone what Aluka is doing with that item pickup. Ahri actually takes down the mid turret. That's a lot of pressure opened up to the roam, and Ahri is no slouch when it comes to the roams, even compared to the hyper-mobile LeBlanc.
And it's the first turret taken quite late here in this game. It's about 16.5 minutes, but a crucial one in the mid turret for World Elite. Dragon back in 45 seconds or so as well. So World Elite going to try and line up their third and make all these Spirit rotations that much juicier.
Look, World Elite are looking for a shorter laning phase. They have the strong mid game. They're against a Vayne Morgana comp, which wants to take it to the late game, especially the Vayne, of course. The Morgana's gone for a lot of ages. Stacking on the Morgana, it seems to me like the wrong idea, just because 20% CDR would mean that LGD would be a bit more team fight ready early. Now you're basically saying 25, 26 minutes before we want to opt into fights. There could be 3-4 dragons down before that time comes, pastry time.
They could, and now the GA and Spirit going to clear out the Scuttle Crab there. Dragon up in 10 seconds, which will be the third here for World Elite if they claim it. Spirit posturing aggressively. UJ actually in there as well. Mystic going to do a bit of damage onto TBQ. Not overcutting PYL, drops the bear down, but she is in the mix as well. TBQ diving in, but Ahri's just going deep in the back, gets condemned into a wall of Spirit, gets bound and locked up by Akon, who's teleported in. Spirit's now getting stunned. Wayless gets the kill for the shutdown, and everyone low here, but no kills here for Waddle. Although Akon does go down. PYL just dodging the flash item blaze.
The flash item blaze, I don't think had high enough base damage even to take down the flashing PYL. Only about 60 damage coming out of that ability since it has no AD scaling anymore. Just take the Dragon, World Elite. You don't need to go too aggressive. They will get the turret from all of this, but if they don't take the third Dragon, it's a big loss for them. I guess without Smite, they feel pressured, but they need this objective.
Yeah, and they are going to go for it here, and I think this is the right call. TBQ pretty low on health, so if he eats a CC, he'll die fairly quickly. No World Elite, just going to give it up.
I mean, that's 500 gold coming through to Wayless. That leads to Merlin Omicron, Sorcerer's Shoes, a blasting one, and still 875 gold in the inventory. So very, very powered up from that exchange. Actually now is ahead of, so just 200 gold behind the Ahri, who he was losing trades to, we have to remember. This snowball could be significant.
I mean, Shie has 2,000 unspent gold or more in the bank right now, which maybe is the reason that they don't want to fight for that dragon. So Ahri needs to spend her gold before the next fight, but World Elite aggressively going to move back onto the dragon.
Yeah, Amp Tone means she's working towards Zonya's. Definitely doesn't have the gold yet to complete that item. They start up the dragon again. Morgana's in top without teleport, so this will be a third dragon, a very important one for World Elite. I mean, 5% move speed, even just in linear sense, it lets you stay out of Cataclysm Rage. It gives you more movement speed to potentially move out of the Soul Shackles. It will be very relevant outside of rotations, even just in team fights.
Yeah, just such a good stat to have. I mean, that's the reason the third dragon's so good, is that movement speed is just very hard to itemize for. Ooh, Xie getting low. Does go down to Wayless, though. Ignite will clean that kill out, and Red Buff actually helping out as well.
Xie went uncharacteristically aggressively back to the mid lane after they picked up the dragon. Face-checked Wayless, and yep, LeBlanc still does a lot of damage.
Yes, really does here, especially given that Wayless has started to power up. Morel and Normacon are up for Xie, so aggressive choice there again. Mystic has to be careful. POL again threatening with the stun, and Imp is really powering up now. Blade done, plus the Berserker Greaves and another dagger. It's Vayne's Imp. We're probably expecting the Imp build.
But we already saw that Imp has had the pressure in bottom lane. Only now is the competitive Infinity Edge coming through to answer what was a very early play of the Ruined King. LG, they pick up the counter top turret, and Imp has been growing a CS advantage of what has been for at least 12, 13 minutes, a 2v2 lane. So Imp picking up lane control CS against Illusion. The late game is still far away, but 5 minutes on the Rod of Ages now. 5 minutes that's completely powered up. CDR already started with the CDR, the Ionian boots. I mean, 40% CDR Morgana's around the corner, and Vayne, she's getting strong.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is getting strong here in LGD. Wayless almost done with his Rabadon's death cap. TBQ needs to go into his next item, but probably just going to get tankier from this stage on. Distortion Moby's done already for POL for the Makako Tabe special. And just moving through, I mean, Spirit's very tanky. He's gotten so many kills, but his carries are suffering a little bit. They don't have that much damage right now.
And look, Spirit had the option of going the team build, building an Aegis against the true double OP, because not a Maokai we're talking about. It's actually the Morgana and LeBlanc stacking AP. Or he could go for the selfish rando. So he's taken it upon himself to deal with Imp in these early fights especially. If he cannot do that, LGD, they should be winning these fights because, again, all the gold is on Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, 6-1-3. Participated in all 9 kills, has 2/3 of them. Actually, his kills there as well. Zaluka getting a bit stronger. Kindle Gem there as well with a lot of cost-efficient tank items. Does have his warding totem up as well, so going to be providing some good vision around here as he clears out a pink ward. I mean, World Elite just kind of being patient. Do have the 3 dragons, can't forget, so happy to just wait out and fight them, but can't let LGD farm up too much because they're going to get to a point where that mid-game hits and LGD are going to be surprisingly strong.
I mean, the big item timings are coming through. You already mentioned the Rabadons. It's going to be in the next shop you have. He already has the gold for Rabadons. With that needlessly large rod, Zhonya's is coming soon from Morgana to have a lot of initiation options. The freedom to put the black shield onto Imp and then have the stasis to get an engage. The item timings being hit far superior to what World Elite are building towards, and the team fights could be devastating around what we have to assume will be the 4th dragon.
And Imp is still bullying this Lucian as well, which is amazing to me. I mean, Mystic sort of hanging out, doing what he can, but POL and Imp on top of Ward just going to line up another stun, and this is part of the issue. Vayne lane's generally pretty passive, and he's been one of the more aggressive ones, and at this stage with Vayne being such a good duelist, no one's ever going to walk into POL.
And look, Vayne was always a skill matchup to some degree against Lucian just because we actually look down at the skill order, has max tumble before Silver Bolts. The reason you do that, you can tumble out of the Piercing Light. You can win damage trades. Although you're brittle in lane, especially the Vayne Annie, as kind of an all-in Feast or Famine lane, you still want to navigate to the Bilgewater. From Bilgewater onwards, you have some options against the Lucian. So while it's not necessarily the 2v2 matchup I'm focused upon, despite the fact that Spirit has had so much pressure in the bottom lane and in other lanes, you know, the 2 deaths that Imp wears are scars of that. Still able to have the lane control and still able to play overextended, not respecting all the pressure Spirit's put out. He's been negated for the last 10 minutes or so, or 5 minutes perhaps. And they're just picking up CS after CS.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of farming up here, but LGD just feel more proactive on this map. PYL, though, going to get kicked back there. The ultimate coming through from Lucian, going to get the kill, though. That's a nice pick for World Elite.
Yeah, PYL culled after the flash kick coming out from Spirit. It's a lot used to pick up a support, but 3 members strong. They're going to try and get damage onto this inner turret.
Spirit and his Randuin's probably pretty happy to dive in, but TBQ's joining in now to try and defend them off. Xie, though, can also look to that with the Spirit Rush, doing good damage to her Spirit. Will eat a condemn, but that might actually keep him to go in. The Tornado will hit in there. Imp dodging that Q, though, out from Spirit. And Xie is not... Where is Xie? Oh, there he is, hiding over there, looking for a tail diver. Luca may be coming through as well. Wayless even off to the side. But looks like LG are going to give up this tier 2.
Yeah, seeding the tier 2. Jie was reacting very aggressively, and actually Wayless took the defensive option. Spirit goes in, trying to bait a teleport. They gets it.
Yeah, fakes it out there, but Xie coming in there, dodging through with the ultimate. It might gonna be the next target. It's a Foxfire and takes quite a lot of damage, actually. The Abyssal Scepter Ari, very aggressive build, but doing lots of damage to Squishies.
I mean, look, we're still waiting for the Morgana Zhonya's before it's go time for the team fights from Acorn and LGD. Aluka just picking up farm, but the CS, it's looking good across the board. 3 members over 200 compared to just Mystic on the World Elite side.
And most importantly, Dragon's up in 45 seconds, and Aegis just got completed by UJ of World Champions. So they do want the Aegis against the AAP, had to wait for the support to get it, but all of a sudden, World Elite look much more team fight ready.
I imagine Marta looks over at disapproval with no Magi's being completed, but the Aegis is very necessary against the AAP. Looking at the gold, no chance that we're going to see the Zhonyas from Acorn. So could have gone for that item timing, but went for the distortion boots for the flash. The flash, you have to think, with the items, he's going to be looking to Black Shield himself. Imp is going to have to be a bit more conservative with his positioning in a team fight.
And he does have the fan advance. Imp definitely known for high mobility on the Vayne in the team fights, but Spirit actually might have been caught up by Wayless. Now good Tornado will disengage POL. Can't find a line for the stun and does not drop the Baron. Anyone on Dragon is back up right now.
Spirit actually went over aggressively onto TBQ. It backs away, has of course extreme mobility on the Lee Sin. Ari's in position now. Importantly, Morgana has group. They are 5-man strong before the teleport can be completed.
Yeah, Luca needs to try and maybe teleport right now if he wants it. World Leader going to opt in for a 50-50. Potentially Spirit going to make it work. Does get the 4th Dragon. And Aluka now coming down. Is actually in the middle of the fight. TBQ fails his flash and now jumps on the Mystic, but goes down just there to Xie. But there's damages coming in. UJ will go down there. Aluka still moving in as Xie picks up LeBlanc. Imp, though, is going off in these fights. He doesn't have quite enough health, though. Does go down. A triple kill there for Ari, and Xie did so much work about. He wants the Quadra so bad. Uses the key for a bit of movement speed. Flashes forward, finds the charm. Not enough from the Foxfire, though, and just eats the binding. Oh, the Q just out of range.
The max range Q probably would have taken him down with the AP stack that came through, but World Elite, that fight was so close to being a 1-1 from LGD. The Mimic Distortion wrecked the backline, flashing members, 3 at the time. 1 eventually did fall down. That was Spirit, but World Elite, they secured the 4th Dragon. I thought actually that there would be a level advantage for Spirit given how much work he'd done, but it was 12-12. They were equal on level, so Spirit completely on point with the smite. The win conditions, though, it's going to be a very early 5th Dragon coming through. And even if LG picked the next one up, there's every 6 minutes the threat of the 5 Dragon stack from World Elite.
Yeah, that big doomsday clock almost here for World Elite, now starting to tick away. And for me, the biggest thing is you have to remember, UJ for me, 4 points for that Aegis just looks so good.
And that was the difference, remember, of course, with all the AoE damage we saw through. When you see those flashing members, 20 magic resist less, those were going to be exit kills coming through from the snowballed LeBlanc. So Wayless going to be a bit frustrated that he wasn't able to win that fight. Credit to UJ. It's now a Locket coming through from the Janna. Another build of magic resist. The only person who had itemized magic resist apart from the Janna was the Abyssal Scepter and the Spirit Visage. So despite having a lot of armor, relatively squishy to magic damage is Spirit.
Yeah, and that's good. Sorry, good like you mentioned that UJ did have the Aegis, which came up clutch in the important 4th Dragon. We do have a pause, of course. You saw Spirit on the screen earlier, shaking his hands, making sure they're warmed up, because this is a big game for World Elite. Again, going to be disappointed to just get a split here, but at this point, honestly, when you drop the first game, the split's the minimum you're looking for after that.
I mean, the split's the minimum, as you mentioned. A point, though, when they're 9 points behind King and 8 spots, not ideal. Just matches what King picked up today. Look, there are enough series. They're not mathematically out of it. I don't believe anybody will be really till the last week of the LPL, such is the nature of having such a long, intensive 24-game weekend of games. But World Elite, it's looking unlikely, you'd have to say. They may have to battle for their chance in the LPL through the playoffs. And this lineup, it has a lot of promise. We don't really know what's coming through from the LSPL. There's always going to be strong teams coming through from the Challenger Leagues across the world. But World Elite, they want to at least put themselves up in spot to give themselves the pick of the options, of course. You don't want to be last spot and be forced to take the strongest of the LSPL teams.
And honestly, just use your time in the LPL. If you don't think you're going to make playoffs, train as hard as you can. These are good teams you're playing against. There's a world of difference between the LPL and the LSPL, which I guess maybe the King versus Snake story can tell us. Yes, there are great teams in both leagues, but World Elite, they have a new lineup. They've got to train them. Why not use the LPL?
And you have to think that World Elite changed their lineup in the hopes of playoffs, in the hopes of still still managing to get something out of a season that's been very trying for them. It took such a long time for their first victory, you'll remember. STYZ, ironically, on Ezreal, allowing them to pick up their first victory against Vici Gaming, I believe, it was about the 11th attempt. It was a long first win. They've improved in fortune since then, but it hasn't been the big 2-0s. It hasn't been the big 3-point victories. So, look, a point will take them mathematically ahead of EP. It'll take them to 11th, but it's a hollow victory for World Elite. But let's focus on the game. They still have to get that win. It still could be an LGD victory. Things are looking good for World Elite with the 5th Dragon being repeatedly threatened from as early as 32 minutes into the game. You have to think at some point they'll get that all-important pick with the Ari Charm, with the Lee Sin outplay, even with the Twisted Advance coming through from Aluka on the Maokai, and pick up that 5th Dragon. We've already seen consistently, if you pick up those 5th Dragons, you're in a good spot to finally break the base.
Yeah, even with your mid-game comp, you just do so much damage when you have all those stats doubled that it's kind of ridiculous what you can get done. And there's a pretty tight timing window you have to think. Yes, the first Dragon's not much for LGD, but you have to think as far as their scaling and sort of trajectory for this game goes, if they get one Dragon away from World Elite, that should buy them just enough time to get to the late game where they want to be.
And look, the time the next Dragon comes through, there will be important item timings coming through for LG. They do have the 10-stack Rod of Age. It's not really that important compared to the Zhonya's, which you can see the Seeker's Arm Guard is actually in the item bot. It's about 100 gold away, so for sure, Akon will have the Zhonya's. We haven't really felt the impact of the top lane Morgana just yet. Definitely hasn't been the Morgana that perhaps you would have seen if there was a Juggermore comp going on, where just a Black Shield being powered up would be enough. Going for more of this laning build, the Rod of Ages, I don't know if necessarily the health stat that comes through in the ADAP is really worth it compared to the Morellonomicon, the flexibility of 40% CDR. You forget the Morgana's cooldowns are really long. That's the thing. The base cooldowns are really long. It's always deceptive when it's towards the 40% CDR with the CDR boots and the Morellonomicon. At the moment, just the CDR boots is hovering around 15 to 20% CDR. But that extra 20% to get down those low cooldowns, the second Black Shield might be the difference between Imp living and dying in a fight. But the Zhonya's at least will allow him to use that ability defensively on Imp and go in aggressively with his flash. And you can tell from the distortion boost, that was already his claim.
Yeah, and that's sort of Akon's thing, remember. He's great at flanking, great at using high-impact mage ultimates especially, and just turning teamfights around. So I get it from Akon. He's actually quite starved of just farm in general this game, given that it's almost 27 minutes through here at the pause, and he's yet to complete his Zhonya's and far away from 40% CDR at this particular juncture. It was a kind of an interesting pick for Akon. I don't remember him playing top Morgana, at least in recent memory, but it definitely makes sense with his style as a player. But Aluka is just far tankier at this point, far more useful at this stage of the game.
I mean, that's the thing about Maokai. He has such an early power spike. Even just Catalyst and level 6, you go in there with the Vengeful Maelstrom. You're helping out your whole team with inherent tankiness. It's the earlier power spike. It's the reason why we see Maokai in teams like the Juggermore, where you can throw him as a tanky top laner. Okay, he doesn't necessarily provide a shield for the Cogmore necessarily, but on low resources, you can impact those mid-game fights with just a Catalyst, and what we've seen consistently. That's been the build recently. Catalyst, maybe the Spectre's Cowl in this game was actually the Kindle Gem and the Glacial Shroud for just cost-effectiveness stats, health, mana, armor, magic resist, everything that Maokai needs in the early levels to keep the Vengeful Maelstrom going and just having the tanky stats and getting into fights. And unfortunately, the Morgana pick, we haven't seen the massive Soul Shackles. We haven't even seen the defensive utility on Imp with the Black Shield. So maybe at 30 minutes, but if it's not at the next Dragon fight, this game will snowball away. Because think about Lucian and what he's going to be getting from the 5th Dragon buff. Even just the true damage is going to be applied doubly every time from his passive is already a massive thing to consider. He's actually gone for an extra BF sword after the Infinity Edge and Phantom Dance, a 12% extra AD, looking very juicy. You have to think Mystic's going to be licking his lips at the stitches coming through. There will be a colossal fight. You never seed a 5th Dragon unless you're getting a massive advantage. I don't even think you seed it for a Baron necessarily. We may see that trade. There's been no Baron action in the first 26 minutes. It's a close game, and both the mids are doing their thing. We've seen assassinations and counter-assassinations between Jia and Wayless, but the Vayne, it can always overtake a game. We know Imp is great at this champion, but been quiet outside of a very healthy CS value so far.
Yeah, and they're pretty good divers for the Vayne, and we already talked about Spirit wanting to get on top of the Vayne with these early roundy ones and really just stick there. Very usefully can actually reveal Vayne in stealth, which is super annoying as far as the mobility around teamfights goes. So that's a nice little option there as well for Lee Sin. Ari and Maokai can both dive in there as well, so I like a lot of what's going on there. I actually love kind of looking through the comp and the Aegis that we mentioned now. A Locket actually completed for UJ. What they do a very good job of actually neutering LeBlanc quite effectively. I think we've talked about this a lot, and it's maybe worth while we have this pause. I think it's almost resolved. Talking about it a little deeper, is that how good Maokai is against LeBlanc.
Absolutely. Just a 20% damage reduction. Between the Aegis and the Vengeful Maelstrom, that's the only reason the back line lived. We saw the flashing health bars. It was so close between what was a double, triple kill coming through from Wayless and the living. So it's a very good point. The Aegis just paying off in so many ways. Aegis, the invisible power of that item. You just have to respect what it puts out. 100 magic resist for your team effectively. 4 members getting 20 and then yourself as well for the 100. It's just so strong. You see the aura, you can see the yellow and blue, I believe, that hovers around the enemy. But it's been the difference between what would have been a 4th dragon win for World Elite that resulted, or LGD potentially picking up their first dragon.
Yeah, and it was smart distribution of gold there as well, knowing that Spirit wanted to be the one that really stuck on Vayne and tried to keep Imp down. Again, the players looking pretty calm. I think that is... that's a FLICKR, actually. Looking a little tired, kind of rubbing his head there. Saw him yawn earlier as well. Been a long day, certainly for the LPL, as almost always. World Elite in that last game now, the last game of today here up against LGD, and they're kind of feeling it, but, still keeping happy, keeping the spirits up, and Spirit especially, hilariously, always wanted to motivate his team and keep them up.
I mean, he was the emotional center of the team on the world stage. We saw at the IEM World Finals, even as they were losing games against TSM, cheering up his team, trying to be the cheery member. You, of course, notice he has the face mask with the mustache that he often wears, just to, again, build up his team, be positive. That positivity can only help during a pause, because, of course, you're sitting there just reflecting on your game, reflecting on the thoughts, thinking about your team's win conditions. It can be frustrating, as we can, of course, see players leaving and exiting the game. Just some computer troubles, I guess, being the main issue that's been dealt with on the stage. It's a close game. World Elite definitely have an advantage. 5,000 gold or so, and the 5th dragon. You can't ask for much more. We see the Mystic fans are actually out in full support. PYL as well. So a bit of everything. Spirit, understandably, also getting his points.
Yeah, a lot of love for Spirit there as well. A couple of random PYL fans, of course. Very popular players here. Who do you see? I think that's Mystic, if my brain is working. Looks very cheery here. Should be as well. 2-0-10 on Lucian here in this game. And I have to say, Mystic's Lucian has just seemed a cut above his other champions so far.
I mean, it's interesting. Sivir actually looked very good at IEM. They were playing very interesting Sivir comps around the Hekarims of the world, around the Sion. We're very sad that we haven't seen a Lucas Sion. There was actually a massive cheer yesterday when he hovered over it. People want to see the return of the Sion. Not necessarily the most winning champion, the most hilarious champion for sure. But we haven't seen much of him. Just going for the Maokai. I feel like when Maokai's up, you just take him because, again, he has such wave clear from long range, such a reliable laning phase. People having fun in the crowd, as you can see. Yeah, World Elite, a very popular organization. LGD rising in popularity, especially with some of the star names that they've imported. A long pause coming through. Just waiting to see what will be the tipping point. You feel like LGD, if Imp can just get the cleanup in one of these fights, they could definitely win a fight. He's just dying to all the incidental damage and the lockdown coming through from Aluka.
I think it's interesting how both teams really want to just dive on the other team as far as engage goes, which actually makes being able to peel for your AD carry and use your carries in general quite important. And I think that UJ's Jana kind of outstack a lot here because PLL, very one-dimensional, Jarvan sort of the same, and Akon pretty much just want to look for big goals. We see so many signs for World Elite.
I mean, World Elite, such a popular organization, only recently been surpassed by the old Chinese lineup, adding in Uzi of OMG. World Elite still a very popular org. Of course, the popular are going to see a spike after doing far better than expected at IEM. Everyone wants to see this org stick around, especially, I mean, it's unfathomable to think there could be an LPL season without World Elite, which is a reality given their dire predicaments at the bottom of the table. The LSBL are going to certainly see a bump in viewership if they do end up down in that league. Still a very competitive league, but the LPL and World Elite, we remember back to the first season of the LPL where people wrote off the Chinese region and said, well, it's going to be World Elite or IG. Those are the only two teams around. The fact that they're now in 11 shows just how fortunes have changed. Of course, all the members of that team, sadly now no longer with the organization. Still, we see Clear Love and enjoy his play in other games. But World Elite, they don't necessarily resemble their old team, but still, it's a lot of popularity. They're still a very popular organization. They find themselves in a big hole. They're trying to get out of it in this game and, of course, in the future. It's going to be a difficult fight for them, though.
Yeah, it's kind of looking through as well. Akon trying to stay focused. Again, it's been quite a long pause here for the players as well as you guys at home. And, of course, us as well here for our last game of the evening. Always seems to happen in the last game. Something goes wrong there on the stage in China.
It makes sense. The computers, they've been working overdrive for 8 games space through time. So things, the toaster's just getting a bit too hot.
All these sick players can't handle it. Shea there.
And did you see that Lee Sin kick?
Yeah,
early in
that
this game.
kick was disgusting. I'm so curious if Spirit did that intentionally. I have to admit, I'll give him credit for it. I have to
Look, if
imagine he did.
anyone is in a head of form and deserves a bit of extra plaudits, it's Spirit. So completely intentional, A+.
Really good stuff. Yeah, GA, maybe Spirit's cheering up. Looked a little stone-faced before, but sort of staring intently at his screen, wondering if it'll ever unpause. But don't worry, I'm sure it will at one point. GA going to stay focused here. Actually has Merc Treads on his eye, which I think is kind of cute.
And look, Merc Treads on Majors, something that Dade, of course, is well known for, picking up those early defensive options. Not quite the QSS, but just the Merc Treads to not die instantly to Wayless's burst is a very relevant statistic. Between Abyssal Scepter and Merc Treads, I believe, is sitting at, let's have a look now, 117 magic resist. So that's very, very healthy. That's without the Aegis adding up to 137. So that shouldn't be the one-shot potential from Wayless until perhaps the Void Staff is completed. Even then, it's going to be a bit optimistic. I guess one factor we haven't discussed is that when we see this 5th Dragon, one important thing for World Elite is having flashes available, because the reality is that the sheer slow, there's a massive burst slow coming through from the Soul Shackles. If we do see a 5-man Soul Shackles, you need to be able to flash from that tether. The extra 2.5 seconds will be massive, as I believe we might be heading towards a break.
Whatever is going on here is sweet, by the way.
Are we going to commentate the break? Let's do it.
I'm ready to commentate the break. Look at this. This is sick. There's like a trophy everywhere. Sweet graphics. LPL production's great. Oh, my God. This can only end well. It's very Debonair Ezreal. That's what that is. I have to say, if you guys have never seen like some of the pre-game shows for LPL and stuff, they have some 10 out of 10 cosplay.
Why when we're watching it now?
We are, exactly. Look at that hair. That's definitely
The
not
shades are also.
The shades, they're not very Debonair, actually. I feel like that detracts from the cosplay.
What do Debonair's shades look like, based your term?
I mean, wouldn't you have like a monocle? Wouldn't that be the classy thing to have? Can you imagine Ezreal like running away shooting people with a monocle?
I mean, Ezreal doesn't strike me as a monocle wearer, though.
Are you sure? What?
An intrepid explorer, perhaps?
How else does he snipe people with True Shot Barrage? He has to have a monocle.
It's a good question.
See? That's what I thought. Oh, man, we got some sweet highlights coming through. That is FLICKR killing someone. Goodbye. How's he playing as the Azir champion? That guy's awful now. Oh, there's actually other standings, by the way, so we can actually at least talk about these. Top half right now, LGD, as you can see, 4th. There's World Elite down the bottom, 9-1-6. Not the best record, but starting to pick themselves up
This was at
ever
the start
so
of the
slowly.
weekend, so they are actually even with EP after their results yesterday. Commentating.
There are some sweet highlights going on. Gee, Tigers are winning again. Don't know how they feel about that after playing World Elite. That was a pretty amazing series. But it looks like we might be having a break. I don't know. The Chinese production seems to be wanting to go on a break. I'm not sure if we're going to go there soon as well. But if not, we're going to keep talking because there's lots of cool stuff to talk about still.
Wait and hear what our producers decide. About 6 minutes on that timer means this game. Actually, the pause timer's at 15 pastry time, so could get down to those red numbers that we've seen before. You viewers haven't. They're a bit scary. They're very ominous, but
yeah, not
this
good.
pause coming along.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a Chinese League of Legends game with Papa Time if we didn't have a very long pause.
Absolutely not. And we're definitely running out of material. We're waiting to see these
I don't know about
flashes
that.
come away. I see the thumbs up. I believe it might be time.
We are going
for
to
a
be going
break.
to a quick break, guys. Don't get anywhere, though. Once we're back, World Elite versus LGD will return. And we are back from our quick break there. Didn't last too long, thankfully. Quite a long pause, but we are back into the action. So just to refresh, LGD versus World Elite, the last game here actually, with LGD up on World Elite in a strong position, 14-4 up kills. And they're going straight in there to go aggressive. PYL gets killed by Shie. Spirit gonna dive in onto TBQ. The Q lands in there. Spirit kicks him in the face, and 2 clean kills for WE.
Some very aggressive posture around the enemy blue, and it could be Baron.
It could be indeed, and actually they've already started at Mystic and Aluka hanging out there as the minions for LGD get themselves a turret. Baron though going to melt under the damage, and the 5th Dragon coming up World Elite. They kind of took a break, but they've opened up now. Now Yuja going to flash in towards Akon. Shie riding in there, the Morgana. Great Zonias to keep Akon alive for just a second longer, but Shie going to claim another kill.
The Baron buff for Dragon will not be an optional trade for LG. It's already the Baron locked up from World Elite. That Baron exploded to the damage coming through from Mystic with the extra BF sword. More than I expected, absolutely. And LG, they were slow to rotate, specifically Imp pushing in those minions, getting that bottom outer turret, but that's not a trade you ever want to opt into.
No, World Elite taking their break seriously, really coming out of the gates once they already had everything sorted out. And again, clearly formulating a game plan, knowing what they wanted to do, had a good lead in this game, but it's catapulted up now, 9,000 gold ahead.
So many win conditions open to World Elite. The 5th Dragon's going to be spawning in a few minutes' time. The gold is already stacking on their members. 1,700 for Lucian, 2,400 for Spirit. Look, everything is looking good for LGD, barring the biggest of carry performances from Imp on the Vayne.
Yeah, and you know his Imp's great, but Shia now going to dive in onto Wayless, going so aggressive now. Mystic's going to find him, and UJ, of all people, picks up the kill.
I don't know what Wayless was doing so overextended. Sure, he had a turret to move back to, but into the mid lane, into neutral territory against a Baron buff 4 turret. Sorry, a Baron buff 4 Dragon World Elite. Optimistic, to say the least.
Yeah, and Imp now is his last whisper, so does do respectable late game damage now, or at least start to, but I don't think he can contend for all of the power that World Elite currently have. Aluka, almost out of nowhere, finished his Frozen Heart. Doesn't even go for the Righteous Glory yet, still has his Catalyst ready to go, and World Elite with the Baron are pushing in.
Yeah, turret damage, minion pushing. Those 2nd and 4th Dragons are actually very, very relevant. They've got them so fast that with the Baron buff, they're breaking the base and then some.
Yeah, base real broken now as World Elite going to peel off towards the Dragon now, which is up in a minute 40 or so. And LGD, you know, kind of thinking about it, must have been, you know, strategizing during the pause. What are we going to do? And World Elite like, you know what, don't care what you're doing. We're just going to start taking over.
And their only defensive ward on the red side and Dragon side is the 1 pink ward towards the Raptors. That's all they have in terms of visions against the pick potential of Giet. The flash available on Spirit, the kick flash, we've seen it once already, can be devastating. World Elite, they've got everything in their advantage.
Yeah, and she has already been using his ultimate like it's on sale just every single time he can. Just pops in the Spirit Rush and goes aggressive. Spirit posturing forward there as well, and the Baron's going to start to go for another tower.
Yeah, they're going to push towards this turret. They still have a minion wave. She is caught.
Yeah, but does Zoni's actually the bear drops down, but Spirit taking turret dagger. Aluka going to pop his ulti and run away. TVQ running in. The ulti there for UJ, but Wayless and him doing good damage. Akon moving in. Shia though gets condemned by Imp, and Imp is going up, but just gets destroyed by all of Lucian's damage. And World Elite 4 for 1, and the base continues to crumble.
Spirit can continue to tank this turret for a long time. The Janna shield helps him out in terms of effective health. There's the Baron buff minions. Finally, the minion wave hits them. 30-second death time, as this could be the game.
Yeah, we might see some Nexus turrets at least go down here. They're going to work on one. They should get the first. Can they get more and close out the game? The end of this game, if it doesn't, now will be a lot shorter than the pause we had to endure. But World Elite going to call it all worth it. Had a bit of a bump in the middle, looked so strong coming out of this game, and they just win. LGD, another split in today's LPL.
World Elite blow them away in 4 minutes after the pause, Patreon. They come out of the pause, guns blazing, got the picks around the blue, took away the Baron, didn't even have to wait the 6 minutes to what would have been an early Dragon, because the game's already over. 5 seconds to that 5th Dragon will come up. That seems appropriate. As World Elite, they pick up the victory, only the sole point. Definitely not much of a buffer between them and Energy Pacemaker at the bottom of the standing. Still a lot of work to do to catch up to King, but every point is precious at the business end of the season.
It is, and the thing is, they still need more points. I mean, a split just feels so anticlimactic for both teams because all you really want at the end of the season is more points.
Absolutely. They would have their kingdom for the 3 points. Still very much in what is a relegation battle at the bottom end of the table. Again, they'll be looking for 3 every time they come out, Pastry Time, but not today.
No, and a lot of splits today. But join us tomorrow, of course, for more LPL. Will we see some 2-0s? Which teams are going to keep moving up towards playoffs and which teams are going to fall down past that 8th place spot? We'll find out tomorrow, but for myself, Papa Smidley, Atlas Spawn, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow for the last day of this week of the LPL.